All right, ready? Okay. This guy. Bulubulum. Bulubulum. All right. Okay, we have a little time to stream. Der Stream. So this was a good stream, but I need to edit out some parts. Let me see if I can edit the video. Usually it takes at least a day before I can start editing. Oh, yeah, the question is, really? I can already edit? That's incredible. So YouTube, wow, okay.
Okay.
So, okay, but you
The
can't.
thing is determined by the.
Okay, but the whole point was that you wouldn't be able to see what I need to edit out. Hello. Wait, is this right now? Yeah. J-Rock, do you want to join? Uh, Here, let me give you the link. You can join me here if you want. Na 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 na. All right. So I'll come back to this. Let's see what's going on. This is okay. This is okay. Everything is okay. Yeah, so today's stream was pretty good, but then I had to private it because somebody asked me to private it. So I need to private it. Okay. I was watching this.
The wave function that represents a higher energy. So this helps us understand something beautiful. The first excited state, whatever that looks like, right? You confine the electrons, you reduce the uncertainty in its position, then its uncertainty momentum increases. And so
Yeah, but that's not a mechanical explanation. That's not a mechanical explanation. Hello. Oh. Boop. Boop. Hello.
Hey, Slave, long time no talk.
Yeah, man. Where have you gone?
Oh, busy work, and then got my boy to take care of. And also I've been trying to tinker with my own open source AI that controls the computer for you.
Wow. Fascinating. That's good.
Yeah, so I can tell my laptop now what to do, and it'll do anything. I could tell it to go to your channel. I could tell it to type something in the comments, hands free. I just tell it and it does it.
That's remarkable. So,
I
that's
left a
amazing.
comment yesterday. I said, you've been using DeepSeek now. It's that new AI that's been making headlines.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit. I mean, I'm just using it in order for it to teach me AI theory, for it to write my code, my AI code.
Oh yeah,
But it's,
you got your
but
own code going for you.
yeah, but it's really not that helpful. It's not that helpful. It's not really explaining the code, and it's not really clear. But it's a good beginning. I need to spend more time with it. Anyway,
Do you
so
have
what
it?
do you think?
Wait, hold on.
What?
Do you have all of your stuff saved somewhere online for anyone to see?
Like what?
I don't know. Code sharing. What do you use to save all your code stuff online?
Google Colab.
Oh, Google Colab.
You know
And
Google
anybody
Colab?
here, what if you put it in the chat and then maybe I'll look at it?
I mean, there's Let me share, reconnect. Wait, who's here? Hello, T Dot. How are you?
Well, I'm content. I'm kind of new to this server, so I'm exploring.
That's nice. Okay,
Well, I just got an echo of my voice, so I can tell how clear it is.
you need to, if you don't want the echo, because I'm streaming my desktop, so just mute the stream so you don't hear the echo.
Ah, okay. So, me always looking for philosophizing. I guess this is a debate server, so I don't know how much of that I'll get, but still, I'll try. What do you call yourself?
What do I call myself?
I
What do
call
you mean?
myself a God follower.
You're a God follower?
Yes.
So you follow God? Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Super nerd, Jesus follower. Let me just tell someone. J-Rock, do you want to join my Discord? I have somebody on a different.
I don't have that. Remember, I just got the StreamYard.
Here's the link. J-Rock, tell me what happens
As
when you
long as
click.
it stays productive, I'm welcoming to all.
What are you saying?
I was saying, as long as it stays productive, I'm welcome. However many want to. I do sense the tendency for it to be more productive with small groups, but it's fine. You got YouTube channel you're streaming to?
Yeah, I'm always streaming to my YouTube channel. Wait, so it says on your profile T4 Tech 33. So you're 33?
No, what's it called? Would have it as a different name if I had my choice. Which,
Okay.
for all I know, I do. I feel like I'm still getting used to Discord after all this time.
Yeah, Discord is very difficult to learn in the beginning. It takes a while to figure it out. I'm still learning Discord after many, many months. So, super nerd, Jesus follower, I
Mhm.
invent words slash
Yeah,
definitions. Mhm.
yeah. Some people get upset at that. Some people just get intrigued by it and then ask me lots of questions. So some have called me deceptive, so I decided to just kind of put that right in there so that you can know right off the bat that I make up words and stuff.
Okay.
So, like, I'm
Wait,
not trying to be deceptive. I'm just trying to understand things and be true.
okay. Hold on. J Rock, are you able to join the Discord? What happens when you click the link? Okay, I'm waiting for him to tell me what's going on. T dot. What am I going to call you? T
Hello.
dot?
Yeah, T. You can say T dot, whatever.
T dot. Okay, T dot. So you are a Jesus follower?
Mhm.
Why
I
are
usually ask
you?
people what text. Oh,
Excuse me?
I was gonna go into like the first question usually that I do a lot
Mhm.
of times is what text brings more civilization. So, like, do you think the Bible, or do you think another text, or what? Times
You're.
is what text brings more civilization.
I'm actually not clear. I'm listening to you, but some of your words are getting cut off.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. What text brings more civilization? Do you think the Bible or another one? Maybe even a science text? I don't know.
You're saying what text brings more civilization? That's your
Yeah, like what
question.
texts have influenced you?
Text of influence? Okay. Why do you need? I mean, if you know that what you want is civilization, why do you need a text?
Um, I think that you can get some from like general revelation as in nature, but that specific revelation gives us more.
I don't
Specific
understand.
revelation being the Bible.
I
General
don't.
revelation is nature.
I don't understand. I mean, if you've decided that you like.
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
let's ask it this way.
Hmm.
How do you think we could bring about more civilization? Just period. Let's just forget about texts for a minute.
I mean, right. So I also like civilization, and I don't like. The end of civilization to me is the end of ends. So what I've discovered is that no text is the best. Just being yourself, as they say, being transparent, being honest, being naked.
Do you
Like,
think any structure is necessary for civilization?
I think it's necessary to be completely open-minded. If you look, if you know what you like and you say you like civilization, I do too. That's it. I don't need anything. I I have my goal, and that's where I know where I'm heading, and now I just need to go that way. That's all I need to know. So, like right now, we're talking in a civilized way. That's a good thing. If you would start being uncivilized, I would ask you, why are you being uncivilized? And I would try to get you back to being civilized. That's it. I don't need a text. All I need to do is just ask you to be civilized. All I need to do is.
Yeah, I disagree.
What do you mean you disagree?
Um, Eventually, one finds out that more is necessary. If you just simply ask people, then that will not bring about more civilization. It's okay to disagree, by the way.
It's okay to disagree, by the way. By the way, the ends of your sentences are missing. Like are you using push to
Yeah.
talk?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's I'll try to get better at that.
So usually people start with push to talk, but then just eliminate it because the audio sensitivity, the built-in audio sensitivity is perfect. So you should like look when you go into settings. It's possible to remove the push to talk. Anyway, just as long as you're using push to talk, just don't let go before the end of the sentence. You're letting go, and then I'm missing the last word.
A lot of people seem to say that we don't need the text and stuff, but I think that I don't know, it doesn't last.
Wait, but you also said we don't need to disagree. We don't need to agree.
Yeah. Do you think that people need to 100% agree all the time?
I don't need. I personally don't need anything.
All right. Well, there you go.
What do you mean? Well, there you go.
If you don't need anything, then you don't need agreement, especially not all the time.
hmm Hello, Matt.
So
So,
J Black.
what's the title all about? Are you just trying to wind people up?
I hate vegans. Like whenever I debate vegans, I wanna. I honestly wanna exterminate them. They're so evil. Anyway,
Yeah, there's different ways of being fucking vegan.
no, all vegans are very evil. Vegans are just evil, and the people that were probably born evil or became evil or evolved evil tendencies, and they discovered that they can practice being even more
see you later.
evil.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you mean? Yeah,
Well, just a fucking lifestyle choice, isn't it? I mean, not
no,
really a big
no.
deal.
Being vegan is not a lifestyle choice at all. That's like saying a terrorist is a lifestyle choice.
So fucking badminton. What's the fucking difference? It's just like someone likes to do. I mean, if someone's a cannibal, maybe there's a fucking questionable intent there. But come on, man! Like fucking, if you've got a fucking plot of land and you just like to grow some fucking veg and get your B12 through supplements and shit, what's the harm in that?
That's nothing to do with being a vegan. Have you ever debated a vegan?
I went in the chat a few times, a vegan chat.
hmm
Uh, to be honest, I think it's on here. It's a lot of people that just like arguing for the sake of arguing. Because I used to be in a different server, which was solely politics,
hmm
and then I left and I joined this one. But it's actually a different server.
hmm
But it's just a lot of people that fucking like to argue all the time. I mean, if you choose to live a certain way, it doesn't mean you need to shove it down people's throats. It's just I mean, there's certain aspects of like I don't know, like farming, fucking intensively farming, and like wiping out all the biodiversity. I mean, there's new ways of coming around that now. But I mean, as long as you don't fucking press it upon people, like what's up? Who cares?
Okay, but again, what you're proposing has nothing to do with veganism.
Well, you've got what, like, you can be a pescatarian, you can be a fucking, trying to think of other ones, flexitarian, vegetarian,
No, no,
different.
no. Vegans are different. Vegans have nothing to do with all the groups you're mentioning. Hello, Siam.
Well, what's the difference between vegetarian and vegan? It's just like they literally don't have milk, they don't have any animal product.
No,
So,
it's not a technical difference. They claim to be ethical.
no, I disagree with that.
Hey, Siam, can you hear me? Okay, what do you mean you disagree? That's why I
Well, I
asked
mean,
you.
just going back to my first point, was like people that live on fucking vegetables and are vegans
No, no.
in their own fucking right
That's
doesn't
why.
necessarily mean I
That,
think they're better than you all
hello,
the time.
hello, Tommy
In
guy.
some instances, yes, that might be the case, but not in every case.
Wait,
Yo,
Matt. Hey, Tommy gun, are you a vegan?
Uh,
I support their movement. Not so much. I wouldn't do it myself.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean you support their movement?
Like, being more humane to animals.
yeah, well, there's a lot of it's
People should.
based around.
I think that's like a good thing. We should be we should be more humane to animals.
Okay. Do you know anyone who's not humane to animals?
Yeah, lots of people.
Wait, yeah, but like that's the whole point. Like we should be more humane to them.
When you say more
Like
humane, like, what do you mean?
like okay, so I don't really support how we have slaughterhouses for like cows and pigs. Like I don't think we should be consuming that much of their meat.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't think they like have an actual fair chance at life. Like chickens, for example, there are certain types of chickens that are like pasture raised. Like I think that's good. Like you can I think you can still kill them at the end of the day, but like just the fact that you gave them a life.
Mm-hmm.
They were out in a field. They got
Make
to actually like they should be able to do that. Like cows should be able to roam around for like years
Mm-hmm.
before any of that,
Okay.
instead of like having these like mass slaughterhouses that you see.
Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean instead of? How does that contradict? Where's the contradiction? What do you mean instead of?
Do you not see? Okay, do you not see how like a mass slaughterhouse is like disgusting? Like they literally, you put a bunch of cows in one area and you just slaughter them all at once. Like no, there's no euthanization process, no nothing. It's literally just like it's disgusting.
Breed.
Have you seen like look up animal kill count, like cow kill count in the world right now? It's like in the billions. It's like it's disgusting.
What's disgusting? I'm not following. What is disgusting?
Well, can I just
Because it's
chip in?
like okay, it's
Can I
it's
chip
like
in?
actual like all it's like life that's already here. Like it's already born. It's like it's
Mm-hmm.
alive. Like it should be if it's alive like that,
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be given a fair chance, Like
What do you mean? What do you mean fair chance?
I just told you like pasture raised, taken care of. Like there shouldn't be slaughterhouses for animals. Instead it
It's
should be a
actually bad. It's
euthanization.
bad.
It,
At the end of
it,
the day, if they're growing up in like claustrophobic conditions and it's bad for them,
like
somewhere
yeah,
down
yeah.
the line, it will probably have a knock-on effect to us. It's not a
No,
fucking
but you
rocket
know
science to make that conclusion.
like and then here's the thing, dude, is like
Mm-hmm.
why do you not kill cats? It's like why do we not eat cats? Right? Like if you saw the slaughterhouses, but like people were doing that to puppies, you would react differently. You'd obviously be like, "Oh, well, I have a problem with that," but you shouldn't. It should be the exact same. They're fucking animals. Like, what? Just because they look a little funny? Like, I don't know why we just get to kill billions of these cows, but like, we're not allowed to kill dogs. We're not allowed to kill cats. Like, bro, like it's still a life.
Um, I'm honestly thoroughly confused. Like maybe
How are
I
you
mean,
confused?
so
Yeah,
no, 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 no,
yeah,
no.
you can't
When
answer that. No, you can't answer
the
that.
breed chickens,
You
the breed
Wait,
chickens,
he
and
can't
they
answer that.
pump them.
No, he literally said, "I'm too confused. I can't answer that," because he literally can't. Like, I
okay,
just blew his mind.
okay. So
He's
Tom,
not got any good arguments himself.
He just admitted he can't answer that. He's like, "Oh, I've never thought about it that way."
all right. So let's just debate one of you. So Tommy Gunn, I'd rather debate you. I'm sorry, Matt, TJ Black, but your audio is really horrendous. I'm having a hard time understanding your audio. You're echoing and you're muffled. So I'll debate Tommy, but only one of you. It's a little too difficult to debate both at once.
Well, I can't get a word in edgeways anyway, so fucking enjoy.
Thanks. Yeah, his audio is really terrible. Okay, Tommy Gun. So you're defined as woke.
Oh yeah.
That's what it says on your profile.
No,
You're not?
no. I said, yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Uh, so you were mocking me for saying that I honestly don't understand what you're saying.
I'm not mocking you. You did it yourself. You're the one that you mocked yourself, dude. Man, I could never do that. Like, just say like I'm confused. I don't like. It was pretty cut and dry what I was saying. Like any sensible person could have understood what I was saying. It's very simple. We should not have slaughterhouses for animals.
Mm-hmm.
Mass killing
Mm-hmm.
of any animal is wrong,
Mm-hmm.
and more humane ways of euthanization. That is it. Those are like three things anyone can get across. And if you say no, you just look like a weirdo because it's like at what animal do you stop? What can I do the same thing with cats? Can I do the same thing with dogs? And that's why you're confused because you're like, well, shit. There's actually no difference. So like, yeah, let's just do that with other animals now. Do it with monkeys. Why do you stop at fucking cows and pigs? Start doing it with every animal.
Again, I have to say that I'm getting lost every time you're going on these monologues. You're losing me. So what exactly is your proposition?
Bro, I literally just told you.
You gave me a monologue, a proposition. Could you make your proposition in one really short
You
sentence?
mean dumb it down for a retard? Yeah, I sure can. We need a more humane way of
Okay.
killing these animals.
Wait, why do you look? My proposition is that vegans are evil because they talk to me like you're talking to me. They're always very hurtful.
Oh, here comes the monologue. I don't want to hear a fucking monologue. Fuck you talking about, bro? If I can't do it, you can't do it. No, I want a short, simple, Down syndrome ass sentence like you wanted.
Uh,
I don't care why you don't fucking like vegans, bro. I don't give a shit. Why do you need a monologue on that? Give me a proposition. Why are they evil?
because, I
Good
mean,
luck.
excuse me?
Good luck, because you've been practicing your fucking monologue for so long. Good luck. One sentence of why vegans are evil, bro.
Okay. You gonna let me speak?
Go ahead, dude.
All right, so my proposition is that vegan equals evil. That's the proposition. That's it.
Why?
So the argument is that, in my experience, vegans mistreat me. And an example would be you in this conversation.
I got a question for you. Religious at all?
Excuse me?
Are you religious at all?
How is this relevant to our discussion?
Well, because you brought up the characterization, you brought up traits of vegans. How does it in any way, shape, or form take away the true or falsity of veganism itself, right? If I told you that, hey, Muslims and Christians are bullying me, therefore their thought process is wrong. They have a wrong fundamental belief. Okay, that's not necessarily true. This is like an entirely illogical statement that you just made. It was just a horrible, like, bro, that was just a fallacy, bro. Like, I don't know where the fuck you got that argument, dude. Horrible
Why?
argument.
Why are you
Are you
talking?
religious, bro?
Okay, let me just ask you. Why are
Yes or
you?
no? Are you religious?
Why are you being so mean to me?
What do you think I'm supposed to react to when you say vegans are evil? Do you think if I made a
Mhm.
chat room that said Christians equals evil, what do you think the response would be?
Let's have a discussion.
And you're not answering? What do you think a natural response would be if I put a belief system and then put equals evil?
Hmm.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I personally would have.
Oh,
Excuse me.
dude, just go off, bro. Go off, Quinn. Just go off.
What do you mean go off?
Start talking, bro.
Well, I was, but you started talking while I was speaking.
You gonna start talking?
I I said I was speaking and you interrupted me, so I
No,
wait.
I'm telling you, let's go. I'm telling you, let's like, holy shit, Grandpa. Like, what do I need to tell you? Like, start speaking, bro.
So my question to
I get it.
you.
I cut you.
Okay, I thought you wanted to say something. Anyway, my question to you, my commentary is that my experience with vegans on this server is that it's always a very traumatic experience for me. Vegans, without an exception, are always evil, and every interaction I have with them, just, I end up. Um, I don't know if you're aware of it, but you're hot micing.
Nom 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 nom. Yeah, I'm eating a chocolate shake right now. It's so good.
Hmm.
Nom nom.
So, yeah, as I said, you are a prime example of why vegans are evil.
I'm not even vegan, bro.
Yeah, you're you're mentally you're infected with their, with their virus. So you're you've contracted, you know, their traits. Anyway, so,
Again, I don't see how that's a bad thing. It seems like a more humane thing, anyway.
well, as I said, you are being very mean. All right, let's continue.
Because of that, you now end up with higher kinetic energy. So you have higher energy because higher uncertainty momenta gives you higher kinetic energy. That's how, if you have a node in the wave function,
Jesus Christ. What an idiot. It never changes. If you're a vegan, it's like it says I'm an asshole on your forehead. Like once you start going down the path of being a vegan, it's the path of becoming an asshole. Let's invite our friend. What's his name? Evil. Hello, Matt. TJ Black. How are you? Can you talk?
That represents a higher energy. So this helps us understand something beautiful. The first excited state, whatever that looks like, we don't know it yet, but the first excited state of the hydrogen should have one node in it. With a higher energy, you get a node. And the same thing continues. Over here, you have two nodes. And so the waves are even
Okay.
more confined, three nodes, even more confined, and therefore the momentum uncertainty keeps increasing even more, kinetic energy keeps increasing. So the key idea we get from just by looking at the standing waves over here is that the more the excited state, more the energy, more the nodes. Okay, Schrodinger, so how can we use all this to start thinking about the electrons in 3 dimension around the proton?
I mean, but he's not explaining it mechanically. So I can explain it mechanically. So you could say that, right, if you'd be thinking of a rubber band, then it's moving up and down. Oh, wow, evil.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
hey, I just interacted with very evil people. Did you hear
oh,
Lex Friedman made a video responding to the claims that people claim that he is evil, that his interview with Zelensky was a disaster. Did you hear it?
but
And
yeah, I saw the start where he's ranting about how what he said isn't conducive to peace and all this kind of thing. Yeah, it was just crazy.
yeah, your audio is a little bit muffled. Something is wrong with your audio. It's not as impeccable as
Is it any better now, or
not. It's not as good as usually. Usually it's perfect.
okay? Let me change. Then give me a minute.
Okay.
Let's start with the ground state. And the ground
Is it better
state, what
now?
do we find?
Oh
Well,
yeah, much better, of course.
I just changed from my wireless to my wired headphones.
That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Do you want to do some code?
Well, I'll watch you do some code if you want.
Yeah, I'll. Yeah, you can watch my code and try and explain. I'm just trying to understand. You know, I'm just trying to understand what we started doing yesterday.
No, I don't know much about statistics, and I don't really know
No,
what a
this is
regression analysis is, or who
no,
invented it, or what its purpose is.
no. This has nothing to do with any of that.
Oh, I thought you had a program that was a regression analysis. I thought
No.
it was the start of the neural networks thing.
This is a neural network. This has nothing to do with regression. This is not regression. There's no regression here. This is a simple neural network. It's the simplest neural network, and
Right? Yeah.
when you train it, that's what it ends up predicting similar. It ends up behaving as where is the linear regression? It looks like linear regression. Where is it? Oh, I guess it's here. It looks like linear regression, but that's the way the brain works. I mean, what is the brain, right? You right in your mind, you build a model just like this. If I tell you that for 1 hour I got a grade of 1, for 2 hours 3, for 3, if I would show you this plot and I would ask you to predict, I think 6. So this is 4, 5, 6. You would extrapolate something like over here, like 5.2. That's how your brain works.
Right.
The fact that a simple neural network does this, I mean, it doesn't do it. It's literally, I mean, like when we train a neural network, that is, I mean, that is what we're doing. When right, we're telling a neural network. Wait, did I lose you?
No, I'm still here. The other person left. Samuel, whatever his name was.
Who was here?
I don't know. Some other person
Oh,
named
I
Samuel.
see. Armarinari, whatever. This guy.
No, his name was Samuel.
Usually they go to the next door room. A Samuel guy was here and he left?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, somebody's here?
Oh, there he
Hello.
is. Oh, is that him now? No. Oh, it is him. Yeah.
Oh, oh, Samuel Haram. Samuel Haram. If you are deluded to believe. Can you hear me, Samuel Haram? Oh, he's gone. Okay.
I guess it was haram for him to be here.
Haram. Yeah, I guess. Um, are you looking at at my stream?
Sure. Yeah. I wonder.
All
I
right.
can do it. Yeah.
So
What am I looking?
so
Start time.
when we train a neural network, right, what are we
Yeah.
doing? Oh my God.
Oh, there's a particular algorithm that you're running that's iterating over the data.
Oh. Um. Right, but how are we training? When we train, what are we doing? Right. So when I
You're
train,
inputting the data over and over and over again. It's building up a kind of a picture.
right, but I'm giving a network. I'm giving it input one, and it's giving me some output. And the output
Yeah.
initially, in this case, was 0. The first time, let's say, was 0. Right? This is 100 epochs. So this is epoch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This thick line, that's like the last 80 epochs, basically. It's not a
Yeah.
thick line, it's just the last 80 epochs.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. Yeah.
So the first
That makes a lot of sense.
the first epoch was this line. So what happened? So it's just a random output. This is the random output of the neural network. So for 1, it guessed 0. For 2, it guessed negative something.
Point. Yeah.
It
Negative.
was
Yeah.
guessing. It was making these guesses based on the weights. Right? These were random
Mhm.
weights. If we rerun this thing, we would get a different first generation, first epoch. Every time we run it, you would get it's some random epoch that has to do, I guess, the slope, and it's just the slope and the bias. The I guess the slope is the weight and the bias is some point. Anyway, if we rerun it, we would get a different first iteration, first guess, which is just random. This is just the random weight of the network. But as you give it 1 and it says 0, well, you know that the correct output is 1, and you tell it, hey, you're off by 1. Please correct yourself. But you don't tell it that yet. You also do it for 2, and it guesses negative, I don't know, 0.2, and you tell it, all right, the correct answer is 3. You're off by this, and it's just right. You're just telling it how it's just it's called what do you call it when it goes backwards? But anyway, you're telling it.
A regression.
No, no, it's not a regression. It's back propagation. This is called back propagation. So you know the answer. You know the difference between the answer it's giving and the correct answer. The answer it's giving and the correct answer. The answer it's giving and the correct. The answer is and the correct. The answer for all the inputs and the outputs. You know the difference between the correct output and the output that it's predicting. And you're telling it using simple calculus. You use simple calculus. There's a simple equation that came up during the discussions with the AI. I guess the AI is no longer. It's a simple equation. Why did it forget everything from last time? Oh my!
You logged in. You should have your old chat.
I didn't log in. It doesn't
Ah,
matter
that's
now.
why.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a simple partial derivative. When you study this course, you just you derive this equation, and that's what you do. And the next iteration ends up this line. And again, you see the differences, and again, you run the next epoch, and you get every time you're getting, you know, better results. And that's it. I mean, that's the theory of backpropagation. It's really straightforward. And that's what they use. Everyone uses backpropagation.
I mean, it's still not that accurate though. I mean, it's still way off.
I mean, this is one. This is a system with two neurons. When with one weight and one bias, this is just two parameters. With just two
Yeah.
parameters, you're already getting something that is reasonable, something that you can train and gives you better and better predictions. Like the first random one, the prediction for 6 would have been something negative. Epoch 1, you could say that for 6 predicts close to 1, and then close to 2, and close to 3, and already here it's all it's more than 4. Anyway, it's getting better and better. And it's very difficult to say what is the correct answer because there's such little data. But it's beginning to show the signs of being reasonable with minimal network. Now, the more neurons you have, the more complex the network, the more it can entertain, you know, the
And
correlation.
what's the application for this particular thing here? This back propagation
This
and
is this
that
is
kind
a
of thing.
system. This is just how many hours. The input is how many hours I spent studying, and the output is what was my score.
Okay.
It's the
So
mhm.
it would show like a correlation between the
Yeah.
score and the time studied or something.
There's exactly. We noticed, right? The brain. I mean, that's you. That's exactly what the brain does, right? The brain notices a
Yeah.
correlation. We are pattern recognize, right? Our brain just recognizes patterns. If you're a good scientist, you're just recognizing patterns at the end of the day. That's all you are. If your brain, a neural network is the only thing we know in the universe that can detect patterns, can recognize patterns. That's exactly what a neural network is. It's that thing in the known universe. It's the only thing in the known universe that can learn, can be trained to detect patterns. And that's exactly what this artificial neural network is doing. And that's it. That's that's brain theory and an artificial neural network theory in one sentence. That's all that it is. So,
Okay. And what are you doing now after that? What are you gonna?
I mean, I'm still trying to understand the code. I mean, the fact that I can explain to you the theory, that's wonderful. I
I
still,
mean, the code is comment in it right there.
I mean, okay, I mean, um, okay. stochastic gradient descent. So gradient descent, that's basically the back propagation. Stochastic gradient descent is just that's the partial derivative that we use. Okay. So for 6, we predict this. By the way, what do you think is going to be for 7? Let's
So what is going to be for 7?
I can't hear you. What?
Right?
What?
What is going to be what for 7?
What will be the outputs for 7?
Well, I don't know what the output's going to be. Like the output from the neural network?
So if I change this to 7, right now for 6, it's 5.4.
That's the input. Yeah, it should be around 6.6 or something. 6.5.
So if we look at the curve, where is it? Oh my god, this is so impossible to follow. So I guess this is 5, this is 6, 7 would be here. It would be difficult to predict. I would say 7. What?
I think the output would be 6 point something.
Okay.
0.5.
Yeah, something like that. 6 exactly. Wait, approximately 6. Okay.
Okay, that's weird.
If we ran this, well, I think this one we can remove because it ended up being useless. So if I and this one, I don't want to have all these lines. Why is it telling me the time? Plot. Can you remove all these lines?
You're really good, yeah. And if you scroll up, you can see
it's these guys. Train the model and collect predictions. Model
they're not printing it to the thing. Like there'd have to be some kind of statement that is outputting the information.
What?
It'd have to be like a print statement that's outputting the information.
I don't think so because I think you see it prints it regardless. It always tells you how much time it every line. I think it's like a default.
You can just put a hashtag in front of that line, which says
what
print
line?
output.
There's no line
the line
for
that says print output.
where? Where?
I don't know. You have to scroll down.
This is the whole code. There's nothing else. There's plot show. There's no print. I'm not printing anything. There's no print.
Well, that must be a different thing that's already printed.
No. So I'm saying every time it does something, it tells you the time it took.
Right. And that's because there's a print statement somewhere printing it out.
Yeah, I think it's the fit. I think fit, when you call fit or predict, maybe predict.
I mean, I don't think any of those are statements. I think it's a different thing altogether. I don't see.
I mean, it's not that every line prints the time it took. It's per step. I think the step is the fit.
So how is it printed the milliseconds per step? Like I don't know where that's coming from.
I don't know. I don't know.
Click the thing on the left there, next to the one. See where it says the 1/1 green bars. What's that? The thing on the left. Right? Next, yeah, what's that? Show hide clear.
Mm.
I don't. Does that help you at all? I don't know.
No, because I want to see. I want to hide these lines. I can just delete them. No, I cannot delete them. I
There
just
must be
want to
something
see.
that's printing them out. Like they have to be coming from somewhere.
Let me ask. Chat seed, whatever.
DeepSeek
Can
isn't going to understand. It doesn't have context. You should use
uh,
collab to.
it's gonna figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fit and predict exactly as I
Well,
suspected.
you were totally right. Shit.
If you're seeing this notebook terminal, you can't remove it retroactively, but you can prevent it from appearing in future runs by adjusting the code as mentioned above.
You guys got some code there for
If
you.
you're running
Verbose
code, you
equals
can
0.
suppress this. Oh, verbose.
Equals 0. Yeah.
Verbose equals 0. Okay. Look, verbose equals 0.
Oh, but for the predict, it also has to say
Yeah.
verbose equals 0. Maybe if you say that, it might work.
Yeah.
It looks looking pretty good right now. Looks like it's not putting out the epoch. So the
Yeah.
thing should print when it's finished in a few minutes.
We don't need 100. 10 is enough. You see, this time the 0 1 is like perfectly flat, almost perfectly flat. If I run it again, let's do it just 10 times. 10 times should be enough. This time there's no thick line at the top.
Yeah.
You see, this time 0 is completely, pointing down.
What happens if you run it 500 million times?
Yeah, that's
I'm just
definitely
kidding.
what I want. That's the next step.
Yeah. Go
So
where no man has gone before, and Google Collab. Yeah.
Google Collab is gonna come and send.
Burst into flames. The whole IDE will just turn like just melt and fall
Okay,
apart,
this is
drip off the screen.
20 runs very fast and gives you a thickish line. Notice this time 0. Look at it. By the way, I wanted. No, that's too
I
much.
still can't get over the twist roll. That was amazing.
What twist roll? Oh,
The Swiss roll.
the Swiss roll. So let's run this again. Okay. This we can remove. This is useless. How do you remove code? Oh, you throw this to the garbage. Okay. All right. I
Oh,
think.
you got rid of the Swiss roll? Can't believe it. You're fast.
Yeah, it's useless. Okay.
Oh my god. Beautiful Swiss roll photography right here.
So okay, let's take this code, hand it. Let's take this code and add the prediction. Let's add the prediction. How can you tell it to plot the line? Oh, I think we can see here it's plotting X predictions. Oh. Okay, we don't need
What's
this.
happening?
We don't need this. Um So 20 times, each time it's one epoch predict X predictions append Y. Oh, so you're telling it to predict X, where X is an array. X is all the data, all the input data. This is X. So you're getting an output array. Y is an output array. And then you're collecting the outputs. You don't need to collect the inputs, by the way, because the inputs never change. The inputs are always the same. But predictions is an array, and each time it's an array. So it's an array. So, right, each line is an array. This line, each epoch is an array of outputs, of predictions, whereas the inputs, the X, are always the same, right? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to extend. So the scatter or the plot is for X, but I want the plot to be for X plus 1. I want, this is up to 5. I want 6 to show up, or even 7 and 8. How can I change?
Well, you're gonna have to go for an increase the size of the array at X or Y up there.
What is 8, 6? 8 by 6? Doesn't look like 8 by 6.
I mean,
Plot
the size of the
figure,
figures.
figure size, 8, 6. Is it? It doesn't look like 8 by 6. Okay, it looks more. Okay, uh, plot, plot X. Wait, who just joined? Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good.
Are
So
you?
vegan evil, I agree.
Oh, why do you agree?
Well, I don't really necessarily think it's evil. I generally think it's more on a moral base than anything. Kind of
Okay,
like politics, really.
have you ever debated a vegan?
Fuck no, I have never. Why the fuck would I? Why would I try?
What do you mean? You've never debated a vegan? Have you ever talked to a vegan?
I have, yeah.
Did
I just respect them.
you disrespect them?
Yeah, I just respect them. I'm not like one of those people that debate veganism because you literally cannot fucking prove anyone otherwise.
I'm lost. I'm
You
lost.
can't prove
Hmm.
if a vegan thinks veganism is great. If they think it's great, they're gonna try to tell you otherwise. Why it's so great for you.
So, but you've never debated a vegan. How do you know anything about vegans? Have you ever talked to a
I've talked
vegan?
to people that are vegan, dude. I have friends that are vegan, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Do you enjoy interacting with them?
I can talk to them. It's chill.
Hmm.
They're chill people. I mean, for the most part.
I can barely understand what you're saying. You're difficult to understand. Your audio, something with your audio is not clear.
Oh, wait 1 second. Is my audio fucked?
I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Like, I don't know what you just said. Is my audio fucked? Is my audio cooked? Is my audio something? I don't know. Like,
You don't? Oh, so I'm cutting out. Okay.
it's like
Yeah, I don't think he's cutting out. What do you mean?
Am I cutting out?
No.
I'm not saying you're cutting out. I'm just saying I
Are you
cannot.
saying that I cannot speak English?
No, no, I'm not saying. I'm saying there's something wrong with your quality of the mic. It's not
Oh, it's my phone. It's my phone. If I were to call you on a phone, you could hear me better.
possibly. It's like the sound is not crisp. It's very muffled.
Yeah, no, it's understandable because I'm not right at my mouth. I'm not right out. Oh my god, if I can speak, fuck. I'm not directly at the speaker.
Okay.
I'm talking through the speaker. Like if I was talking like on my phone, you could probably hear me better.
As long as you speak slow and clear, I can figure out what you're saying. So these last couple of sentences were just fine. Anyway,
Okay,
um,
gotcha.
look, my it's just that my like if you ever try to debate a vegan, my my experience is honestly horrible. Like,
You just can't debate one. You can debate who's better for the country, Trump or fucking Democrats. Like it's obvious. It's whoever you voted for.
I'm just saying that the experience of trying to have a cordial discussion with a vegan, it might be the same with a Democrat, but mostly with a vegan, with most vegans, the experience of having a cordial discussion, it's impossible. I'm a very
They really fucking suck. They really suck because if I'm gonna be honest with you, they're so against breeding, but then they love animals, but then they don't want animals to exist
yeah,
for like food. Some vegans are fucking hypocrites. Like
yeah,
a great example is the vegan teacher. She Her server is so hypocritical. It's the fucking hilarious. It's the most hilarious thing to debate about because they're like, I love animals, but we don't need them on the planet, right? And I'm like, why the fuck do we not need animals on the planet? And they're like, we just don't. We just don't need animals. We just don't need to eat them. We'll just let them die off. We don't need to produce them. It's so unethical to breed cows. It's so unethical to breed anything, you know?
yeah.
It's like, okay, okay, so for instance, they're also like, they'll call me a hypocrite because I'm studying to be a vet tech and I'm doing the same thing. I'm eating animals and taking care of them. And I'm like, I'm not really that much of a hypocrite if I'm taking care of animals.
Exactly.
Because realistically, I'm not moral about being a vegan. So I'm not doing shit about it.
Now you've become muffled.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, hi, sweet little being.
You have a cat,
No, I have a
lizard,
crested gecko.
a what?
I have a crested gecko.
A what?
I have a crested gecko.
A Geico in the picture, the red one.
No, that's not.
It's not a Geico.
Why the hell do you look so
Are you there?
weird, baby?
You talking to your Geico? Are you there?
Literally just be her structure. I think it is her structure.
Do you
Oh
want?
my god.
Are you
Her
go-
structure.
Are you going away?
No, no, fuck. Can't even speak right now.
I see.
No,
Anyway,
I'm not.
do you want to debate?
I'm by my phone now.
Do you want to debate something?
I don't really know. Kind of just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, debating you is going to be hard because your audio is really difficult to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think the Do you think the Democrats right now?
You this time you honestly were cut out. Do I think what the
Oh,
Democrats?
you do you? Okay, I'm gonna not listen to my own audio.
Yeah.
Do you think the Democrats have a very strong position right now, considering how much lies we've already exposed?
No, I don't know what you said. Hello, Brute the Force. Wait, please repeat. I think Brute the Force was speaking,
Yeah,
so
I'm in here. I'm in here now. I'm in here. I hold the conversation, not you. I tell you when to speak. Listen to me. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm on Adderall right now. Don't talk to me ever again, alright, bro? You're a faggot ass fucking pussy ass nigga. Listen, bro. I'm gonna say one thing to you, Miss.
I'm sorry. Brute the Force.
Listen, bro, I am so sorry, but that is just extremely rude. And honest to fucking god, why are you even talking? Like
No, Brute.
we were.
No. Brute the Force is a friend. He's just on Adderall. So when he takes
Oh,
Adderall,
lol.
yeah, he can't control himself. It's fine. So,
God,
uh, uh,
why are people joining and leaving? Joining, leaving.
I don't know, maybe they looking for, I don't know. It's a good question because they can
So, is
see
it a pretty person or what? What's your profile?
my profile picture. It's a GILF.
Oh,
Do you know what a GILF is?
I mean, I guess it's a woman that's old.
Yeah, like a MILF, but a GILF. Instead of a mom, it's a grandmom. I'm
Mm-hmm.
into grannies. I love grannies.
Oh, okay.
Like the older, I'm
That's
attracted
weird.
to.
I've actually watched a documentary on a person that likes the grannies, and it's kind of the. It is so interesting to me how someone can be sexually attracted to a gulf.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm attracted to wrinkles. I love wrinkles.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me. I didn't choose to be attracted to wrinkles.
A date, if
Excuse,
you had a chance to date
you're broken up. You're roboting. I don't know what you're saying.
a 75-year-old or a 60-year-old, what's your oldest?
What?
What's my oldest? Like
Your
who?
oldest woman to date?
What's my oldest? What? You're cutting out. You're broken up.
Woman,
What do you mean?
woman.
What do you mean? What's my oldest? My
What is
old
your oldest woman that you would date?
the I mean the older the better.
What is your max and what is your
There's no such
least?
thing. No, the
So
the older
he
the
he
better.
he'd 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 fuck the Queen of England if she was alive, basically.
No, she was. I wouldn't look. She has to be hot. Like she has to be old and hot.
She's not hot. She looked honestly kind of. She didn't really look that good for her age, to be honest.
That it's difficult to judge because you have to. In order to judge if a chick is hot, you have to see her fully nude. Only then can you begin to judge.
No, doesn't need the Queen of England fully nude. That's
No, not
insane.
how it works,
I
bro.
could
You
live without that. I could
can
live without that.
call her hot.
Look, it's difficult. I cannot judge the Queen of England because I didn't see her. You know, you need to see her either in tight clothes or at least in pants. And
Dude,
mm,
it's so old, dude. You can't be. You're kidding.
no, I'm not. I could show you my porn history. That's what I'm into.
Oh God.
So you basically essentially like a degraded DNA
Your
female.
audio is cutting out. Like everyone here has such terrible audio. It's like, are you guys having a competition who has the worst audio?
No, I'm gonna be honest though. She looked good when she was in her like 30s.
So look, if a chick looks good when she's 20, if she looks good in her 20s to me, then she would probably look good in her 80s to me as well. Because
What?
at the end of the
What?
yeah, because at the end of the day, yeah, at the end of the day, what I value is the shape of the bones.
They're gonna be riddled with arthritis. You're gonna bang them
Do
and
you
then
like
oh,
do you like
I
Joe
can't
Biden?
continue.
Do you think Joe
Yeah,
Biden's hot?
Who?
the
Do you think
fuck?
Joe Biden is hot then?
I didn't see her. I didn't see
You know,
enough.
I'd be forgiving if you'd smashed Kamala Harris. I'd like you know I'd get that. But
I
like
mean, is Kamala Harris that cute though for her age?
It doesn't matter. I don't care about the age.
Not really though.
I care. I care about the shape. And I don't know enough about Kamala to tell you if she's attractive. I didn't see enough of her to be able to judge.
she probably has a fat ass now. That's the thing. She does have a fat ass. She might have saggy tits though. Like you, that's the thing. Like she's gonna be old. So the question would be, next question would be, are you into saggy tits?
Okay, Nero, you're very difficult to comprehend. I don't know what you're saying. You said her titties are not gonna be firm.
No, I'm saying that would you be into saggy tits?
You're robotic. I don't know what you're saying. You gotta fix your mic.
All right.
Unmute Brute the Force. At least he has a good mic. Oh my god. Hey, Brute the Force, you can talk. Brute, can you hear me?
Bro, stop muting me. Stop.
How about now? How about now?
I mean,
Let's just leave.
wait, Brute,
Better?
hold on. You gotta talk. Like, you can count to 10, or you can just start talking. I'll tell you if I can understand what you're saying.
All right then. So my question is, so what? So fucking Kamala Harris, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has a fat ass and titties,
Mm-hmm.
but since she's old, she's not gonna have like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
uh, like normal titties. They're gonna be saggy. So
Fine.
next question is,
Yeah, I
are
mean,
you into old women with saggy titties though?
no, no. If you look at the gilf in my profile picture, you'll see that she has firm, bubbly titties. Obviously, that's my
That's like
preference.
realistically, that's like the realistically on average, like a old woman with no saggy titties, like is just not gonna be common.
Okay, but I'll manage. It's like she's not gonna be perfect. An older woman is not gonna be perfect, but no, there is no perfect woman. Like I don't think there's a perfect woman. Like a really perfect woman, I don't think they exist. Like you can have, near perfect, but not perfect. I don't think I've ever seen a.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
what if they're in a wheelchair? That they're so old that they're in a wheelchair, and that they're like, "Eh, eh, I want my pussy," or some shit like that.
No,
They're
no,
like 120, like 120 years old.
no, no, no. Obviously not. Okay,
That's
let's
funny.
let's. So I see that you are a black individualistic personalizations.
Am I what? Sorry.
You have black skin. I see in the profile picture.
Oh yes, yes,
What
yes.
do you're a musician?
No, this guy's not even alive anymore. His name is Semalope.
That's not you?
Just a with an R. That's not acting, I just admire his music.
Okay, let's rock and roll. So you play the accordion?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Wow. Your name is Geiju Nero?
Hmm.
And you're a he, him, his?
Yes, I'm male.
No, are you gay?
No,
Why do you have your pronouns?
I thought it was just useful. I
N-
wasn't. I don't think. I don't really think about these things too deeply.
No, no. Everyone who has pronouns is like gay or a sissy or like a super leftist. It's basically you saying,
Really?
yeah, you're telling everyone that
I had no idea.
you're like a Biden
I had no
voter.
idea.
You're like a Harris voter. So maybe you
I
voted
never
for
heard
him.
of that, man. I'm not even from the States, though. That's the thing.
All right, you're telling everyone that you're a leftist. Like you're Canadian.
No, I'm Irish.
Okay, so
I'm Ireland.
okay, you don't have an Irish accent.
I have a Dublin accent. I
Oh,
mean, Dublin is in Ireland. Last time I checked. So,
no, you don't
yeah.
have look. I know an Irish accent. You don't have an Irish accent.
Or like
Hello,
the top of the morning. Blah, blah. No,
hello,
there's so
docs.
many accents in Ireland. There's so many accents in Ireland.
Into ya.
Let's see, docs.
Oh, no way.
Docs? What do you got? What do you
What do I
believe?
got in terms of what?
What are you all about? Let me look at your profile. Atheist, anarcho-communist, utilitarian, male, pro-choice, Zoomer. Okay, so you're a utilitarian. Yeah?
Yeah.
What is that?
What's up?
Are you sure you want to debate utilitarianism, or you're not comfortable?
You, hey, if you want to
He,
debate
he
utilitarianism, we
just assumed
can.
I was like a liberal or something like that. Just because I had he, him, and whatever in my profile. I was just like, oh, this is a good idea, and like people should know I'm male.
No, no. If you look like this guy, Querl Docs, so
Mhm.
he's cool. He doesn't have
Yeah, but
pronouns.
that's the thing. When I put that thing there, I wasn't even thinking of the political aspect. I just thought it was just useful. Like I was not even thinking about politics when I actually
Yeah,
opted for that.
yeah, but that's what it is. It's just
Wait,
No, I mean
politics in terms of
that's
what? Wait, Gaji, what are you referring to?
yeah. The he, him, and I didn't even remember. Like I actually forgot about it. I
if
just
you
saw
look
like I was like, oh,
if you look at his profile, he actually has pronouns: he, him, his. So I told him
okay.
it's like gay.
Yeah, but Pearl,
Only
what does
for
that?
Wait,
So
I
does that?
have pronouns too. Did you see my pronouns?
Yeah, you make fun of pronouns. You have sound guy.
No, no, those are my pronouns, sound guy. But
Right.
no, that's fine though. Like everyone does have pronouns that refer to their identity that exists for everybody. So
Yeah, but it's
So
usually
so you're, so
left.
you're saying that if I say I'm a straight male, that I'm gay? Like, make that make sense?
No, no, no. I'm saying
fellas, is it gay to be straight?
no, no.
Fellas, is it gay to
No,
use
no.
parts of the English language?
No, no. What I'm saying is that if you have pronouns, you're telling everyone that you're a leftist. That you voted for
Yeah.
Kamala.
Okay,
Well,
first of all, Gaju's in
I'm not.
fucking Ireland. He didn't vote for Kamala. I'm an actual leftist. I didn't vote for Kamala. What's up, bro? Like
It's like nobody's gonna fit in your boxes, man.
I know, bro.
Right?
You just I don't know that
Crazy.
it's weird how there's like these right-wing schizophrenic enemies that you guys have. Like it's like schizo.
Yeah, so you can only be this way. It's almost like this. It's almost like they have to be like, stop being so hard to classify. Like, stop
Yeah,
doing that.
right?
This is like crazy. I'm just there living. I totally forgot about the he, him in the profile. I just
Anyway,
thought it's just like,
okay,
nah,
okay.
I'm male.
Whatever. All right. Coral Docs. Do you want to discuss
What up?
what's up?
Nah, we can whatever topic you feel comfortable in. It's only fair that way. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You
I
get to
mean,
pick.
no, I'm not. I've never debated utilitarianism. and it looks interesting. And if you wanna discuss it, if you feel comfortable, like I'm not gonna do gut
I feel
juice.
comfortable discussing whatever. You can pick literally any topic.
So
You want utilitarianism? We can
yeah,
do that.
I've never done that. Let's do that.
Okay.
So you want to tell me what that's all about, like in one sentence or something?
Yeah, so maximizing utility, or in other words,
Hmm.
maximizing the well-being of all people involved in a particular scenario.
Uh, I'm sorry, I didn't really understand. I
So,
mean,
well, it's
mhm.
just about maximizing well-being. So, like for
What do you
example,
mean? But that's not a sentence
yeah,
in English. Like, what's the subject? Like,
it was English.
no, you're saying it is all about what is all about. I'm not following. Like,
Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism, right,
yeah, is a
is
is a
about
system.
max.
What do you mean it's about? It's a system. It's a political, economic system. What is it?
Oh,
How?
you don't even know. Okay. So, yeah, so there's a branch of philosophy that
Hmm.
is called ethic. Okay, so utilitarianism is an ethical philosophy,
Hmm.
right?
What do you mean by ethics? It's not that I've
Okay,
never.
so
It's
ethics
not.
is the branch of philosophy that deals with morals,
It's
right?
not that I
What's good and
never.
what's bad.
It's not that I never like. I don't want to misconstrue or misrepresent my position. It's not that I've never heard of these things. I've debated many people for a long time, but I'm just trying to nail you down. Obviously, I disagree with
Pause.
everything you're saying.
Pause.
Excuse me.
Okay, if you disagree, that's fine. Tell me what you disagree with about utilitarianism. I told you
Okay.
what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Nero, you want to say something? You said pause.
No, I just making a joke. That's it.
Okay. So Don.
Because you said some gay shit. That's why I said pause. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
That's
So.
ironic.
I know, right?
Okay, veganism is not evil. We have to talk about this again.
All right.
We're not talking about veganism.
No, no. In this room, I give precedence to veganism. If anyone, wow, somebody's hot micing. Be careful, you're punching your mic. So, if anyone wants to debate veganism, I pause the
Yeah, right
room
here.
and we debate
Okay,
veganism.
sure. We can debate veganism. This is that's so stupid though. Obviously, veganism isn't evil, but that's a stupid debate thing, right?
No.
No, it means that you should be vegan.
So, I believe
Insane.
vegan. I believe vegan equals evil. It's not a joke.
Okay, but it's a stupid point. You should not ever die on that hill. You will lose every debate.
Exactly. So if he
Um,
loses every debate, then doesn't that mean that you should be vegan?
anyway,
Who said I wasn't?
okay,
What?
one second. So with all due
Why
respect,
aren't you vegan?
wait, wait. With all due respect, it's my room, my rules. So I choose who to debate about what, and my preference is to debate the proposition vegan equals evil. If somebody wants to step up and debate me, if somebody
Yeah,
feels that
yeah,
my
it's not
prop,
evil.
okay,
Here.
who wants to debate?
Why are we doing? Wait,
What?
wait.
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, telepathy. Wait, can I ask you? Telepathy. You're vegan, right?
14 years, yeah.
Okay, why the fuck would you come in here and argue against this guy?
Because I am trying to make a dent for veganism, and the more that I explain how ridiculous that is, especially to people who are just talking about whatever, right? Because I've
Okay, but
redirected the
everyone knows veganism isn't evil. This guy is just a
right,
fucking like.
but why are you not? Why are you not vegan?
Who said I'm not vegan? Why did you just join in here and say I'm not vegan? What's going on?
Because a vegan would not just not say something. A vegan would not join a room saying vegan equals evil and not
Oh my
mention, by the way, I'm
god,
vegan.
dude, we were literally discussing
Let
utilitarianism, and then
me
you
let,
joined saying,
let me
"Okay,
let me interrupt. Okay, you had your time to talk to each other. You need to talk to me. So if somebody wants to debate me about vegan equals evil, that always
Yeah.
there's
precedes.
nothing to debate. It's a stupid point, bro."
That's not an argument. Like if you want to debate, then
All right, let's hear your argument for why veganism is evil. Go ahead.
because they don't like. He says that because vegans don't like him and say that it's evil to not be vegan, he therefore says it's evil to be vegan, right?
Yeah,
Something like
slave.
that.
If you don't like me, then I don't.
So it's inherently reactionary and fascist.
Is Nickelback evil?
Is Nickelback evil, dude? You have a. What's crazy is you have a better argument.
I'm sorry, Docs, and I'm muting you, but you're being a little bit obnoxious. You're behaving a little bit evil, so please tone down your evilness. Thank you. I'll unmute you now. Stop the giggling. If you don't mind, stop the giggling. If you continue giggling, I'll have to mute you again.
I'm gonna scream into the halls of Congress. There's this guy on Discord saying veganism is evil.
Telepathy, by the way, you're hot miking. I mean, you're not hot miking, but like your background is noisier.
You
You're
just
like
need to have as much noise
What?
as possible. I'm sorry about the noise. I wanted you to hear the fire trucks. Earlier, I was on Discord and the fire trucks were there, but then the noise suppression didn't pick it up, so I just have noise suppression off.
Okay.
Have you ever been to happycow.net? Have you ever been to happycow.net?
I don't know what you just said. What?
Have you ever been to happycow.net?
Don't remember. Maybe.
I'm gonna post it in the chat. Okay?
Okay, I'm not gonna go there now.
You have to go there now.
No.
Right now. When we're having this
No.
conversation.
Telepathy. If
What's
you
the
want
point of having this conversation if you're not gonna follow through with the actual argument, right?
No. Telepathy, stop. I'll mute you. If you want to debate, we can debate. If you send me anywhere, then that's the end of the debate. No, I'm not gonna send.
Okay, wait, slave. I thought you
Yes.
were explaining your position.
I mean, telepathy explained my position. Not that bad, actually.
He was making fun of you. You didn't realize that?
No, this is actual argument, bro. Because you don't like me, I don't like you.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
Telepathy, I
if
didn't
you
say.
guys haven't deduced that this guy just trolls, man. That's all he be doing, man.
If you call me evil, I'll call you evil. That's the
Bro,
type
vegan.
of pestilent, just
Mr.
teenager
Slave, do you not
response
get
thing. That's the
bored of
world we
being
actually
like...
live in. There are people who are doing this.
Wait, telepathy, let Siam speak. Yes, Mr. Siam, what's up?
Bro, do you not get a little bored of being like disingenuous all the time, bro?
Siam, if you attack me personally, I'll have to mute you, so stop. Anyway.
Alright, man, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So who wants to debate me about veganism?
Okay, I was trying to debate you. Can you tell me why you believe veganism is evil? Go ahead.
What do you mean go ahead?
Dude, are you for real?
Wait,
hey, Coral, I've got a question for you when you're done. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I asked the question.
What'd you say, Coral?
Does everyone go on the whiteboard, guys?
Docs,
That's how
I
we're
warned you not to giggle.
already.
Stop the giggling. Like,
Yeah, Coral, are you there?
I muted him because of his giggling.
What the fuck?
So stop the
Can
giggling.
you unmute him?
If I make a room and it says debate veganism, can we all join that instead? Because this guy is crazy, right? I want a real conversation.
Where does it say
Are we
debate
all vegan in here?
Yeah.
How long have you been
Yeah.
vegan?
I've been vegan for 14 years.
Not that long. Not that long.
What'd you eat for breakfast today?
I actually had...
Okay, I don't allow crosstalk. So you're in my room, my rules. So you can debate me or leave. But
Wait,
you're not
Slave, I've been trying to debate you.
Can I debate you?
I've been trying to debate you, and then you keep muting me.
Because yeah, you're being a little bit like I'm not enjoying the way you're talking to me. Siam, I'm gonna unmute you, but please no crosstalk. You want to talk to me, you can
Mr.
stay.
Slave, can I debate you? I haven't debated you yet. Can I go?
Yes, not. But Yeah, sure. Because docs, we already debated a little bit. Let's give not a few words in. Go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Do I choose the debate topic?
Right now, the preference is veganism. Vegan equals evil.
Okay, you affirm that statement as being true.
Yeah.
So you're saying that what it means to be vegan is to be evil. You're making an identity claim.
Not really. It's not clear what I mean by those words. Uh, there's many interpretations. So one of them is that, in my experience, vegans are very evil people.
So would you say the statement that you are affirming is that vegan is evil?
Not. If you talk to me in Discord, I'll mute you. So stop saying affirm. Just talk like a normal human, or I'll mute you.
I'm just asking if you think that that statement is true.
Don't
Dude,
talk.
what is going on right now? Why are you? Why?
I told you guys. I told you guys.
Yes,
It seems like you're making an identity claim. You're saying what it means to be vegan is to be evil. You can't be vegan with.
So not. I explained to you. There's
Wait,
many
I have an
ways.
idea.
Not. I explained to you. There's many ways to understand the proposition, the title of the room. One of them is that, in my experience, vegans are very evil people. That's it. It's really very straightforward.
So what type of inference are you making there? Go ahead.
I don't know what. Okay, if you say go ahead, I'll mute you. Stop talking like you're my mom. I
Yes, sir.
look. Stop. Look, you want to play games like you want to be an evil vegan, then just leave. I'm tired
I'm
of.
not vegan.
Yeah, but you're being evil. Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
By evil, are you going to be referring to like a first order or second order normative judgment?
I don't know what you're saying, and I'll mute you if you keep the nonsense. Like, talk like a
Sorry.
normal human.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Slave, I have a question for you.
Yes,
Are you actually interested in having conversations? Because you've muted just about everyone in here when they try to address you.
but then I unmute everyone. Like, I don't want. Like, I want to talk, obviously, but look. It's my rules, and I want everyone. Like, if you notice the way I talk, I'm super duper cordial. I never hurt. I try to never hurt anyone's feelings. I never giggle.
Who your feelings were hurt?
Yes.
Was someone hurting your feelings?
Yes, you kept giggling about, like, talking about me in a demeaning way. It's very like, you hurt my feelings, obviously.
Wait, Slave, what I did was ask you a question. I asked you, why do you think veganism is evil? And then you said, what do you mean by that? And so, yeah, I laughed because the name of the room is vegan equal evil. So I was just asking why you believe that. And then you asked me, what do I mean by that? And I thought that was a ridiculous thing to ask me. Do you understand how that could be the case?
I don't remember that was the case. I remember
Okay.
that you asked me, and there was a guy with a long name, Dreaming, whatever. Anyway, he answered pretty much, like, similar to one of my propositions. I mean, and that's the way. So he explained it, and I told you, yeah, you can go with that explanation. But if you want, I'll gladly explain to you my the room title, and I did already multiple times. It is
Yeah,
just.
no, now I understand. I heard you say it now, but I was saying originally when you had just muted me the last time, that was why. I was just asking for why you held that position. And you said, what do you mean by that? And then I laughed, and then you muted me.
I'm sorry. I might have muted you because, like, there was also overwhelming amount of people speaking simultaneously. I might have done that, but then I unmuted everyone. So I'm sorry. Like,
Okay.
it's
So,
sometimes the room grows quickly, and it's overwhelming. And what happens is there is dog piling. Everybody starts attacking me personally, and I'm not interested in that.
But didn't you literally say you only want people to attack you? Like people started talking to one another and you said no crosstalk, address me or I'll mute you.
Address
That's like
me in
literally what you said.
address me in a one-on-one debate, and be nice, be cordial.
Okay. So you said in your experience vegans are evil. How many vegans have you met?
Like I would say every day I meet on average probably, I don't know, 5 vegans probably.
Where do you go to meet 5 vegans every day?
They come to this room. This room attracts them.
I think he means in like in real life, like face-to-face conversation.
Oh, so you're saying vegan? Yeah, I thought you were saying vegans you've actually interacted with actually have been evil. You mean on Discord, people that you've spoken to have been mean to you?
Yeah, but also on YouTube,
Gotcha.
all the vegans on YouTube are very evil people.
All the vegans. Now, I'm gonna take a guess here, and I'm just gonna guess that it's not just vegans that seem to be mean to you, huh?
Why did you just say, huh?
Well, because you said it was just you said vegans are mean to you, but I'm saying, is it just vegans
But why
that
did
end
you
up being
say,
mean to
but
you?
why did you add the huh? Why did you add it?
He's American.
Yeah,
No,
I'm American.
no. It's very demeaning. Like, please don't do that. Just talk like a normal human. Be
Slave,
respectful.
why do you keep doing this thing? Why do you I just asked you a question and then you want to make it about, oh, that's not how you should have spoken to me. Why do you keep doing that?
What do you
There's no
mean?
way to have a
You
conversation.
see me, I'm white.
Like, I don't like
Shout out
it.
Kodak Black.
Like, I don't enjoy it when people like demean me and mistreat me and go, huh? Like, it's very patronizing. It's like I'm a dummy dum dum, huh? Like you figured something out that I never figured out. Like, if you
Okay,
feel,
so
go ahead.
well, I'm just saying it's what I gather from this is that I've never witnessed,
hmm
okay, you have a conversation about something serious with anyone without muting them. I've never seen it.
So go
Why
to
is that?
go to my YouTube. I don't. I mean, you barely know me, but go to my YouTube channel, and I would say most of my interactions with most people, most of the time, are normal and boring. Like some of them are very funny. Mostly, I would say normal and positive, and everybody's happy and everything is fine. Like mostly with vegans, it tends towards the negative, very painful. They're always hurtful. I always leave.
Fascinating. So
Yeah.
on your YouTube currently, if I click on like the first video I see,
hmm
I'm not gonna see you mute anyone.
I'm not saying that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Bruce Lee Brown.
So I just know that like I'll if I make a JTC, I very rarely mute people, right? The only times I mute people are if they are like blatantly just like yelling slurs or something, right? Like
I don't mind
even then
slurs.
I only mute people I only mute people so that the room I don't get in trouble from the server admins because the server admins will. But if someone keeps yelling and calling me the N word, I don't even mute them right away, right? I talk to them.
Yeah, same
Uh,
here. Look, I used to be I used to never mute, but then over time I just decided that if I let people attack me, there is like a dog pile effect. If one person starts attacking, and then very quickly everyone starts mocking me, and it's a complete waste of time. So I decided
okay,
when the first person missed like steps even the tiny bit out of line, I'm gonna stop and discuss that action, and just make sure that the conversation. I don't want to derail. I want to have a conversation. I want to have a debate, and I don't want to have a
It
dog
doesn't
pile.
seem like you do.
Okay, then the door is open, so you can just go away. It's really up to you.
I mean, to be fair, Mr. Slave, it says I usually mop the floor with everyone's face in debates, lol, in your description.
Okay,
So
that's just.
It's so patronizing and demeaning.
I don't know who giggled. I think it was Nero. Nero, you can leave. Well, whoever was giggling, I don't know who it was. Anyway,
See, what's wrong with
Hello.
people laughing? Why do you hate people laughing?
I mean, it's laughing at me, and I'm not interested in being laughed at. I'm interested in a debate. So,
Okay, let's debate. Let's debate. All right, so I'll be on the side of veganism is not evil. Okay, are you ready?
and I'll moderate.
I don't know. I don't know, Docs. Like you basically proved my point. You have been very obnoxious thus far.
I'm not even a vegan though.
Yeah, but
Hear that, miss?
you're on the vegan side, obviously.
What does that mean? I'm not even a vegan.
Anyway, you debate vegan not equal evil, and you are evil. So you prove the point.
Wait, but I'm not vegan.
All right. So, well, okay, I'll give you a shot. Go ahead, Docs. You can defend.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So, veganism, right,
Hmm.
is a lifestyle and a diet that
No,
excludes
it's not.
just.
It's neither. That's
Okay.
not true. So
What is
if
it?
right, if you think it's a lifestyle and a health choice or whatever, a diet, then we're not debating about the same thing. We don't agree on the definition of vegan.
Well, you didn't
Vegan.
even let me finish my definition. You just said it's not. You didn't even hear my
I
definition.
can give you guys 2 minutes
That
each to like set your points and everything, if that's
Do
what you
you
guys.
distinct vegetarian from vegan?
No, I'm. It's
Seizure. Let me
veganism
just
isn't.
clarify. Let me just clarify why I muted Seizure. Seizure. I don't want moderation. So if you moderate again, I'll mute you again. So don't do that again, please. Thank you.
He's an independent male. Okay.
Who is an
Own
independent? What does
All
this
decisions.
right.
mean? Look, we're here to debate me. So if you're not here to debate me, then you should leave. Okay. So right now,
Okay.
Docs is debating me.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. This shit's fucking stupid. You're an idiot.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Okay.
right. So,
Hmm.
Mr. Slade, do
Yes.
you remember from a few days ago where I
No,
argued that vegans are ignorant?
I don't remember you. I'm sorry. I have
It's okay. So,
I have notes. Vegans are ignorant. Vegans are not evil. Believes in God. Anti-choice. Conservative Christian. All right. No, vegans are evil. That's my experience. If you have
yeah,
an if you have a different experience with vegans, I don't believe it. You show
I
me.
don't have a different experience.
What do you mean? My experience with vegans is that they are evil. You just saw how they behave.
That they
Hmm?
they're not necessarily vegan. They just have like personal problems with you. They're just bricks.
Okay, I mean, it just so happens that, evil vegans have problems with me, and I would say statistically speaking, most people don't have these problems. Vegans have these problems. So,
I mean, like someone could be conservative like me, but like
but
they could have personal problem with me because I beat them in a sport or something.
you
So
see, you're nice. You're just a normal guy. Ryuk is nice. He's just a normal guy. Like I would say most people are just normal. And vegans and anyone who is vegan adjacent and pro vegan and defends the vegan and and stuff like that, anyone on the vegan side of the spectrum, the closer they are to veganism, the more evil they are, the more offensive they are, the more demeaning, the more, they're just terrible people. That's it.
Could be
So
true for most of them, but you can't generalize an entire
look,
group based off of
you
a belief.
you can
It's like I could generalize you for being pro-choice. Like that
I can you can
doesn't track.
claim, right? Science is based on generalizing. That is science. Like if you like we I mean,
Yeah.
if I wouldn't generalize, I wouldn't know what my home is, what a home is, right? What is a house? What is a chair? Right? A chair, the definition of a chair is it generalizes what is a chair. I wouldn't be able to communicate. Life has no meaning if you don't generalize. When your mom showed you a
But
banana.
like someone's personality and like
Hmm.
morality and views
Hmm.
and personality is like vastly different. Like the difference is like bigger than the difference between a chair and a table. So it
A chair on a
doesn't
table.
track either.
No, what I'm saying is a chair is a generalization, right? A chair is sort of this thing that sort of has four legs. Sometimes it could have three legs, even one leg, or five legs, or maybe wheels. There's like different types of chairs. I mean, these are all generalizations of what a chair is. There's no clear, crisp definition of what a chair is. It's all generalization. So any statement that I'll ever make, you can always complain that I'm just generalizing. If I
Not
talk,
really.
yeah, any statement, including 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, that's the ultimate generalization, which says
Oh, it's
generally
just a
one's.
set point of reality.
eh, No, it's
If
not.
you like judge every human being based off a belief system they hold, that's that's generalizing them off of way more complex and sophisticated factors than something like a chair or something like mathematics.
But
So
when you say 1 + 1 = 2, when you say remember, before you were taught that 1 + 1 = 2, you were demonstrated that one finger plus another finger is two fingers, and one apple and another apple is two apples, and one banana and another banana is two bananas. You were given specific examples, and then you were taught the general rule that in general ones plus ones equal twos, or 1 + 1
but
equals two.
that can never change though.
Um,
It can never be
that's
changed.
not true, because one droplet of water plus another droplet of water is one droplet of water, just a bigger droplet of water. One cloud plus another cloud is just a denser cloud.
Still bigger than the individual droplets. That doesn't change the mathematical language.
Look, it's not clear. It's not clear. There's examples when 1 + 1 = 2. There's examples when 1 + 1 = 1. You can have 1 + 1 = 1 billion when you
The bigger
combine.
droplet is still more dense
Yes,
and
yes,
mathematically bigger than the one
but
droplets.
that's not one
So
plus.
it doesn't. It still never changes.
Yes, it does. One droplet plus another droplet is not two droplets. It's literally one big droplet. It's a different paradigm. You can't say that
So
one plus.
if I have a pillow with
Mm-hmm,
1 pound of cotton in it,
mm-hmm,
I take another pillow with that exact same amount of cotton,
mm-hmm.
and I cut them both and I sew them together and make one bigger pillow. You
Yeah.
think that equates to one pillow, like exactly the same size? Like no,
I mean, look, it's
two
just
pounds of cotton
at the
in
end.
one bigger pillow.
Look, at the end of the day, these are just words, and you're just communicating ideas. Sometimes it's true that 1 + 1 = 2. Sometimes it's not. That's all. In general, 1 + 1 = 2.
Highly
In
doubt it.
general. Excuse me?
I highly doubt that you'll ever find any instance of 1 + 1 not equaling 2.
I just demonstrated with the droplets of water, with clouds, with anything. There's
You could
many.
still say the bigger droplet is just a demonstration of 2, though.
How? One? How is it a
because it's
demonstration of
two
two?
times bigger. It's 2 times bigger than it originally was.
Okay, okay. You can look. As I said, these are just words. You can do whatever you want. Honestly, it's just words. In general, the paradigm 1 + 1 = 2. It it fits what you call reality in general, but not always. Sometimes it doesn't. But even 1 + 1 = 2 is not true, right? One apple plus another apple is not two apples over a trillion years. Over a trillion years, the protons will decay. You'll have nothing there. The two apples are gone. So these two apples are, it's very time limited. The next day, the apples will be eaten. Where's the two apples? So it's
Dispersed into matter, though.
fine. But what I'm saying, the concept that 1 + 1 = 2, it's true in general. Like, it's a general rule under a list of conditions. It's generally true, but there's many ways to demonstrate that it's not exactly true.
It's all irrelevant because not only is it not possible to create 1 + 1 without 2, but also it doesn't necessarily apply to how someone's brain works and how their life experience causes them to be.
I mean, as far as how the brain works,
Like
inside.
you could literally use this logic for like eugenics.
No,
I can generalize
Mhm.
that black people commit 50% of crimes, so now I can now have jurisdiction to kill at least 50% of black people. Like it doesn't track. It makes no sense.
That's exactly my point. That you could say in general, yeah, blacks commit more crime. But if you actually study, crime and what causes crime, you would realize that we've been set up. The black community has been destroyed by the Democrats in order for the whites to hate the blacks and the blacks to then hate the whites in order to create race wars. This is planned. I mean, if there was ever a conspiracy, that's the conspiracy. I mean, obviously the Democrats enjoy the class wars. They build careers off of these class wars. Of course, the Democrats created this madness. The black crime is a literal creation. The Democrats revoke the
I
rule
agree with you there,
they
but
revoked the
doesn't
rule of law in order for blacks to commit crime, in order for the whites to hate them, in order for the blacks to hate the whites. It's crystal clear to me. It's nothing to do with
right?
it's nothing to do with genetics. But you could say, in general, when you look from the side and you squint hard enough, yeah, blacks seem to have a disposition to commit crime. Yeah, if you're an yeah, you could say that. If you take away the Democrats, suddenly the blacks are model citizens.
Yo, what's up?
Hello,
Sorry, I interrupted.
hello.
My
Yes,
bad.
yes, RB.
It's
What do you got? What do you got for
My
us?
bad. My bad. I interrupted.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
You go ahead. We had a discussion. Now it's your
Oh,
turn.
okay. Right. Where you guys from?
I don't discuss personal information. I'm the room owner, so let's are you a vegan?
Okay. Okay.
and I'm US.
I am not. I'm
US.
not. I am not. I'm not a vegan, but
You're British.
I do no. Finland.
Oh.
See where generalizations get you? Generalize that
He
sense
he
and
doesn't
guess
know.
wrong.
He
What?
wouldn't know. It doesn't matter.
I
Anyway,
no. I understand. I understand that I have a British sounding accent. I guess to you
I
guys,
mean,
that's
Mr.
totally
Me and
fine.
Mr. Slave we're discussing like if you can generalize all vegans as evil based off of
Yeah,
them just
absolutely. You
identifying as
cannot.
vegan.
You cannot. You cannot. You cannot.
why
Yep.
not?
You cannot.
Why not?
You can generalize most of them as evil, but you can't generalize literally
No,
100%.
you cannot
Why
generalize
not?
any of them evil
Why not?
because it's a healthy and it's not only healthy lifestyle, it's a lifestyle.
No, it's no.
Yes.
Veganism is an ethical system. It's not a
Is that Siri, by the way? Is that Siri in your profile picture?
no. It's I asked an AI to
Yes, it
create.
is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That is Siri. That is Siri from Witcher 3. That is Siri. But yeah, go ahead.
He's not that sexy. So.
Wait,
She
you
is
know,
sexy as
you
fuck.
know, you've seen this image before?
Yeah,
You-
absolutely I have.
So if I Google
Well, I've seen that person before.
Siri from Witcher?
Oh, actually, to be fair though, yeah, no, that is way older. Yeah, no, you're right. It's not like no, it's not the same. No, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's totally
It's
different.
just I have a really small picture here that I can see. It's just like I see ashen hair.
No, it's nothing to do with her. It's completely different.
Okay. I just but go ahead though. Sorry,
So
I interrupted
I'm
you.
just
Sorry.
saying that in my experience, vegans are very evil people. That's just my experience.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
You can say that. You just can't
Why?
say 100% of them are evil.
You can never
Why
say
are they evil?
you
though?
can never
Why
say
are they evil?
Hold on. You can never say 100% of anything. There's no such thing as
But you just said so you can't fucking do that shit.
What do you mean?
You can't contradict.
What do you mean?
Well, you just said
Mhm.
vegans are super evil, and then you said, but no, they're not 100% evil.
No, I didn't say that.
What,
I didn't say that.
What do you think they are?
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes,
Stop.
you did.
Okay. Let me talk. I said you can never say 100% of anything. Like
Okay.
you cannot say
Yes, you can.
And I agree.
You cannot even say that 100% of 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 = 2 is not 100% correct. Yeah. What's your proof that 1 + 1 = 2 is 100% correct?
We're not going into maths here.
No, you have to prove it.
Stay topic. Stay on topic.
What do you
stay on
mean?
topic. Stay on topic.
I'll go on to
I'm
math.
not-
I'll go on to math.
I'm not good at maths. I mean, 100% whatever the fuck, it's gonna be the same answer, bro. It's maths. Like, it's maths. That's the answer.
So, Mr. Slave, you think 100% of
Yes.
100%
Wait.
isn't 100% all the time?
Wait,
what?
Mighty Knight, let me answer.
Like, what?
Wait, let me answer. So, if you remember when you were indoctrinated into the ritual that 1 + 1 = 2, you were first it was first
No. That is fucking ridiculous, bro. You cannot make complicated situations with math and say that it's not math, or not exactly the same. We could deep dive into that exact situation that you just said, and it would be 100% correct.
Okay,
If I mind wipe every human being,
one at a
No,
time.
If I mind wipe, mind wipe,
Stay on
right.
topic. Stay on topic. Stay on topic. You are talking about
But it's
vegan
an
is evil.
analogy. It's an analogy.
You were
Hold
talking
on.
about you're talking about vegan.
But you have to let me.
Why is vegan evil? What? No, talk about the vegetable. Talk about the vegetable, bro. Why is vegan evil?
Veganism has nothing to do with vegetables. The definition, but let me just say,
what does it fucking translate?
He differentiates vegetarian from vegan. That's why.
yeah, we're not talking about vegetarianism.
Right. So
Veganism.
that's
it's nothing to
So
do
pretty
with
much,
vegetables.
he's only arguing against people that don't want to eat meat. Period.
No,
They want to
vegans
save animals.
Red meat or meat. Period.
No.
Meat. Period.
No, that's not my
So
position.
which one is it? It's a yes or no question, bro.
I said
Which one
no.
is it?
Hello, nothing ever
No,
happened.
there's
Okay,
no answer, bro. You cannot
RP,
answer no.
RP, slow down. Hello, nothing ever happens. Are you a
I'm
vegan?
just saying, like you're fucking,
Hello.
you're insane. Yo, what's good, bro? Yo, what's good, bro?
What's up, nothing?
Yeah, hello. Can we just talk about the political and economic
Shut
state
the
of the world
fuck
right now?
up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yo, shut your fat ass up, bro. Shut your fat ass up, bro.
All the kids around, and I'm like, can we just talk about the political economic state of the world right now?
Everybody,
Come on.
Bro, all my, cause kids my age are like, bro.
Okay,
And I'm
okay.
just like, Senator, I'm Singaporean.
Okay, wait, nothing ever happens. Do you know RP or Might Night?
No.
Okay, so.
But I just want to talk about the political and economic state of the world right now. Because you can't just expect these kids to like learn with a freaking packet, yo. These kids learn face to face. I'm just getting mad because I'm pointing out the obvious.
Wait a minute. Is this you in the profile picture?
No, that's Sami Zayn. That's Senator. I'm Singaporean.
Okay, you gotta speak slower. I don't know what you're saying.
No, that's not me.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about? I'm sorry, RP and Might Night. I'm gonna unmute you, but it's my room, so you gotta behave. And it's my decision. No.
Okay.
RP, I want to talk to nothing about politics. Like we had a good chat. Now
We are talking about the caption is vegan evil, though. What the fuck?
Yeah, but
we're
that's
talking
like
about
talking
vegan
about
evil.
political economic state of the
Shut
world.
the fuck up.
Okay, I don't know, RP, why are you misbehaving? RP, it's my room.
Yo, I have mastered rage, babe, bro. That's crazy. Wait, can you unmute Mignite? He's being very cordial.
Okay.
He's not being a bitch ass nigga like RP.
Okay. Like RP, you're making a good point, and I usually would rather discuss veganism, but I don't think you know anything about veganism, so I don't want to waste my time. I'm sorry. I'm gonna unmute you. Yeah, I'm gonna unmute you, RP, but don't do that again, or I'll have to mute you again.
Okay, mute me because I'm right and you cannot answer the fucking question. So stay in your little bubble.
Why is he so mad?
I don't know.
Wait, RP, what's your question? Can I answer it for him?
No.
No.
In this room, everyone can talk to me only. No crosstalk. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if I can talk to you only, can I talk to you about the political and economic state of the world right now? Because kids my age are all like, bro. And I'm just like, hand him a freaking packet, yo, because these kids don't learn face to face. You know what I mean?
Let me just see what Ryuk is saying. Ryuk is my friend. Ryuk says, RP chill, bro. Be respectful. Okay, keep him muted, Mr. Slave. He is clearly unable to behave like a mature, respectful adult. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know this. I know this is happening. But we also have to admit what you're doing can be very dangerous.
What do you mean?
Because what if, like... Well, I mean...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go on.
Because, like, these girls, they want Duke Dennis. They don't want me. It's not fair.
What are you talking about? What girls? Who mentioned girls?
Bruh, stop looking. Stop waiting for the huzz, bruh. Stop it.
Hello, Freeze Peach. What's up?
Not much. How are you?
Fantastic. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. You talk about
You're Canadian.
your strange take that all education is child abuse.
Okay, we can do that. So if at first you don't succeed, skydiving is not for you. Definitely. So
It's a Stephen Wright. You know Stephen Wright?
No.
Good, very good comedian. He has a very flat
It's
tone
very
of voice,
funny.
and he says,
Oh,
he's
then,
like,
yeah, maybe I know him. It sounds like I know him. Okay, so
I rubbed spot remover on my dog. Haven't seen him in a week or something. That kind of shit.
I don't know. Anyway, child abuse is no, you said education is child abuse. Okay, one second.
Well, no, it's a slightly risque topic, especially for
Why?
the server. But you know,
Why?
I will, because the question I wanted to ask you is that
Yes, sir.
in listening to your view, and this is something I DM'd to Ryak before, which was, you seem to be saying that doing anything again.
You're roboting. I lost your signal.
Did I cut out there?
Now
My
you're
bad.
better.
I'm
Yeah.
back. Yeah, you seem to be saying that doing anything against a child's will is tantamount to abuse.
No.
Like, to the point where if your
No.
child doesn't want to go to the doctor, making them go to the doctor is abuse. You should just let them die.
I would say something different.
Right?
I would say something different. I would say you should treat your child as an adult. Like you wouldn't
Yeah,
force
okay.
me,
So
right?
built into that,
You wouldn't.
I'm sure you see the
Let me
dark
just.
implication of what you just said, right?
Yes. Let me just.
And
Who? What do you mean you're back? Who?
Sorry, go for it. Clarify.
hear me now better.
I don't know what you're saying. So like, you wouldn't force me to go to the doctor, right? You would let me die. So you should treat the child the same way. That's
Well,
my
first off,
yes.
there are. Well, okay. So there's a few ways to go with this.
Mhm.
One is to point out that there are instances with adults where they're forced to undergo medical treatment, and I guess you could argue about
Give me an
whether that's
example.
justified.
Give me an
Oh
example.
well, if someone's experiencing like an intense psychotic break and is self-harming or harming others, we might institutionalize them and medicate them until they can seek therapy.
Okay, look, treat the child like you would treat an adult. That's what I'm saying. That's all. Let's start with
Right.
that.
So, okay. So I'm saying there's one way to go is to explore the idea that adults are subject to all kinds of constraints.
Fine.
Another way to explore this is
What do
to
you
point
mean?
out
Mhm.
what I'm sure you can see. Hold on. What I'm sure you can see is the most obvious fucked up thing about the sentiment you're expressing, right?
Mhm.
Without qualifying that, you
Mhm.
realize what you're justifying, right?
Yes. Mhm.
So how do you guard against that implication?
I mean, look, children will do whatever they want. I mean, when you're not looking, a child can do whatever it wants. Children can bang from the age of 1 each other if that's what they want. If you leave them alone,
I'm sorry. Do you think 1-year-olds can bang each other?
that's what you're insinuating, I'm assuming.
Oh my god, you're profoundly ignorant of biology if you think that of basic human
No,
development. But
okay, stop. So, okay, maybe you should say
well, it's kind of
explicitly.
relevant because you're trying to invoke some image where it's like mutual, like two 12-year-olds, but you said two 1-year-olds. Then you know what? There's only one way that can happen, and it's fucked up. The way is how that
Okay,
happens.
it happens. It happens. Children.
So tell me
Children.
how the principal.
Mhm.
I want to hear how the principal treat children like adults with no qualifications that you are willing to admit can guard against the implication that if a 6-year-old says yes to a 25-year-old, that seems okay with you.
Look, so I mean, so um, the question
It's
is,
so easy to just admit that kids don't just get to do everything they want because they're basically little adults. It's so easy to just say, of course, there are
yeah,
intense and important qualifications on what children can consent to
yeah,
and on what things there is required of them. It's so easy.
yeah. It's easy.
Either way, okay. Sorry, continue. Explore. How do you say?
Let me speak.
Yes,
So
I'm listening.
you're right. It's easy, and you're asking me a good question.
And correct.
Excuse me.
I should say. It's easy and correct. It's not just like you're taking the hard path here. But sorry, go on.
Yeah, don't interrupt. So you're right. It's easy. It's easy to repeat the mantra. A child has no free will, whatever, until the age of consent or whatever. So until that age, we determine for the child everything. It's easy, and I claim
No one's
that.
saying that, by the way.
Okay, so okay, what do you
That's
mean
not.
it's easy? So
That's hold on. Do you think that it's? Are you? You can't be serious. You think it's like an all or nothing thing?
look,
Like either there's no restrictions that are justified on a child's will, or they have no will at all, and until they're the age of majority, everything is decided for them.
Stop.
That's what you just said.
Stop.
Play back your recording. That's what you just said.
Stop. Just talk. Stop meta talking. Just talk. What you said it's easy. I'm repeating your statement that it's easy. I'm
Yes.
expounding. I'm unpacking the it's easy. Then you're
Yes.
wait 1 second. And then you're mocking my unpacking of it's easy. So I'm not going to
Yes.
unpack. Hold on. Stop interrupting. And then so I'm gonna stop unpacking because every time I'm trying to unpack what you're saying, you're unhappy with my unpacking of your hypothetical, your question. So I'm gonna stop doing that. So go ahead, unpack
Okay.
it.
So
Mhm.
what actually happened was I asked you that very straightforward question, which was, how do you guard against the implication of taking the idea that children are just like adults with no qualifiers? And you went, for about 30 seconds. And then to throw you a bone, I said, why don't you just say the easy thing? And then you disingenuously tried to frame it like you don't take the easy path. You take the hard.
Okay, I'm sorry that I have to mute you. If you say again disingenuous, if you insinuate that I'm being disingenuous, you can leave. But if you stay, you're assuming that I'm not being disingenuous. Don't do that. That's not nice.
Okay, you're correct. I'll try not to. I didn't insinuate it. I just said it, but I'll try to not do that. So
Okay.
you framed your response, your unpacking
Mhm.
of what I said, by focusing on the fact that I said easy. That I said it's so easy to do it, and now you're trying to. You were saying you were flipping that to go.
Let's
Well,
reset.
because
Let's reset. Let's reset. Start over.
oh,
Well, say whatever you
I think
want.
you hold a position. I think you hold a position that
Mhm.
justifies pedophilia, and you're not telling me why that isn't the case.
Wait, it's nothing to do with pedophilia. You're talking about something else. Pedophilia is just no. Pedophilia is, you could say, it's older men or women attracted to younger men or women. That's just the attraction.
Okay, sorry.
You're
Fine.
talking about
Child
something
molestation. Yes,
no.
I think your position
No,
justifies
no.
child molestation,
No.
and you haven't told me why it doesn't.
No, obviously not. So you could
Well, why?
say
You should treat kids just like adults.
right. So I didn't. But what do you mean? If
So
you
if a
treat
6-year-old says yes to a 25-year-old,
Mhm.
who are you to? How do you justify that? How does that work in your perspective that you shouldn't be restricting that 6-year-old's will? They said yes.
Right, but it's not molestation. I'm not justifying molestation. You could
You're
say
justifying sexual relationships between adults and 6-year-olds.
something like the sexual relations or marriage or many
Oh man.
things.
All right.
But
Sorry. You know what? We have to stop this conversation because this is actually against the server rules because you're a fucking pedophile. Like you're justifying sexual relations with a minor, and that's a big offense on this server. So but
yeah, I don't remember doing that. So you can leave. It's fine. If I don't know, I don't know how you got that. But you asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer. You're not letting me, and you're accusing me, shutting me up. You're afraid, and that's it's fine. I mean, I understand that you're afraid. Yeah, you brought up the topic. It's like, don't bring up the topic. It's like what you're saying is, if we don't have child abuse, we're gonna have child rape. And we're not allowed to talk about child rape, so let's not talk about child abuse. Let's just allow child abuse. We can't talk about it because anything we say, we're going to get canceled and we're going to get kicked off the server. So we can't talk about it. So we might as well let children be abused. Okay, I'll unmute you. I was hoping you'd have a way to say that your position was that it's not okay. Look, you don't want to talk about it. I started talking, I was hesitating, I was thinking, and you said, "Oh, it's such an easy question." And I told you I was about to explain to you why it's not easy. I tried unpacking. You said you're unhappy with my unpacking. Look, so we can have a conversation. We can avoid the topic of pedophilia. It's very difficult to talk about it without being accused. You're accusing me, I can accuse you. We can just accuse each other of everything. So, look, I'll unmute you, and we can avoid this topic if you want to talk. Look. Let me first unmute you. Look, let me just say, it's very difficult to talk about children because right away you get accused. Like you're trying to, like, I'm honestly, obviously trying to save children from child abuse. That's my position. And right away you're saying, oh, but look, it has this implication that if we start talking about it, we're going to get in trouble. You're going to get me in trouble. Right away, before you know it, the FBI has to be involved. It's like I was just trying to have a conversation about you know the literal welfare of children. Before you know it, I'm in jail, and I don't want to do that to myself. My life is too good. So if you want to discuss it, like, you really have, we both have to watch ourselves. And if you're going to accuse me of crimes, then I'm not going to have that. So it's up to you. What do you want to do?
Just to be clear, I have no idea what you've done or not done in your personal life. I'm not commenting on that. I'm commenting only on the position you've put forward
Mm-hmm.
entails that those types of relationships are allowed. I did not expect, I have to tell you, in a million years,
Mm-hmm.
that the response I would get to raising this would be you going, yes, it does. And I just didn't think that would happen. I thought I had come up with such an absurd, extreme counterexample
Mm-hmm.
that you would just go, well, obviously that's wrong. And that's obviously not what I'm saying. And so I'm just shocked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you don't have to stay if you're shocked. You don't want to have this discussion. It's up to you.
Yeah. No, I'm going to head out, man.
Okay, have a
Take
great.
it easy.
Yeah, you too. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. I don't want to ever see him again. So lock free speech. That's that. Let me just make a note. Accuse me of pedo. Yeah. Anyway, Ryuk, what did you think of this exchange? You did not expect that. Can you talk? Are you there?
If this was a wave function, mathematical probability wave, then the probability over here is 0, the probability increases to a maximum, and then goes back to 0 again. That's what it looks like if it was a confined wave. But where is it confined between? Where is our electron wave confined between? Well, we know that one end could be the nucleus. The other end, well, infinity. We have all of space. So we could say that one end is the proton, the other end is all of space. So as we radially go outwards from the proton all the way towards infinity, the probability should first increase. It should start with 0, close to the nucleus, should increase, reach a maximum, and then decrease. Now, of course, the shape of exactly how the probability increases, there it reaches the maximum, all of that's not going to be like this, obviously. For that, we require mathematical rigor, but qualitatively, the pattern remains. The probability should increase, reach a maximum, and then gradually decrease off as we go towards infinity. So let's try to simulate that and see what it looks like. So here's our nucleus, and let's start with very close over here. We're going to use dots to represent probability. So you can kind of imagine if there are 100 dots, and if there are 3 dots in a particular region, so we can say the probability is 3 divided by 100, 3% of finding probability of finding the electron over there. So we can use dots to represent probability. The number of dots is a direct representation of how much probability it is. More dots, more probability. Makes sense? Okay. So very close to the nucleus, the number of dots should be very low. So in my simulation, you probably can't see it, but there are a few dots over here, and it comes out to be 11. Now let's go radially outwards. For each radius, let's look at how many dots we should have. So right now over here, as I go radially outwards, the number of dots should increase. Okay, so let's look at that. Look at that, that's exactly what's happening. As I go farther and farther away, for different radii, the number of dots increases, and in my simulation, at about this particular radius, it peaks out at 600 dots. This is where you have maximum probability of finding the electrons. And then if I go farther out, the probability should decrease. And so let's see, we're going here, the probability will decrease, the number of dots are decreasing, and eventually it should taper off. It should eventually.
What number of dots? What is he talking about?
Go to, as I go towards infinity, it should tend to become 0. So now let's look at what would the whole thing look like. Well, it looks like this. Isn't that beautiful? We've just built this from the vibrating string. But I'm sure we have so many questions over here. The first question is, wait a second, we might say Schrodinger, I thought the probability over here is supposed to be minimum, then reach maximum, and then decrease off. But it looks like this is the brightest spot over here. Why do we have so many bright spots at the center itself? Well, Schrodinger, that's a really good question. We'll think about it, okay? If I were to put 8 dots at the center, then the probability is corresponding to that much, right? And if I have, let's say, 41 dots over here, clearly, more dots, more probability. But look at the density. Because those 8 dots are confined in a very small space, the density is much higher, so it looks very bright. Schrodinger says, what matters to us is not the density, how crowded the dots are. What matters is, at any given radius, how many total dots are there. That represents the probability. So we shouldn't be worried.
I don't understand. What the heck is he talking about?
In 3 dimension around the proton. Let's start with the ground state. In the ground state, what do we find? Well, if this was a wave function, mathematical probability wave, then the probability over here is 0. The probability increases to a maximum and then goes back to 0 again. That's what it looks like. It was a confined wave. But where is it confined between? Where is our electron wave confined between? Well, we know that one end could be the nucleus. The other end, well, infinity. We have all of space. So we could say that one end is the proton, the other end is all of space. So as we radially go outwards from the proton, all that's how, if you have a node in the wave function, that represents a higher energy. So this helps us understand something beautiful. The first excited state, whatever that looks like, you don't know it yet, but the first excited state of the hydrogen should have one node in it. With a higher energy, you get a node. And the same thing continues. Over here, you have 2 nodes. And so the waves are even more confined, 3 nodes, even more confined. And therefore, the momentum energy. Understand something beautiful. The first excited state, whatever that looks like, you don't know it yet, but the first excited state of the hydrogen should have one node in it. With a higher energy, you get a node. And the same thing continues. Over here, you have.
What's this? What's going on here?
2 nodes. And so the waves are even more confined, 3 nodes, even more confined. And therefore, the momentum uncertainty keeps increasing even more, kinetic energy keeps increasing. So the key idea we get from just by looking at the standing waves over here is that the more the excited state, more the energy, more the node.
Hello, Van All In. What's up?
Hello, Mr. Slave.
Yes, sir. What do you want to talk about?
What do you do? I don't know. Why are you looking at my profile?
To see if you're a vegan, if you're a leftist. So
Oh, don't take that for serious. I was drunk and I clicked everything.
there's nothing. It's empty.
Oh, well then that's in the other politics room.
So your friend was Shashi. And okay. I don't know what x equals x.com. Oh, that's your user on
That's
X.
Twitter.
Okay, follow me around. Got it. All right. So I see you're like a right winger. You're like
Nope.
Peterson. You're not a Peterson fan?
Pearson, where are you getting that from?
Peterson. Peterson, because you say your pronouns are beep beep.
My picture is a car.
Your
What sound does a
pronouns.
horn make?
Your pronouns are beep beep.
What sound does a car make?
Oh, I see. Okay.
What sound is a horn?
Oh.
Beep beep.
I see. Okay. Anyway, are you vegan?
No.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Kamala, are you American or American?
Yeah. I'm an American. Yeah.
So you're a leftist or a right winger?
Oh God. Our best way of describing it is I'm an anti-federalist. I don't like the overextended amount of bureaucratic powers, and I think it needs to go back to the powers of Congress and Senate, but that's about it. Oh, and as much power can be given to the states as possible. Needs to go back to the powers of Congress and Senate, but that's about it. Oh, and as much power can be given to the states as possible. Needs to go back to the powers of Congress and Senate, but
That's incredible. So we're very similar.
Are we just hanging out and going on online?
No, I was just checking my audio, making sure my audio is good. So we're
Well, why don't we go back to Streamlabs? I want to see what you're picking up.
You'll just see this. Well, what do you think you're gonna see?
Well, like, come on. If I'm helping you get some views, you've got to throw a few shekels my way.
Shekels? This has nothing to do with shekels. What shekels?
It was a joke. I'm saying toss me some money.
But I'm not getting money. I'm not monetized. I'm not monetizing anything.
Oh, well, soon we will be, Boo Bear.
I wish, but that's a very long way. I only have 205 subscribers. I'm far.
That's more than me.
How many do you have?
6.
Do you like Star Trek?
I'm more of a Star Wars guy, in all honesty. I try to like Star Trek because I'm into philosophy, but it's just so slow.
Mhm. So you like philosophy anyway? So are you like an objectivist?
I'm a bit. I'm an anti-realist, contractarian.
Okay, let's. I don't know what that means. Anti-realist. What's that?
So I believe that value assets, especially forgive me, not especially, possibly ideals of moral objectivism can come to reality without having to have objective basis,
No,
usually
no,
pertaining
no, no. Start
to
over. No, no, no.
Epicurean basis.
No, no. Start over. Like, slow down. What? So this is what? What did you just define?
Okay, let me simplify this. I believe
Yeah.
that people can gain important values
What is? I don't know what that means.
societally.
I don't know what that means.
Values?
People can gain values.
Yes.
What's a value?
They can learn experiences
A
and
value.
better ways of living.
Wait, what? I'm lost. Like, give me an example.
You reading a book,
Okay.
enjoying the character and all the hardships they have to go through,
Okay.
it not having any basis in reality,
Not having.
but through
Okay,
those
fiction. Okay,
experiences,
yeah.
yeah, you
Okay.
can create archetypal figures that you aspire to be,
Okay.
and those can create moral baselines
Okay.
once prolonged throughout a expansive history, essentially.
Once prolonged around expansive history. I don't know what that means. What do you
It
mean?
just it's ideas that keep on getting practiced societally, that by the time, let's say, 200 later, anybody who objects to those ideas
Okay. Okay.
seems like a Mad Hatter,
Okay.
like slavery
Okay.
being wrong.
Okay. So you hello. Oh, bipedal ape. What's up?
Bipedal, are Mr. Slave? Are you vegan yet?
No. Are you anti-vegan already?
I'm not. I'm not giving up on you, Mr. Slave. I love you. I'm gonna make you vegan.
I'm gonna make
Hi,
you.
Bipedal. Nice to see you once
I'm
again.
gonna make you
Oh yeah, hell,
anti-vegan.
how's it going? Yeah, we'll see about that, Mr. Slave. Also, what's up? What is it, Van Allen? How's it going, man?
Nothing much. Other room got boring because it just turned into nitpicking.
I feel the same. Yeah, it got so boring, bro.
Anyway, Van.
I'm actually excited to see what happens with this conversion.
What conversion?
Listen, it's gonna take me loving him to death. I'm gonna have to pop in every day and slowly chip away on him until he's endeared by me, and then I'll have my sphere of influence where I can incept him. That's the only way it's gonna work on Mr. Slave.
I'm worried what you're going to
He
do to
has to
me. I
fall in
just
love with
dropped
me
you
for
a
this to work.
friendship.
He has to fall in love with me for this to work. It's the only way.
Wait, bipedal ape, you're imitating my approach.
Oh, is that what you're doing to me, huh? Well, let the battle of wits begin, Mr. Slave. Who falls in love first, you or me?
The battle of niceties. Who's gonna be nicer to the other more?
I'm gonna be so fucking nice to you.
You can't fake being nice. You have to be authentically nice.
I'm so fucking genuine. I'm vegan. That's as genuine as it fucking gets, man.
If you're nice, then
Are you a preaching vegan? Because then that means you're not nice.
Yeah, there you go. That's the problem.
You got me.
You're trapped. You can't be nice. You're attracting me to the wrong religion.
No. It's the right religion. It's the only true one, right?
But
it wasn't Islam. It was this one.
But veganism is evil. All vegans are evil.
See, this is better than that last conversation.
Yeah.
It's simpler. I was trying to understand Van Allen, but I couldn't. Like and then he said, slavery is wrong. Good. So Van Allen, you believe slavery is wrong?
Do you not?
I am Mr. Slave. Obviously, I love slavery.
Yeah, he's
Well,
pro-slavery.
Yeah,
I mean, Mr. Slave would imply that you're the one who's bonded. You're not the bonder.
yeah. I don't like being bonder. I like being bonded. I'm the
Well, it sounds
bondee.
like you're just a kinky fuck and you need to swing by.
Swing.
Ooh.
What do you mean?
All right.
I'm not gay.
I'm getting
Mr.
stimulated.
Slave.
I'm getting stimulated.
I'm straight. I need chicks.
Mr. Slave, all you need is one night to fix that.
No, I'm not gay. I'm not. I don't like.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Asterisks.
No, that's like
How do you know? Have you ever tried, Mr. Slave? How do you know if you haven't tried?
every
Mr.
time.
Slave, you already have the name of a bottom. What do you mean?
No, every time I see two dudes touching, I cringe. It's disgusting.
Well, maybe because you're jealous
Why
that
are
you're
you
not getting
watching
touched.
it?
Have you explored this?
What do you mean? Why am I watching it? I watch.
Why are you watching it?
I don't like if there is an ad. Sometimes there's an ad for a new movie. In the movie, there's two gay dudes kissing, and the
You
ad.
know the ads are targeted based on your preferences, right, Mr. Slave?
I don't know. Anyway, I report
Your
them,
algorithm, I think, knows your sexuality more than you do.
but I report these ads to YouTube. I find them offensive. I find them repugnant. It makes me want to vomit. Every time I see an image of two men doing anything, it's this. I find
I
it.
think it's because it's a subconscious thing that you're not even aware of. I think it's jealousy. I think you crave it, the touch of a man so much that it makes you sick when you realize you're not getting it.
Even these
Longing
words,
and
even
desire.
these very words you're saying, make me nauseated. It's so disgusting.
Why
I
do
take
you
that as a
feel
compliment.
nauseous? Wait. You're okay with being a slave, but the idea of kissing a man is nauseating?
Not
What
slave
if your
to.
master forced you to kiss another man for his enjoyment?
I don't have a
You have
master.
to obey, Mr.
I
Slave.
have a mistress. I don't have a master.
And what if your mistress wants to see you kiss another man? Plenty of women are into that.
Yes,
That's true. I've
Yes, I'm into forced homosexuality. Sure.
I was not expecting that one.
Yeah, not me either. He bit that one. Goddamn. I love you, Mr.
But
Slave.
that's because I hate homosexuality. I'm into BDSM. It's not
You know,
that
there's a very fine line between love and hate. Some would even say they're almost the same thing.
No, they're opposites. What do you mean?
I don't know, Mr. Slave. I think you should explore this more. I'm just saying.
Look, I don't like pain, but if a hot chick enjoys inflicting pain onto me, I love it.
So wait, wait, help me understand this.
Yeah.
You would fully allow a woman to peg you as much and as hard as she wants, but kissing a man is a draw in the line. You just won't do it.
No, I will do whatever she says. I said
No. I'm saying freely on your own volition. You will not kiss a
No.
man, but
Ugh.
you will get pegged as hard as you can by a woman.
Even you saying these words, I want to throw up. It's disgusting.
I mean, the idea of getting pegged by a woman for me also makes me, want to puke a little. It's a bit queasy. I mean, I'd kiss by Beetle if he was around.
I
No,
would
to
kiss you
avoid the
too.
pegging.
And also,
No.
I'm not opposed to being pegged.
Okay, but you guys are I think you're both gay or gayish.
No. This is very straight love. You understand, Mr. Slave? What you and I
No.
Yeah, the
have
socks
is
are on.
a raw, lustful, heterosexual love here.
Disgusting. Absolutely
Details don't help.
disgusting. No. Anyway, back to reality. So Van all in. Yeah, I think slavery is delicious and nutritious. I'm all for it. With the whipping
mean-
and the chains and and the
The
rest.
lack of
what?
free will.
The lack of
I
free
would say
will.
human slavery is wrong, but just because bipedal is in here, I'm pro animal slavery.
Oh, I thought we just became friends, and you're gonna make us mortal enemies right out the gate.
Dude, listen,
I was
humane
starting to
farms are
like
where
you.
it's at, and like
I was
sometimes to
starting to
get
like
those
you.
horses
wait,
moving,
Are
you
you a
guys.
gotta
moral
get the
realist? Are you
pets.
a moral realist? Are you
Everybody.
a moral realist?
No,
Or are
no.
you a moral anti-realist or a non-cognitivist? Or are you a cognitivist?
Wait,
So I think
wait.
that would conceptually entail a form of necessitarianism because you would affirm the principle of sufficient reason. You take it that it's going to be irreducible.
Susie's got targeted.
I was gonna say, everybody be quiet. There's a guest in the house. Let us hear not, but not. If you wanna say something, like be nice. Don't like use Discord language. We don't know what
There's
you.
also a new person named Noxie. If you want to let them speak.
Noxie? No, Moxie. Wait, let me unmute. Not. Be nice. Don't speak Discord.
Yes, sorry, I was just asking about a rational argument.
Be human. Stop being inhuman. And by the
I
way,
apologize. Do you know what the principle of sufficient reason is?
1 second. Not. Wait, Van All In. You said somebody Moxie wants to get in.
No, I was just saying there's a new person as well in the room named Noxie. If you'd like them to speak as well.
I don't see
Everyone
Nox.
say hi,
Oh,
Noxie.
gorgeous.
Hi, Noxie.
Hi, Noxie.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Can you
tonight.
please give Noxie a chance to speak, Mr. Slave?
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. Not. Noxie, we're streaming on YouTube. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Not. I'm gonna unmute you, but be
Wait.
respectful.
Why didn't I get this disclaimer, Mr. Slave?
Which disclaimer? You're not. You're
The
not
one
a.
you just gave.
You're not a hot chick.
How do you know
How do you?
she's hot?
How do I know? I can tell.
That's a lot of
Would you like to
speculation.
debate? Sir, would you like to debate?
No. There's a lady in the house, so the lady gets full attention.
Are you into trans women, by the way? Just
Oh
a point of
my
clarification.
god.
It's
All right.
Hell yeah, dude. The thicker the better. Give me the
Yeah, I'm in that.
schmeat.
I'm for it.
Anyway, gorgeous Noxie, let me read. So I've been an atheist for my entire life. My Satanism tag is just in admiration of their tenets and philosophy. I have no political status because I have views that don't fit any model. You're a Satanist?
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate their values
Okay.
of the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple.
Okay.
Could I interest you in learning about Luciferianism?
Wait, Van, 1 second.
Yeah, you could.
No,
Hell yeah.
no.
I got you later on, gorgeous.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you a bunch of material.
So you're an evolutionist, feminist, anti-theist. Okay, a lot of it were the same. Wait, we're all the same. We're identical. I don't disagree with you on anything. Female, barbecue, anti-theist, feminist, gamer, pro-choice, evolutionist. Okay, so you didn't vote for Trump, obviously.
Correct.
You voted for Kamala, I'm assuming.
I actually didn't vote, to be
Okay.
honest.
Okay. You would have voted for Kamala?
As of now, definitely.
Okay. Um. Okay. Do you like philosophy?
Yeah, I took philosophy in college. I've studied a bunch of different philosophers. It can get a little bit boring and redundant, but philosophy can be it's okay. I like
Have you heard
science
of The
more, I
Cult
think.
of Reason by Jacques Herbert?
I have not.
Oh, I got you.
I'm sorry. I'm muting everyone. I really want to talk to Noxie. I'm sorry. So Noxie, you're
Don't mute me. You're gonna make me jealous, Mr. Slave.
okay. Wait, Noxie. So you're the if like the most important thing about you. Let me ask you this: Do you have any conspiracy theories? Do you believe any conspiracy theories?
Um, I think the one conspiracy theory that I truly believe is that um, we don't have any control over any of our governments anymore. That pretty much the rich elite rule every single country in the world, and they're all in this buddy special interest network that none of us can really influence, and we don't really have any control as like lower level, poor people.
So you hate, in other words, you hate Elon Musk.
He would be one of them for sure, but I don't think it's just on the Republican side or whatnot. I think, Obama was also in on it. I think the Clintons are in on a side. I think Bush was in on a side. These people all network with very powerful people around the world. They sit on like the United Nations board with like the Pope and stuff like that, talking around in their little circles and stuff. And meanwhile, us peasants are none the wiser, and they're all making big plays while we just kind of sit here living
Wait,
our lives
so you
and
said
fighting amongst each other.
so you said on a side? What do you mean by side? Like getting money from the side? What do you mean by aside? You said aside? Like, do you remember?
I'm on a side as in like referring to them being on this all like this rich oligarchy side,
Oh,
I
okay.
guess,
Okay.
perhaps.
Okay. But but that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just you're saying, I mean, it's sort of conspiratorial. Okay, so let's think of Trump. So you're saying Trump is conspiring with Elon Musk? I mean, they're being transparent.
I would say, I would say there's even evidence for that, and
Mm-hmm.
there's all these people that are special interests. Like Trump has also been in contact with the Clintons in the past, and this is not like a non-disclosed thing.
Mm-hmm.
People have talked to each other or something, or for example, like one of the most wealthy families in the world, the Rothschilds, had like Bill Clinton had a Rothschild on his foreign policy board when he was elected president and stuff. I mean, it's just very clear to me that special interest people touch each other's shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
and they take care of their buddies all the time. Maybe there's not any direct proof as to like the specific actions that they're taking. Like nobody knows why Epstein is mysteriously dead or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's very clear that uh, democracy is not the majority in control to me,
Mm-hmm.
from my point of view.
Mm-hmm. Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not a lawyer. Why do you ask
Wait,
that?
I'm because you said you studied philosophy. Usually, philosophy is like pre-law.
Okay. My dad always told me I should become a lawyer.
Mm-hmm. But okay. So, what do you do for fun?
Lots of stuff. I like to play VR chat. I like to drink, party with friends.
What's an R chat?
VR chat,
VR chat.
like virtual reality chat, VR chat. It's like
Oh,
where you have a headset and you can go socialize with other people in
wow,
cyberspace.
I love
wow.
that
Things
too.
like that. I like to run. I like to
R-
go to the gym. I like the
n-
outdoors. I try to touch grass every day. Um,
Wow, amazing.
yeah. I'm a I'm a computer scientist by trade, so I'm like a tech nerd. I'm always into different little geeky little projects. Like right now, I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
develop some games for Roblox, um, just as a hobby kind
Mm-hmm.
of thing.
I feel like this is an interview for Mr. Slave to get a mistress.
No, no. This is I'm just paying attention to Noxie. Just trying to entertain her. Um Noxie, do you debate?
I do. This is one of the things I like to do. I like to have intelligent conversations as a hobby. Because my viewpoints go way, way down the rabbit hole. And so I could talk about worldviews all day and go deep into ethics or
You're Canadian.
whatever, meaning of life, etc. No, I'm not Canadian. I'm actually from America.
Oh.
Let's have an intelligent conversation. Mr. Slave loves those. Also, can we unmute Van so we can all talk together, Mr. Slave?
No,
pretty
but
please?
I really want to have a one-on-one with Noxie, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Wait, Noxie,
I'll be a cuck.
what do you like debating? What's your favorite topic?
It depends on the other person's viewpoint. I like I feel like it's more of me teaching at this point because I feel like the majority of people I've tried to debate have such a terrible logic and scientific education that when I talk about anything related to the creation of mankind or our universe or the world, that I pretty much end up educating a majority of the time instead of actually having a debate. And then I like to as far as like normal level debates, I like to debate things with people like is AI art actually art? If if somebody creates it, or is it something different that people shouldn't be getting credit for?
It's art.
May I ask something about that, Mr. Slave?
I'd rather not. I'm looking for a debate topic with Noxie so that we can actually disagree on something. I mean, until now, what I've noticed.
That may be a point of disagreement.
But I mean, I think we have a disagreement. Like I would say that I'm probably extreme right wing, and she's towards the left wing. So we can try to do that.
Well, we could probably make some leeway on that one. Like for example, I support bodily autonomy and consent and all that stuff. So I think that a majority of the things that they're doing to transgender people and non-binary people right now in our federal government are really messed up in the United States.
Wait,
I believe that trans people are real people and that they're not like lying or made up or anything like that.
I mean, I agree. I agree, but the question is with children. So, what's your position on like a child?
Well, actually, I also, if you don't mind, Mr. Slave,
no, I'm sorry. It's right now only Noxie. I'm trying to
all right,
see if I. So wait, what do you do with children? That's the question. That's always the question. Like if it's an adult, they can do whatever they want. But what if it's a child?
So yeah, there's a couple good points I have with supporting medical care for children that want to transition. First is that a majority of the care, like the for like gender, sorry, let me rephrase that one more time. The majority of gender affirming care right now actually goes to cis children in the sense that boys who have breast tissue often get it removed, and nobody has any problem with that whatsoever. However, if somebody is born male and they say, I want to be a female, and they get hormone treatment, then they're denied care for something like that. The only reason I could see for somebody getting denied care for something like that is that it might destroy their chances in the future of, say, not having enough tissue to reshape downstairs for bottom surgery because people typically stop growing down there at age 15 or so.
I don't know.
So
I mean,
there's been cases of children that have been under hormone therapy all the way up into puberty and all that stuff, and then they get into their 20s and all that stuff, and they want to have surgery, and they don't have enough tissue to actually perform these surgeries correctly and stuff. That's the only problem I see with gender affirming care,
but
for people who have a different gender than their sex assigned at birth.
But I mean, so we don't let children vote, drink alcohol. Like we limit children until they're of incredible ages, like 18 plus. Go to the army, or use a gun, watch certain R-rated and so on movies. Like we're treating children until a very old age like they don't have body autonomy. And suddenly you want to give children of any age bodily autonomy. So how do you like there's a contradiction there, no?
No, there's not a contradiction there. I mean, we don't I don't think we ever give children bodily autonomy rights specifically. It's always supervised by their parents. But as I just told you, the majority of cisgendered males are the ones that receive gendered affirming care to reduce their breast tissue if they get gyno.
Okay, but that's
And so, I mean, it's a double standard, right? You're saying it's okay to treat, cisgendered kids,
Wait.
but not okay to treat like transgender kids.
No. First of all, I'm not saying what's okay, what's not okay. I want to first of all be consistent. I just want to be like, do we give children body autonomy or not? If you're saying like, about the gyno, if a little boy has gyno, right, I mean, to me, it seems straightforward that it's a malfunction in the body. It's an illness that needs to be fixed. But
Okay.
So you're saying that that's an example that we give the child body autonomy. That's like plastic. Basically, you're saying it's like plastic surgery. That's
Sure,
also
because so what's the result of that? Why do we do that?
I mean, I guess because of norms. Like normal men don't have titties, so we help young men or young boys if they have gyno. We help them get rid of it to be like normal men, which is like aesthetic surgery. It's basically aesthetic surgery.
Okay. Yes, I get that. But what if they are completely comfortable with it? Should we still give it to them?
Of course not. What do you mean? I mean,
Okay.
it's up to
that's fine. That's
it's
exactly my whole trap, and my whole
No.
point that I just backed you into is that
No.
the point is that it should be up to the patient's preference, right?
Wait. So look.
Under the supervision of their parents, of course.
Wait.
But yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, if you give children, fine. I mean, if gyno creates a contradiction in the legal system, then we need to address it. But the fact that there is all you're saying is that gyno it demonstrates a contradiction in our legal system. Okay, so we need to
No.
address it. Doesn't?
No. What I'm saying is the metric should be improving patients' mental health, right? And if doing surgery to reduce gyno is in the patient's best interest, then we do that.
Okay, but then what if a child,
regardless of their sex?
Okay,
but
what
if a patient has gyno and they're completely comfortable with it, there's no need to do a reduction to do that.
Okay, but then
So I don't see why it should be different in trans kids.
okay, so what if a child is completely comfortable drinking alcohol at the age of 4?
I feel like this is a major red herring where we're going way off topic here.
Why?
I mean, I feel like we're making a lot of progress here with this point, and I feel
Wait.
like you went to a completely pivoted and went to a completely different example.
I mean, if the psychological well-being of the child, what if the child wants to do like anything else, wants to do drugs, wants to smoke, wants to vote?
Well, we're not talking. We weren't. In fairness, we weren't talking about that, right? We're talking about the child and their well-being in relation to their own body, right? And not just
Why?
specifically anything else, like whether they're having enough pleasure through external drugs or anything like that, but through their bodily image experience. That was pretty specific on this point, I thought.
Look, I honestly, I don't have a position. Like I'm in general,
Okay.
I'm very sensitive to child abuse. So I want to give children as much autonomy as possible. So I'm the last one. So I just want consistency, and I don't even, consistency. It's not the end of the world. It's a nice to have. At the end of the day,
I want that. I want that as well.
right? But I'm saying I don't have.
May I present a hypothetical to you? I'm sorry to
Sure.
overtalk you.
Yeah.
So if there are two children
Mhm.
and one is a boy and one is assigned male at birth, one is assigned female at birth,
Mhm.
both of them come to you and say, my breast tissue is bothering me
Mhm.
and I want to get it cut off. You say it's okay for the person assigned male at birth, but you say it's not okay for the person assigned female at birth. What is the rationale as to why we should be discriminate in this case and not let the female patient get her breast tissue removed?
Look, I can agree with you. We don't even need to discuss it. I can agree. I'll tell you where people
So
might.
it's inconsistent. I mean, you agree it's
Yeah,
inconsistent?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's fine. Yeah. Look,
Okay.
I can agree with you on everything. I'll tell you, but sometimes you hear stories that I get very upset when I hear these stories. It sounds like child abuse. So it sounds like sometimes you hear of a mom, it's always the mom. The mom is a super feminist, is a super woke, and she convinces a little child, her little boy, that he's a girl. And she goes and she puts the child through, you know, convinces the child, and they go through hormonal replacement therapy, and that's it. She converts the boy into a girl, and it might even work. I mean, the boy, because of the estrogen and hormone replacement, might become a happy girl, but it would have been a happy boy. I mean, who knows? I'm just saying it could be. I don't know. Honestly, I honestly don't know. Like I don't know anything about the hormone replacement therapy. I don't know. Like it could be modifying the brain. It might be that you can take a normal boy and using hormone replacement HRT. Using HRT, you can convert a happy boy into a happy girl, and they would be just as happy. I don't know. I don't know if we know. So, but sometimes you hear stories of a mom that did this to her boy, and the father is trying to get restraining orders and trying to get the judges, and she takes the boy to a different state, and they move ahead with the HRT and with the, with the affirming sex affirming surgery, and it's heart wrenching. It sounds like the mom is just taking revenge against the husband. So that's what I'm worried about. How do you deal with that?
Sure. I got a perfect response to that actually.
Okay.
I'm still finding the study. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's this one. Might be this one. I think it's this one. Yes. Okay. So actually, we do have some kind of data revolving this or
Mm-hmm.
involving this, and I'll link it in the side chat here.
Mm-hmm.
This was a study where you have an example of people assigned male at birth they had genitals that were not fully constructed, and they were changed and then they raised the boys that were assigned male at birth as girls alongside their sisters, etc. And a majority of them turned out to actually change back into male at the end of the study. So your whole theory and a lot of people's like ideas that gender can be influenced basically
Mm-hmm.
seem to be contradicting to the study, because I cannot for the life of me fathom
Mm-hmm.
why, if we raise these children in this very unethical study that was done in the 90s before TikTok, before influence like social media influence and all that, these people were raised to be women,
Mm-hmm.
and at the end of the day, once they grew up, they turned out to be men. They 8 of them out of the like 14 subjects
Mm-hmm.
transitioned
So
into
were they
men
were
just
they
innately
were
because
they, were they given HRT?
they were.
Okay,
Hmm.
so
From
okay, so the HRT didn't actually change them, didn't manage to change their brains into women's brains. So that's
correct.
I was okay. So I was under the false impression. Okay, but that's maybe even worse then. Like, what do you do if a mom or one of the parents or the guardian decides to convince the child and manages to convince the child to confuse the child that it's a girl? Like, there's this one celebrity woman, I don't know who, she adopted two black kids from Africa and both are trans. What are the odds of that? It sounds like she manipulated them. No? Do you know the story?
um I do not know the story, but I can tell you from the data that we see in the study that these children that were assigned male at birth, they point out significant differences between their behavior and their uh, biologically female sisters' behaviors and stuff when they were being raised, um, such as refusing to put on feminine clothing, taking more of an interest in things rather than people, kind of thing. Um,
I
there seems to
understand.
be a decent amount of genetics at play,
I understand.
regardless. So I don't. My whole
Look,
point still stands is I don't think that regardless of how much hormones you pump into a kid, that it's going to change their mind about
yeah,
what
yeah.
gender they
No,
are
no.
one way or another.
I agree. I agree. I'm just saying, what do you do here? Charlize Theron family. Do you see my screen?
I don't. Hold
I'll
on.
copy. I'll
Let me
paste.
watch your stream.
Yeah, I'll just paste the image in the side chat.
Okay.
So she adopted, right? I didn't even check, but I read. Should white celebrity adopt black kids? Both children are being brought up as girls, I think. Let me see. No, there's no trans. I don't know. I don't know if it's her. I don't know. But look, this is what I think people are afraid of. I think people are afraid of child abuse. And that's what I'm afraid of. So like, why are we allowing children to go through this process if it might end up just as, a case of child abuse?
Well, let me ask you an important question. If a child is incredibly depressed to the point where they cannot function,
Mm-hmm.
and you do nothing about it, would you consider that to be child abuse?
If a child is depressed, I mean, the child needs medical attention. It's whatever the psychiatrist, needs medical attention. I don't know. If it's depressed, maybe it's clinically depressed. Who knows? Maybe.
Okay, well, let me reframe the question. If a
Mhm.
child is having any kind of a issue, medical issue or otherwise,
Mhm.
that renders them completely unfunctioning, they show signs of not being unhappy, and you're not doing anything to treat that, would you consider that to be child abuse?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's child neglect, which is a form of child abuse. Sure. Let me just.
Okay.
Mhm.
So my whole point,
Let me just.
my whole point is
Mhm.
that if you think that, then and we see good results a vast majority of the time for transgender children receiving medical care and having success with it, then wouldn't you say not giving those kids care and letting them sit in that state where they're in an insufferable state would be neglect?
Sure. But I think there is actual research that there's like statistically it doesn't have any effect. Wasn't there like a research that uh sex affirming whatever doesn't has no impact either way? It doesn't. Wasn't there research like this that and the
Not that I'm aware of. I don't see you providing anything that shows this. In fact, everything that I've looked at says this complete opposite of what you're saying.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to, waste your time now looking it up. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but I think this is what worries people. Like, I honestly, I personally don't care. Obviously, I'm not a child, but I am sensitive to child abuse, and I think this is why people object to this. And I think the stats show. I think it's been politicized. I think the whole trans issue has been politicized, and people like it's at one point it was really terrifying to address someone with the wrong pronouns. People were being canceled, people lost jobs for refusing to address with the preferred pronouns, and
But
people
don't
who,
you think that's important to people's mental health and respect, right?
I think it is. I mean, but it's also like we have freedom of speech. If I don't want to, if I am religious or whatever, I
Well, yeah, you have freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence. You can be mean to somebody. You can be
Right.
disrespectful to somebody. You have that freedom, but you
Right.
don't have to be. You're not free from the consequences of
Right.
that socially.
But
So it's the same thing.
these consequences brought Trump to be the
What
president
do you mean?
because people suffered the consequences of the trans
You,
and the pronoun.
you think Trump was elected because of trans issues?
Yeah, because
I think that has a lot to do with it personally. Yes.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
think
I,
that was
I would
definitely a
say the
bargaining
culture
chip.
wars are a part of it. I think the culture wars were a part of it. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say it's like the full.
No, of course it's many things, many things. One of them is the culture war, the trans issues. I'm 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 the most pro trans. I'm the most sensitive to trans. But even I
I find
was.
that surprising, Mr. Slave, since you're pro-slavery.
Yeah, but I'm pro trans. I'm pro everything. Anyway, so I'm pro trans, but even I at one point I was on a dating site, and a trans person, trans guy, no, trans woman, I was matched, and started asking me. So and I realized, I can't even ask the person if they're trans, because whatever I say could get me in trouble and they can report me. It's like the Gestapo. It's like we're back in World War II. This is like ridiculous. I don't want to, it's too much. Even that I'm the most pro. I have friends who are trans, and I love them, and you know I understand their pains. But even for me, they don't care about being whatever, disrespected with the pronouns. But the left, the woke, are so sensitive that it was too much. And part of it is transitioning kids. It's like, I mean, so you like you you have to pick your battles. I mean, but as far as I know, there were stats published. I mean, there was research done, and the government officials responsible for the research refused to publish the research that trans affirming care, or sex affirming care, has no impact on the.
Yeah, I'm aware of that research. And I again
Mhm.
would it the research itself cites the same single like paper or something.
Mhm.
And it just says the same fear mongering thing, that it's afraid to publish the results due to the political environment that it's being published in. Okay, then, but if the data is solid and it shows a correlation, then why are you afraid to publish it?
The,
Makes no sense.
right, but the government refused to publish it under Biden. The woke leftist official refused to publish it.
Biden is more of a centrist, bro.
Fine. I
Yeah, but
don't.
you could have published that data under any kind of medical journal,
I
anything,
don't know.
right?
I
And
I didn't look into it.
they didn't they chose not to publish it.
Right. I mean, we're talking about
So
the Biden
if
administration.
you don't publish anything, you can't say that there's any data to support that viewpoint. And saying that, oh well, we might have had data, but it was being like swept under the rug. It just goes along with the whole fear mongering process in general of saying, well, there's so many terrible uh, discriminatory viewpoints about trans people in general, about how like maybe trans people are like all like homosexuals or something, that I don't realize that they're homosexuals or something, and that's why they're like males are transitioning into women and stuff. There's so many bogus points of view like that are completely invalid, and just attempt to invalidate trans people all the time. And this is just a different version of that tactic to me.
I would
No, no,
agree. Yeah.
no. I'm not talking about tactics. I'm talking about like people like me. Like, I honestly, I'm on the trans side, but the trans issue was hijacked by busybodies, by politicians, and by mongers, by class w- mongers and the rest of them, and they just use the trans issue to ride on to bully the right, and the right
I actually
reacted.
view it as the opposite. I think the right is using it to bully the left in order to scare people with hysteria to push right wing politics.
Yeah, I agree with that. Honestly,
Yeah.
the whole thing started with pretty much Anita Bryant's 1977 Save Our Children campaign, and she really pushed that and the idea that like homosexuality is corrupting children and like recruiting young men and stuff like that. It's just it's evolved from a ridiculous state of fear mongering.
No, but you're talking to me right now. I'm a cross dresser. I don't have a problem with cross dressing. So that I'm a sexual deviant. So it's nothing to do with that. It's living in a Gestapo type of life. It's that we're being forced and we're being threatened. You have to use these pronouns, and it's too much. It was just too much, even for me. I might as well be trans and still object to what was going on. It was just too much. And now
I understand that. Most of my trans friends or non-binary friends, if you misgender them, they're happy to like not react to that and um just let that go, so long as you don't like keep intentionally misgendering them. I think that's the whole issue with the whole thing.
no, but it's nothing. Look, if somebody wants to misgender, it's his right. It's literally First
But the
Amendment.
consequence is still
I'm
there,
like
Mr. Slave. But
I'm offended when a trans person is being misgendered. I'm offended and I feel the pain. But it's First Amendment. You can't just throw away the Constitution. That's unacceptable.
No, and I'm with you on that, but let's take the opposite scenario, like which has been tested, and you can look up YouTube social experiments about this, about people labeling cisgendered people as the gender that they're not, right? Like when a guy goes up to another guy on the street and he's like, "Hey, ma'am, how are you doing today?" And they just keep doing it over and over, and they're intentionally doing it. Um, the cis man tends to get really angry because they're being misgendered, and
That's
I don't
okay.
think people take into the
But
the
that's
appreciation of the
I agree, but
of the
that's
flip side of
but
that.
that's I agree, but that's First
You and
Amendment.
yes, you
I
yeah, sure, you
agree.
can, yeah.
I don't want to be misgendered, obviously. Unless like I find it funny, like I misgender people just as like as a joke and people laugh. But if it, look, anything you do in order to bully, I get offended. But still, it's First Amendment. You're free to bully me, and then I'm free to walk away and never talk to you again. I block
But
people.
Mr. Slave, I think we all agree with the First Amendment, right? It's just the freedom from consequence, right? Like socially. I think that's fine.
What do you mean?
Like you can have the right. I don't think anyone's talking about taking away your right to misgender people purposely to be a
What do you
dick.
mean?
But
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you
Well,
mean?
let me.
Jordan Peterson, went through hell, and I was living in a Gestapo state during those days. I remember those days. I mean, I think towards
in
the end.
Canada?
What? No, in America. Biden calmed down towards the end, but I felt that it was palpable. I mean, it was Gestapo. It was like everybody was, especially on YouTube, like you couldn't misgender it. Everybody was terrified of misgendering on YouTube and on Facebook and on all the social media. It was Gestapo, and that's what I'm against. We live in America. We're First Amendment. I want to misgender. It's my right. You don't like it. Block me. There's a block button for that. Block me as much as you want. Why do you have
Sure,
to?
but would you agree that there's a difference between like misgendering somebody by accident and just intentionally just
First
misgendering them over and over
Amendment.
again because
First
you don't want
Amendment.
to?
You know when it
Sure,
changed?
no, but that
You know
hold
when
on, but like, would you agree with that or
Wait,
not?
I gotta
Like,
just let me.
is that a
I
thing?
gotta just take off my headset, and give me a second. 1 second. I'm melting. I guess because it's such an exciting discussion. I didn't expect it to be so exciting. I usually get usually get very bored in trans. I don't think I ever debated trans issues. So
Okay.
so I mean, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
I was asking you, uh, like, if you think that like intentionally misgendering somebody over and over is like the equivalent of, making a mistake.
No, it's abusive. But look, I'm on Discord. You know how much abuse I take? Not abuse, how many threats on my life I get on Discord, on YouTube, all the time. It's not fun, but it's First Amendment. What do you want me to
Sure.
tell you? I want
Well,
to live in a
it's
country.
it's actually definitely not First Amendment rights to threaten somebody's life. First of all,
Yeah.
and second of all,
Mhm.
this does remind me of the example
Mhm.
of the poor girl who got like harassed working in fast food. I forget which fast food it was, but the customers like just completely rude to her when they went and got their food order, and they thought that they were going to post this on social media and that everybody was going to side with them, when in reality, they harassed the food worker and they said what they wanted to as free speech, but then everybody saw how rudely they treated the fast food worker,
Mhm.
and they retaliated and got that person fired from their job, et cetera, and
Mhm.
canceled.
Mhm.
Um, you know, and I feel like that was justified, right? Bipedal Ape said, it's you can have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom from consequence. And I don't think you should have freedom from consequence
No, but
if you're intentionally trying to be a dick to somebody.
no, I'll tell you when it changed. It changed because I was thinking, when did it change? Like Biden calmed down, the whole system calmed down. It changed when Elon Musk, I think, purchased Twitter, and I think that started the change. That he started removing pronouns, and you're allowed to mispronoun and misgender. I think something changed. It was much worse like a year ago or 2 years ago. It was unbearable. Like everybody had to use the right pronouns. It was just terrifying. Look, all I'm saying is, like, I'm on the trans side. I have friends who are trans who get bullied and be misgendered, like even post op. Like it's unbearable. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe it. It was so painful to watch. But it's First Amendment, and I think the trans was hijacked, like many things, by the left. I don't even think it's a left right issue. It's just that the left, they like creating class warfare because that's their thing, creating all these.
Why do you say it's the left though, Mr. Slave?
I
Because
think
I view
Yeah,
it
I
right.
think
I
I
don't
just
think
keep
it's a left or a right issue. I think they both use it as a class warfare issue together.
yeah.
I don't
What
think
did I come back into?
I think the left. I think the left is more divisive. I think the left is divisive. I don't think the right is divisive. I don't think not right now. Maybe it changes. Maybe there's like a pendulum. But right now, the left is essentially creating strife, creating creating division inside, like social upheaval, socially destabilizing. And
May I
and
ask,
and let me just finish. And they're just using the trans. They're just riding on the trans train and on the racism train and on the feminist train. They're just riding these trains. Like feminism, I would say, has nothing to do with the left. Race has nothing to do with the left. The left is just abusing these, abusing these ideas and creating like false narratives in order to create class warfare, because at the end, I mean, they do divide and conquer. The left is into divide and conquer. Anyway, yeah, who wanted to speak?
Well, I was just going to say, in the aspects of social upheaval and left and right dichotomies focused with the trans issue, wouldn't what's causing the most social upheaval be the ignorance upon the topic that's usually caused by those who are more right-leaning and not knowing about the difficulties of even just speaking on the separation of gender and sex to begin with?
Good point.
I mean, you could talk to me. I'm right wing. I'm not. I don't think. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. Like I'm sexually deviant. I'm like a Looney Tune when it comes to sex. So
Sure, but you don't represent all right people, correct?
I think there might be more sexual deviancy in the right than in the left. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Well, I've talked to a bunch of people on the right side, and they don't have a clue about
Agreed.
LGBT or gay culture or trans culture or anything
They don't
like
even
that
understand gender.
whatsoever.
They
Right,
confuse gender and sex.
correct.
That's why I
Or they
brought it
think
up.
that drag queens are transgender, which makes
Yeah.
no sense whatsoever.
Look, we can look at countries like left wherever there is leftism. I think there's no wokeness at all. There's no feminism. There's no trans. There's no gay. They like in Russia. There's no gay. Like in fascist countries, like everybody must fit the mold. So they don't allow you to be anything except for whatever they decide the norm is. And like right wing, I would say is capitalist, and it's more like the individual rights, and then you can be whatever you want. Nobody cares. I don't know.
Oh, what do you mean? Whoa. Like, what do you mean? Well, like, how can you like I understand that the Republican values of respecting the independent, because I grew up in conservative families and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
And so I'm totally understanding of that point of view. But how do you say that you're the independent and you're the champion of like individual rights when you literally have Trump and other conservatives like uh what are they pandering to restrict like transgender people specifically, like say they're not even a thing, say that like treating children is a mutilation kind of thing in their entire policies
That
and
it's
whatnot,
social
restricting.
degeneracy.
Yes, exactly. There's no way that you can equate that as actually being respectful of an individual's human rights.
I mean, it depends. I mean, I guess you're talking about the Daily Wire, like Matt Walsh, that he's like, yeah.
No. This is happening right now with Trump signing like specific executive orders targeting care for transgender children and just transgender people in general. And in the federal government saying like trans people aren't going to be a thing anymore. You're going to have to use your biological sex on your IDs and all that stuff. Um,
On this,
that's the reality of the state we
on
live.
this,
This is not Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro or any of the other right influence. This is coming from the president of the United States.
on the specificity of that, Gorgeous, because you would know more than I. Didn't they just no longer allow the X to be put onto IDs and passports?
Correct. Yes. So
Okay,
now
so
non-binary passports are not allowed anymore. They have to be
okay,
changed.
okay. Look, so if I were to be elected president, let's say instead of Trump, So I would still sign this executive order, even though I'm totally on the trans side. I think most trans would agree that it's a good executive order. If they care, if they're right wing.
Whoa! Which executive order you're talking about? And I'm pretty much completely in disagreement with you from whichever executive order you're even referencing. So which one are you talking
The
about?
one you mentioned, like you went through these details. It's one executive order, isn't it?
Which one? The one to change the passport, the one to disallow children gender affirming care when they're 19
All
or
the
like under?
all the trans things, all the trans.
Why would transgender people
Okay.
possibly even closely
Okay.
align with the values that you're talking about? I highly doubt it.
Okay, so like let's take a right wing. By the way, Van, you're hot miking with your keyboard. Maybe you want to mute.
I'm so sorry. Let me mute myself real quick.
Okay. So we could, like, if we ask a right wing trans like Blair White. Do you know Blair White?
Yeah, I'm familiar with her.
Would you say she's non-representative of the majority of trans individuals?
I would absolutely say that. I think she is a complete traitor to the trans community, and she's a sellout.
I kind of agree with Gorgeous on this one.
Okay.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
Okay. Look, I don't know. Like we need to, if we want, we could check stats, the actual statistics of trans. Where do they stand on these executive orders? Okay, but we can discuss each executive order, and I'll tell you how I feel about it. So, like about the kids, as far as I know, especially because I know that there was a study, and the study came out to say that at least there's no benefit to affirming whatever sex affirming care. There's no benefit to that, at least for children. I don't know with adults. As far as I know, there's no benefit because I'm worried about child abuse and that children, I cannot trust children. We don't trust children. I don't trust the system. I would need to look into it. So I would pause it. It makes sense to pause it.
I understand your fears about it, Mr. Slave, but should your fears stop another set of parents from deciding that this care may be
What did you
necessary
say?
for their child?
Okay, Mr.
That's a
Night.
great question.
The Night Owl. Yeah, it's a good question. Night Owl, please don't yell.
I'm okay. I'm sorry. My dad was asking something.
Okay. Okay. Look. So that's one executive order that I would sign most likely. I understand. Look, we just went through it. I would look into it more, but as I said, if I didn't know about this study, I wouldn't know. But once I heard about this study, and I heard the study from someone that hates Trump, and he's like honestly middle of the road, and he quoted this study. And as far as I know, there's no benefit to children in sex affirming surgery and HTC. So I'm always worried about child abuse and the left using anyone in order to create strife and to order to destabilize society. So I would agree with this executive order tentatively.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, and I want to go back to a previous example we talked about in this whole discussion. Is what about a lot of the cis boys with gyno? Should we block them from having top surgery? Because they might not regret it in the future that they had a little bit of breast tissue in their childhood, and maybe they could turn that breast tissue into pectoral muscle in the future.
No, I don't think it's possible to turn this breast tissue into anything. This is like you need to remove it surgically. So no, I would allow it. I mean, this sounds. I mean, look, I'm a straight. At the end of the day, I'm a straight guy, so I can understand gyno. Gyno is terrible. So like, guys want flat chests that for themselves. So it makes sense. Look,
Okay.
I have to be biased.
So
Um,
again, I
mhm,
know, and I don't understand your bias here because
mhm.
you do not support uh, this same kind of treatment for cis women
We can
who
look
are
at.
bothered about their breast tissue as well.
Let's look at the
So
stats.
that's discriminatory based off of sex.
Fine, let's look at the stats. What do the stats say about gyno for children? Did they ever regret it? Did it help them mentally? I don't know. Like for now, I wouldn't change the status quo. So I wouldn't change the status quo. So I would look before Biden or before maybe Obama. We had gyno, let's continue gyno. We didn't have sex affirming, so let's stop sex affirming. And look, it's just an executive order. You can always overturn it and
Hi.
I do more studying. Okay, that's the children. Okay, look, in the military, it doesn't make any
So
sense.
let me ask you a question. I don't know this for a fact or not.
Mhm.
I looked up a little bit of studies about this,
Mhm.
and it actually might be the case. But
Mhm.
what if gyno removal rates were satisfaction rates were worse
Mhm.
in cis men than it was in
What are we talking
trans
about?
men?
We are talking about trans issues.
Trans issues. Okay.
Go on, gorgeous Noxie. I'm listening. So
I said,
you.
what
Mhm.
if the regret rate for surgery was higher in cis men than it
Mhm.
was in trans women? I mean,
Mhm.
trans men
Mhm.
who got the surgery to reduce their breast tissue. Would
Mhm.
that mean anything to you at all?
Yeah, I said I'm open-minded. I said I would give the executive order and be open to
Sure,
further
but like what?
studies.
Okay, so what would that mean if the regret rates were lesser in trans men than in cis
Whatever.
men?
I'm scientific. Whatever.
Doxy, they're so open-minded that they are not going to answer with a valid answer because they're open-minded. So it's literally like if I'm open-minded to a trans person, I'm open-minded to give them a freaking explanation to it.
I mean, this guy's
I'm
being pretty
open-minded.
fair.
I'm free-minded about it.
Wait,
I don't necessarily care. I don't necessarily hate it.
Okay, wait, the night owl, you were a little bit robotic. Anyway, look, I'm just saying, I'm being scientific about it. Whatever the science says, if we know statistically people are happy with a treatment, fantastic, then let's do it. If we see that they're not, then let's stop it, That's my I'm being
Mm-hmm.
whatever the science I follow, I literally follow the science.
I apparently you don't because
Why?
from what I've seen from like the Swedish study and all that stuff, trans people who get gender affirming care have higher um appreciation rates than even that of cis people.
Wait, children? Children
That would
children
include children in the category, yes.
No, but
Repeat
you need
that
to
statement.
separately study the children. Okay, whatever the science
Yeah.
says, whatever the science says, I follow the science. I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, but you have no science to support your claim that
Okay,
You don't need science to support a complaint.
what?
You literally can support it or you cannot support it or just be very okay with it. And if I'm science based, I'm fine with the science of it.
I don't understand
I
what.
like science. I like science a lot.
Yeah, I like
I'm a
science.
science person a lot. I love
Whatever.
science.
Yeah, I love science. So whatever the science says, the
Science is
science.
so cool.
Yeah, it seems the science of conditioning for children.
Like it's fascinating to me just to think that science has proved so much. To us. It's
So
just
much.
like led us to such fond understandings of our realities, you know.
Bandy, we're talking about trans issues. I don't know if you're aware.
I thought
of
I
that.
was the only one that was high.
No, Bendy is literally.
What's up?
hell.
Hey!
Can I not just mention an appreciation for science? Like Jesus.
Okay, Bandy.
Yeah,
You don't have to
I
be
spoke
high
for
to
science too, my
appreciate
guy.
science.
Like seriously, like if I got
Follow
just
the
called
science.
stoned for appreciating science, I'm sorry, but like
Okay.
that's just it is what it is.
Science.
It's all about the science.
Medela beer is delicious.
Like
dude.
one thing that's cool about it, and then
Yeah, I
back
like
to the
Modelo.
topic. I get it.
I
but,
love
like
Medela is
science
really
has
good beer.
literally proved to us that the Earth is not a ball, and it's fascinating.
Bandy,
Yeah, dude, it's flat,
yeah,
brother.
you,
Like,
Bandy,
yeah, dude.
Bandy's a flat. You're a flat earther, Bandy, right?
No, not at all. It's not flat. That's retarded.
Yeah. What is it?
It's not a ball either.
What?
Hey, Bandy, try to debate Zyler, dude. It's so confusing. He's a confusing, my dude.
Okay.
He's a very confusing dude.
Maybe you're just overthinking it.
Okay, Noxy, do you
Mhm.
want to continue the trans issues? Do you want to switch to flat
Sure.
earthery or something?
Ugh, I hate flat Earth. Like, they're so invalid in my life that I don't even want to talk about them. To be honest, like I don't know why anybody should give them the time of day because they're obviously wrong.
Right.
For real, dude.
Yeah, but many
that
people.
The Earth is not flat, bro.
See how just because someone else is wrong does not mean you're right. That's
Yeah,
all I
yeah,
gotta say.
yeah. You got to be friendly, especially with the wrong ones, to bring them back into your cult.
No, but that's the thing is you can't convince a flat earther of anything. They'll just keep denying evidence no matter how much you stack in front of their face. My favorite flat earther story actually is about the guy who built a rocket ship and he based his calculations off of the earth being flat, and then he launched it once and almost died and crashed it, and then he launched it a second time.
What do you mean he
And
almost died?
I
Whoa, huh?
the thing is, I can only imagine, like based
sounds
off
like
his
a
failed
made-up
calculations, the last moment in his mind, seeing the Earth is round from quite a large height that he was able to obtain in his aircraft, and being like, "Oh my God,
Did
the
he
Earth
die?
really is a spherical shape." Yeah, he did. He crashed into the ground in his spaceship or whatever
See-
that he was planning to go to the space with. But he
See,
failed
for-
his calculations, and I think it's absolutely hilarious and
how
completely
did a
justified.
single guy?
Well, see, for me, it's the
My
fact that they
question
sent
just,
flat
how did a
earthers to
single-
Antarctica just to have them prove to themselves that the sun does have a circumference and it does stay up for 23 hours out of the day.
So we do want to talk about flat Earth.
Wait, Bandy.
I don't really want to. Like
Yeah.
I said, I think it's absolutely dumb.
No, Bandy, we're
Mr.
not.
Slave,
Let me just
I'm
say.
evil because I'm.
No. Let me just say. No, we're not going to talk about flat Earth. Noxy doesn't want
All right,
to.
then it's done. Let's stop talking about it then.
No, what I wanted to say is, but Noxy said it's useless to try to convince them. So, in my experience, it's
Okay,
useless.
back to talking about it.
Bandy, stop interrupting. It's useless to try to convince people in general. Instead, it's useful to be friendly with people. I mean, think about it. How do cults bring you into their cult? Not by convincing. It's actually by just being inviting. They're just inviting. They care for you. They're friendly and they're family. And before you know
That's
it,
why I'm nice to you because I'm trying to bring you into the cult of veganism.
exactly. Me and Bipedal Ape, I'm trying to bring him into my anti-vegan cult, and he's trying to bring me into his vegan cult. And we're just competing with each other. Who's going to be nicer to each other?
I'm trying to get you all into my femboy cult, but I don't think you want to join.
Yeah, I don't want to join.
All right, I'm finding a new VC. That just ruined it.
Okay,
I'm
bye,
sorry,
Flat Earther.
Bandy.
Aww. But
Yeah.
anyway, like I see what you're saying. That's why I try to play the calm card and understanding and listen to people's position, even though they might be yapping on about something I completely don't agree with or anything like that. I mean, it makes sense to reason with people sometimes, but what I'm saying is most flat earthers that I've seen, it doesn't matter how good of a point that you make, the cognitive dissonance is so large and so huge that they're just going to be stuck in their own solipsism until they actually want to try to climb out of that. Same with some kind of like Christians
Yeah.
and Muslims and stuff like that,
Yeah.
or any religion for that
Any
matter.
religion, any
you-
cult, yeah.
Well, you guys do know a large basis of those who do support flat Earth are usually Eastern Orthodox because it has to do with the pillars of angels and God saying there are corners to the Earth, so therefore it must be flat. Like I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. I'm more likely to believe the heliocentric model than the flat Earth theory.
Well, there you go. Anyway, no, but at the end of the day, people join cults because of a social network. People just need social networks, I think. And that's so if you want to bring them over to your cult, you just got to give them a social network. That's all. You have to be nice to them. It's not going to help you to attack them.
Mr. Slave, you look really nice today.
What do you mean I look? You don't.
Bipedal, you're trying too hard right now.
You're not going to attract me to your cult by sexualizing
Hey,
the
Mr.
conversation with
Slave,
me.
why the hell does Bandy leave and then just join and then leave and join? Is he high?
No, he's in USA is greater than others room. I saw him moving.
No, I said Bandy.
Yeah,
Bandy.
Bandy. Yeah, he moved to
Yeah.
another room. The room below us.
Oh.
He's the first one
Yeah,
there.
he couldn't take the heat. He got the hell out the kitchen.
Yeah.
Wait, hey, Noxie. Noxie, why?
This is your third time in here.
What?
Go on, the night owl. What do you got? She's listening.
I generally don't have anything other than political conversations.
Yeah,
But
we're
I don't generally know enough about politics either.
Wait, Mr. Slave, tell Noxie how I'm evil because I'm vegan.
Doesn't need
Are
more
you
explanation.
actually? Are you
just said
actually
it.
vegan though?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Bipedal is vegan, but he is honestly one of the. I have two friends who joined this room who are vegans, and they're not
Abe,
evil.
I'm gonna say this right now. As long as you don't put cats at hell for eating their meat, I don't care what you are.
Bro, my cat's vegan.
How do you
What?
make a cat vegan? Oh, you know, never mind. That's easy.
Your
It's
cat
so
is vegan?
Yeah, my cat's vegan, bro.
Do you just give him a shit ton of kibble?
It's a wonderful time to be alive. No, there's a particular there's like actually a couple different cat brands that make vegan food.
Huh, I would have never
I did
guessed.
hear about it. I also don't know. I don't generally agree with it, but I also don't know enough about it.
Wait, but Bipedal
Yeah.
Ape, right in the beginning, when we met, you were evil, right? In the first times we spoke, you were
No.
evil.
I was
No.
always not evil, and I always loved you, and we were destined to be together in the cult of veganism.
No, but in
You know,
the
the way you
beginning,
have your cat caged, I could see how
My
you're
question
evil.
is: did you ever debate a non-vegan in the vegan T-shirt server?
The vegan T-shirt server. What is the?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm in a
vegan
couple of vegan
T-shirt.
servers,
The
and I've
vegan
debated.
T-shirt server.
I've debated on Discord in front of thousands of people. Actually, if we're going to be specific.
that's amazing.
Uh,
Okay.
Well, I got to bring up something, and it might be a little sucker punch, but I was actually talking with Bipedal Ape like earlier this night, and I brought up a great point. He was unable to answer my question.
Oh, what was the
because
point?
He was explaining how his moral standpoint on veganism is based off consciousness, and
No,
how,
say
like for
consciousness.
example, a grade of a blade of grass has less consciousness than say a bug, then has less consciousness than say a cow. And I
Correct.
asked him a utilitarianism question. I said, so is it more ethical to kill 10 million beetles or kill one cow? And
I
he
gave
could not answer that.
I did answer that. I gave you the framework for how I could derive that. I just said I'm not
Yeah,
going to
but
pull up my
you didn't.
calculator.
Exactly. You could not answer that question,
I
which
mean,
I think is
you understand the
interesting.
difference between being able to answer something and being unwilling. Like, yeah, you're right. I didn't want to sit there and pull out a calculator. That's not the same thing as saying I couldn't.
You don't need to
I mean,
calculate that. It's
saying-
literally an answer.
Right.
gave you the
Saying
framework.
an equation is
for
unsolvable when
instance,
it has
I'm
a
gonna give you
solution
this
is kind
analogy,
of crazy.
Wait, Night
You're not
Owl.
So you
talking.
have a
Okay,
definite-
everybody, please
I
respect.
agree it is
Wait,
solvable.
bipedal.
I just said I'm
Everybody, wait. Okay, please respect the rules of this room. When a lady speaks,
Yeah.
we're quiet. Yes, Noxy, go ahead.
I was saying he couldn't give an answer to the simple question.
I said I can't answer. I said I was unwilling. Do you not understand the difference? Like, am I losing my mind here? Can anybody else tell me? There's a difference between not being able to answer and
You
I gave
can't answer it if you're unwilling.
I gave you a clear framework.
He's getting
Very
all riled up, just like he did when I brought this up.
Bro, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm riled up in the same way that, like, when a flat earther is sitting there and saying the earth is flat and you can't prove it to me, then I give them evidence. They're like, see, you can't, it's still flat. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro?
No,
You generally don't
I'm
need
ready.
evidence
I'm
to know
ready
that the
and willing to
Earth is not
listen.
flat.
Yeah, what's the evidence that you have that? Like
I
I
gave
asked you a simple question: 10 million beetles versus one
explain the-
cow. Like, what's the framework and how does that calculation turn out?
Again, I'm not going to do the calculation, dog. But what I
I'll
am
give
saying,
you the answer. It's the one.
Bipedal,
You would rather kill
wait.
10 million.
Wait,
You'd rather
the Night
kill
Owl,
10
one
million
second.
beetles
The Night
than
Owl, one
one
second.
cow.
The Night Owl, one second. Bipedal, you're refusing to answer the question. That's
no, give you the framework, bro. What are you talking
no.
about? I can give you the.
No, you
You're
have to.
refusing to answer the question, bipedal.
Bipedal, you have
How
to
is
answer.
that refused?
What do you
Can't
mean?
answer the
She
question.
asked you, choose cow or beetles. You
What
have
is
to give the
value-
answer.
With a million beetles, what's the value of a million beetles in cows?
You
right?
tell
You want me
me.
to sit there and
Yeah.
give consciousness?
Give us.
Like,
Yeah.
bro, I'm not gonna.
Yeah. What do you mean you're not?
My dude,
Then
you
you're-
literally only have to say, I'd value a cow over 10 million beetles.
whatever you want
Say
to
it again.
say. Yeah. Look, bipedal. It's not enough to guess the right answer. You have to show your work.
I would say the
Again, I
Beatles.
could show my work. I gave a framework for how I can derive that conclusion. That's the entire point we're talking about. Here.
Well, Miss Noxy felt
You're just asking
that
me to
you
do
did not.
homework. I don't feel like I'm playing a worm game right now while I'm talking. It's fun.
I mean,
I'll answer
it's
the
like
question.
saying my equation works if you imagine it works, but not actually
Not
demonstrating
really.
that
It's
your
kind of like
framework
saying,
works.
yo, like what's 10,000 times whatever the fuck, like it's like there's a clear framework for deriving the conclusion. I just don't feel like doing the homework right now. Do you not comprehend that? Like, am I on crazy pills or am I in like what the fuck are we talking about here, bro? I gave a clear framework.
Is it going to take you like? Is it going to take you like 25 days to do the math on this or something? Like, why is it so hard for you to do the math on this?
Bipedal, bipedal,
Hands are playing
when are you
video game right?
Bipedal, hold on.
I'm enjoying
Bipedal, wait one second.
guys.
Look, when are you going to
Yes, go ahead.
submit your answer? And until then, you have to
You want
concede.
to do a homework assignment, bro? I don't want to do a homework assignment. I'm playing
You
my
have
worm
to.
game, bro.
Then you're conceding.
No, that's not the same thing as
Yes, it is.
If you want to, I don't really care to argue that, bro. I gave a clear framework, and if you want to say that that's, I'm not going to use the framework when you can. If you look, how about this? If you care about it so much, I can give you the framework. You can do the homework for me, and then you could like it's a very logical and rational position.
No, you have to answer the question, and at least temporarily, you have to concede until you come back.
I love you. Bro. So how about this? You write up the homework assignment. I'll do it just for you. How about that? Because
You have to. This is a debate.
Yeah, hold on. No. The homework assignment is very simple. Is it is it better to kill 10 million beetles or one cow? Like that's the homework assignment. Like
I want to
solve
answer this.
with
I want to answer the
your
homework.
equations, whatever you want, right? Just show your work, do your proof. You know, we'll be waiting.
calculation, and I'll
So
show my work. Is that what,
bipedal
Mr. Slave?
ape,
You want me to?
bipedal ape, you have to submit your answer. Hello, Mr. Evil. You have to submit your answer until such time you are
I'll do that
conceding.
for you, and only for you. How about that, Mr. Slave?
No,
I
it's
will.
for Noxie.
I
Noxie submitted you, so
I'm only gonna Mr. Slave.
you're
I'm only gonna do it
conceding.
for you.
Okay, fine. You're
Do you want me
conceding.
to
The way I
my
view
homework?
Jesus bipedal, you're roboting like crazy. Maybe you're making
I'm sorry.
background
You can
noise.
concede for Mr. Slave,
Right
through
now.
me,
Work.
just bow down.
Jesus, Noxie, relax.
I'm at
Bipedal.
43,000 points now. I'm at a record, and
Okay,
I don't want to
doesn't
die. I'm
matter.
gonna.
Bipedal,
Oh,
look,
Slave.
what I say in a debate, if you don't have an answer, then you're temporarily
Sir, I just.
listen, you're temporarily conceding, and the debate will continue once you submit the answer. Until then, you've conceded. It's not the end of the world. When you come back with the answer, we can continue the debate.
Do you want me to do it, Mr. Slave? You want me to do the homework for you?
No,
Just say
Noxie asked you a
yes.
question. Until such time, you're conceding. It's not you. It's between you and her.
Listen, I'm gonna do this homework assignment for you, Mr. Slave. So you
No,
gotta sign it. Write it down.
Noxie asked you a question. For now, you don't have a comeback. That's a concession. When you have a comeback, the debate will continue.
I mean, not really.
It's not the end of the world. You once asked me a question. I didn't have an answer. I conceded right there and then.
This is just a mathematical question, though.
Whatever.
There's a
It
clear
doesn't.
frame.
You asked me a mathematical question too. It doesn't matter. If I don't have an answer, if I don't have a ready bipedal, stop. Let me speak. If you don't have a ready-made answer, if I don't have a ready-made answer to you, I concede right there and then. And when I want to continue, I continue. Until then, it's a
You mean
concession.
tell me you don't have a ready-made answer for 10 million times 10,223?
Whatever.
What the fuck?
Whatever.
Me? Concede right now, bro.
I choose not to concede and I will answer. It's whatever, since I do not value both inherently, produces the least amount of methane into the atmosphere
you're not
so I
defending-
can prolong the world's
No,
life.
it's between
So I would
Noxie
choose
and
to,
ape.
I would assume
No,
and
it's
choose
ape.
the cow.
You cannot defend ape. This is a debate. You're not his lawyer. So ape is conceding by not answering.
Slave.
What?
I just retained. That's my lawyer now, Mr. Slave.
Okay, but that's still a concession. This is a debate. You don't have the right to.
I answered for my client.
Okay, then
for
fine.
me,
No,
for my
I'll
client.
accept. I accept. So
I answered for my client.
killing the cow is better.
Yes, absolutely. It produces the
okay.
least amount of methane. I'm
Cool.
assuming, of course, it would produce less methane and would prolong the Earth and the atmosphere that we enjoy.
That's one way you can look at.
But that's not veganism. That's not based on ethics. Veganism is ethical. You have to give an ethical reasoning, not a methane reasoning.
Well, that would be my ethical reason, though, is that
That is a reason.
that raising meat kills less bugs. So therefore, it's more ethical than veganism.
Boom. My lawyer is doing their best.
Raising
Great,
meat
but
kills less bugs. What? Kills more bugs? Which one?
Absolutely. I mean, what kills more bugs? Raising animals or using pesticides on crops?
You use
And
pesticides
on the same amount of land.
But
don't make me laugh.
Nothing to
I'm
do.
at 45,000 points.
Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand the hypothetical. What's like you have a cow that's eating grass with bugs? Okay, bipedal, stop yelling. Stop yelling. You're interrupting the discussion.
I'm
Anyway,
sorry, Dark.
I don't know what the hypothetical is. Noxie is between you and Ape. If you're satisfied with his answer, then fine. I don't know. If
Noxie, I will be his lawyer if you need an answer.
There's no lawyer in a
I need a lawyer.
debate. This is not a courtroom. This is a debate. It's different. Different rules.
The debate for my social status. This is very important to me. You are denying me, and I'm suffering right now.
It's between you and Noxie. I am. Look, if Noxie's happy,
I'm so
Noxie's happy. I'm not.
damaging to my mental health. God damn it.
Anyway, Krispy Kremer. Krispy Kremer.
Mm,
Kinky cream.
yes.
Are you a vegan?
No, absolutely not. I'm a carnivore through and through.
Are you gay?
At least for the last 6 months. At least for the last 6 months.
Are you
Listen, motherfucker.
Wait, Krispy Kreme. Wait,
Do you wanna be?
Bipedal, are you high?
No, I'm high on this high score right now. Goddamn, I'm at 46,000.
Are you gay?
Okay, Bipedal, stop
Do you
interrupting.
want me to be gay?
I would
All right.
enjoy
Want me to
it.
be gay?
I'd like
or-
to give you the Krispy Kreme.
Ooh.
Do you want me to be gay or something?
No,
I mean, how much does it
I mean,
cost?
your voice is like a little bit sexual.
That's
My voice is sexual. You find my voice sexual?
I find the way you
It is a
speaking
little
to be sexual.
It's a bit creamy.
I feel like you're
Are you,
seducing me.
are you attracted to my voice in some way?
No, I'm repelled.
Inherently
It's
find it
disgusting,
sexual.
and I want you to stop it. You're like penetrating my tushy. Stop it.
You don't like my voice because you're turned on by it for some reason.
No, it's disgusting. Stop it. Like
You said it was sexual. You said it was
yes,
sexual.
I don't like
In what
men.
in what way was it sexual?
Like whatever,
In-
sexual.
In
Anyway,
in
let's get
whatever,
back-
what,
okay,
in
okay,
whatever.
it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
so in what way was my voice sexual?
Crispy,
I'm
You
actually
said my
really
voice was
curious of
sexual.
this too.
So in what way was my voice sexual? You said
Crispy,
it.
I don't want to
Not me.
mute you. I don't want to mute you. Stop. Okay.
Why? Why would you mute me?
Because we have
Why
a
do you think that my voice is sexual? Why do you think that my voice is sexual, huh?
Okay, Creamy, stop wasting our time. Don't repeat yourself. Maybe I made a mistake. Everything is fine. Noxie, what do you want to talk about?
You asked me a question, and I give you the answer.
Noxie.
You asked me a question.
Oh my god.
So,
Mhm.
I mean, I guess we're pivoting topics again since I can't have my simple question asked or answered about the 10
Well,
million
it's a bit-
beetles versus the cow kind of thing.
Pretty
Even
much.
though it
I've
was
been-
kind of answered a little bit. But
I've been
Can you answer for my defendant?
Are you
My,
into
my lawyer defended me.
Okay. Are you Noxie, do you know quantum mechanics?
a little bit about quantum mechanics. Well, maybe a lot of it.
Oh, you know physics?
Why? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Physics?
Oh, hello,
Oh my
Falstaff.
god, we're up so
Falstaff.
late tonight. We're up so late tonight.
Yeah, I was thinking to go, but I'm still here. But we have Noxie
What-
with us. Lady Noxie's with us.
Is he?
So Noxie.
Hi.
Yeah, Falstaff is a good guy. He's a little bit evil, but mostly not evil.
What is
part
that
of-
determiner?
What part is evil? Yeah.
Falstaff, the way I measure evilness is how much of a brain aneurysm I get while talking to a person.
I thought it was how vegan.
Well, like bipedal ape is a good vegan, which is
I love you too.
oxymoronic, but but Falstaff.
I have an
yeah.
interesting idea to talk about
Okay.
actually.
Mm-hmm.
Smells
So most vegan arguments hinge on taking advantage of like sentient lesser species kind of thing,
Mhm.
and why we shouldn't do that. What do you
Mhm.
think about an alien race that's like far, far more advanced
Mhm.
that
Uh-huh.
comes to Earth and discovers us, and we're basically like ants to them. We're irrelevant as a species. They're so much more hyper intelligent than us that
they're
we
all
we
vegan.
can offer absolutely nothing to this alien species that come to our Earth. What do you think is ethical for them to be able to do with us?
If they're smarter than us, they're probably already all vegan. So there's that. I'm not worried. Next question.
You don't even need your lawyer.
I didn't ask you, to be honest. I asked Slave.
Yeah, but Ape,
Mr.
Okay,
Slave.
yeah, I'll gladly
do you
answer.
think
But
human beings are more efficient in digesting animal protein than plants?
1 second, Crispy. Let
But
me
what do
just
you? What
wait.
metric do you think
No,
for
hold.
efficient?
Wait. 1 second. So, Ape,
Go ahead,
you
Mr.
were.
Slade.
If you think you were asked a question, you refused to answer it by saying that you're rehypothesizing that the aliens are not as Noxie asked you.
Wait. Let him speak. I asked him a question. You were the guy who thought I was sexual.
Crispy, it's my room, so I asked you multiple times. Stop bringing it up. It was a mistake. Stop it. Don't waste our time. Please stop it. Now, by Peter Ape, listen. Noxie asked a hypothetical. You, instead of answering it,
Yes.
you modified it and continued on. So when you modify a hypothetical, you are refusing to answer the original. You can't modify a hypothetical.
How did I modify it?
You said the aliens are, if they're advanced, they're vegans, and you weren't told that they're vegans.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, it's implied. If they're more intelligent than us, they're vegan.
Okay, but that
I
was
didn't modify.
that
I
was
used her
not
example. She said they're more intelligent than us, so they're obviously vegan. That's the answer.
that was not in the hypothetical.
It's
Anyway, so
implied.
Yeah,
okay.
that's a false conclusion. Is it bad?
Anyway, so
Yeah.
Noxie, you're asking what I expect this into. I mean, so one of the reasons that I'm anti-vegan, yeah, Van, you're hot miking, I think. So one of the reasons that I'm anti-vegan is because I always imagine myself as the cow. And would I be happy with the deal that we offer the cow? Namely, you get to come into existence, you get to live, maybe caged, maybe free, maybe a few years, maybe a few more, a few less. What do you want? And then at the end, we try to put you out as quickly and as humanely as possible. Are you
Oh, it's
happy?
worse than that, man.
Let me just finish. Are you happy with this deal, Mrs. Cow, or would you rather not come into existence at all? Because it's one or the other. Because if we're not going to eat the cow, we're not going to breed the cow. We breed the cow into existence in order to fulfill her obligations. That's the deal. That's the contract.
Mr. Slave, you make it sound like cows can't naturally reproduce without human intervention.
Well, with this cow, right? I'm going to breed. I'm a farmer. I'm going to breed a cow into existence with a contract. The contract is the cow will be, at the end will be eaten, in the middle will be milked, and so on. That's the contract. If I
How
don't,
can a cow? How could the cow agree to the
I'm
contract
imagining.
fairly if
I'm
it doesn't have a
imagining.
degree of
Yeah.
sentience equal to you?
Yes. I'm imagining if I were the cow, what would I choose? And the alternatives are for the farmer to bring me into existence or not. But if the farmer, then you're hot miking with your keyboard. But if if the farmer brings me, then you're hot miking, you're making so much noise. Mute yourself while you're not speaking. But if the farmer brings me as a cow into existence, then the conditions of the deal are such that I'm going to be used and abused and then killed, hopefully quickly and painlessly. That's the deal. What's my preference? So me as the cow, my preference is to come into existence, live either a short life, a long life, maybe more suffering, less suffering, and then die hopefully painlessly. That's my preference. And that's why I don't have a problem with the farm industry, any version of it. Of course, my preference is with free roaming and taking care of the cow, because at the end of the day I want to enjoy.
That's not what happens, bro. That's not what happens.
I mean,
I
altogether,
didn't.
pretty-
Wait. So bipedal ape, it has nothing to do. I didn't claim anything about what happened. So for you to say that's not what
Well,
happens is irrelevant.
you said that's the deal, right? But that isn't the deal. What you just laid out isn't the deal. That's not the
Well,
deal. Definitely.
Yes, it is.
I
What do you
mean,
mean?
you're
No, Van. 1 second, Van.
presupposing.
Wait, Van. Hold on 1 second. Let me have a back and forth with bipedal. Bipedal.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not the deal?
Yeah, I mean that's not the deal. And most probable, right? Like maybe there are some nice happy farms where
No,
that's the case,
I
right?
did not assume. I did not assume. I said any form of farming, including the industrial
Uh-huh.
farming, any form.
Yeah.
I, as the cow, would prefer to come into existence, live.
So you'd
And
rather be confined
yes,
to 4 feet for
yes,
your life,
yes, yes. Rather than
brutalized,
yes,
and hope that
yes,
death is swift. In some cases, it's not.
yes,
That's what you would rather.
yes,
Yeah,
Does this
slave. That's wild. You
does
really
this
are
only apply to
totally
cows, or
and you were right.
Wait, bipedal, 1 second. Bipedal, I didn't ask you to judge me. Please don't judge me. Right? You're trying to be nice.
No.
No,
I love you. I am being.
yeah. So okay. Yes,
I
existential
will make that.
duck.
I will make
does
that.
this
Existential.
only apply to cows, or are there
Wait,
other
Van. One
life forms you would
second.
attribute this to?
To any animal. Any animal. If I would replace myself with any, or also children. Like some people say, oh, these parents, they had a
Oh, children
child.
as well.
Yeah, all yeah, children. Like any, like whenever people say, oh, the children that were abused, it would have been better for the children to not have been born. Like when people say they're pro-choice, we should kill the children, abort the fetus, because it's better for the child not to come into life at all, because it's going to live a
Okay,
miserable.
but this is not about. I mean, what you're talking about is theoretical life. So in this instance, it's not that there's a child, and it's better to have this child, be abused than to not have existed at all. That's not the argument. What you're saying is, you want this child to come into existence, and then you want to abuse this child, etc. It's like saying that, well, if you make this analogy towards human beings, right? It's like saying, oh, I just want to go. I prefer, raping some women, getting them pregnant, than abusing their children.
No. I said
Because, you rather have the kids be alive than not have existed at all. So
no.
you're going to forcefully impregnate.
No.
Okay, so let's hear your side then.
Well,
no. Wait, Van, I'm sorry. You're next. So look, existential duck. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to repeat myself. So everything you said, you misstated my position. I don't know why you did that.
Okay, I'd like to clarify.
So my position was that if, like, people say, should, like, the child, let's abort the fetus because it's going to come into life, it's going to have a life of misery, or the cow, or the duck, any animal. So I put myself in the child's place, for example, and I think, what would I prefer to and I was an extremely abused child. So my life was the most traumatic you can imagine. One of the most. Like, I've heard of worse, but it was very traumatic. But I could have offed myself. I could have killed myself many times in my childhood, my adolescence. And I could have, if it would have been worse, probably would have. But I had the choice, and I decided to survive and stick it out. And it was at the end of the day, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm extremely happy. My life today is
Okay.
fabulous. So if I'm thinking about it, even a child, you're going to tell me, oh, the child maybe lived a few years and then the parents killed it. Fine. I would have rather, if I would have to put myself in that child's shoes, yes, I would rather live to the age of 10 and then be murdered by my parents, rather than not have lived at all. So
Okay,
that's
is
my
that all?
calculation.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I can agree with that. That sure, I'll grant you that living is better than not living, but I don't see what your point is in regards to the argument then, or what argument you were making originally. Because I mean, that
The
really
original,
doesn't say
the
much, because
original.
that doesn't justify abuse or artificial insemination, whether
I
it's animal
never.
or human beings.
I'm not
Yeah.
justifying abuse, and I'm not justifying
No, I didn't say you were.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing veganism. I was,
Yeah.
I mean,
Could you reframe your argument in context of veganism?
the, I mean, this is the answer to the vegan question. Like, should we? The question was about an alien race. If an alien, Noxie asked, an alien race comes to Earth, what should we expect them to do with us? And if they choose to turn us into the way we treat animals, I'm fine with that. Obviously, my only request is, make my life as filled with as little misery as possible, as little pain as possible, and that make
Your pain wouldn't matter.
and
Your
make
pain wouldn't matter in this.
and make my death quick and humane. And I think this is what we try to do with animals.
No,
Except,
bro. No.
I still don't understand your argument, because you've said a lot of things, but then you just, I mean, first you said you'd be okay with animal farming and the animal industry, but then you
Mhm.
backpedal and say, I wish things were more humane and I wish we minimize suffering.
I never
But
said that.
can you farm, again, just instead of
Well,
using the
no,
alien analogy, can you sort of
I'm
refer
not.
back in the context of, I guess, with the example of cows, as to what exactly your argument
Wait,
is
no,
in
no,
terms of what you
no.
consider morally good and morally bad?
Okay, existential. One second. When I ask you to stop, please stop. Like you don't steamroll
I
me.
mean, I'm framing a point. I'd appreciate if you didn't interrupt me.
No, it's my room. So you if you don't like the way I conduct things, you can leave. It's up to you.
Well, I mean, this is a discussion, is it not?
It's my rules. I'm sorry. So you have to abide by my rules. So if I
I was under the impression this was a discussion, but my apologies. If you'd like to have a authoritarian rule over this discussion, then be my guest.
Authoritarian, yes. Mr. Slave rules you, and he is a slave. How do you feel
Yeah.
being
Oh,
subject to Mr. Slave?
sounds like that.
so
Yeah, you.
existential duck.
May I speak now?
Yeah, Van. Soon. Let me just make a comment to existential. Existential duck. So
Yeah,
you're
beat him
being
up.
no existential duck. Look, you're being a little bit evilish. Like you're causing me
You're
mental
being evil.
evilish. Like you cause me a little bit of mental
You're causing him slight anguish.
slight mental anguish, which Falstaff, you did much worse yesterday. But anyways,
Wait, but Mr. You're okay with that if we found out that existential was smarter than you? Is it okay that he called you English a little bit then? He's
no,
superior.
Dude,
no,
my
there's no
Mensa
reason. There's no
tested
reason.
IQ is 168.
Yeah.
This
Anyway,
guy's not
existential. I'm
got
gonna
nothing on
unmute
me.
you, but let's move to Van, and maybe later.
My apologies.
It's okay. Anyway, Van, all in. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, with your syllogy that you created, my first issue with it is just you're presupposing a degree of self awareness to the cow to even have independent choice in an agreement as a contract with the farmer. But as well, the second issue I have with it is just that you're trying to speculate on if life, something that we do have, is better than non-existence, which is something you truly can't speculate on because you can't know anything of non-existence. That's the same idea as trying to describe what it's like to be unconscious, which you can't do.
Why not?
Because unconscious is just the degree of not having any of your senses being active. You can't describe it because
why
you're
can't
not there for it.
why can't of course
Why
I
can't I honk me and know
I don't
about it?
understand Van all in. I don't understand. Like I can easily imagine like everybody's afraid of death. We're all traumatized by this fear of death. How can you say we cannot imagine it? Of course, I'd rather.
You can imagine dying, but you can't imagine what comes after dying.
Whatever.
That's non-existence.
For me, existence is far more preferable than non-existence, unless I'm like, if you start ripping my limbs off one by one, and I
They
see
do.
that, then I'd rather
They,
die. Then please kill me. You know,
they,
at one point, 1 second.
they do that.
Wait,
I
Peter.
completely disagree with this.
Okay, Noxie, go ahead.
I completely disagree that it would be better to be alive than be non-alive, because we all know what it's like to be non-alive, because we all know what it's like to exist before we were born. We don't remember anything of it. We didn't feel anything or anything like that.
You're completely
and
unaware
in
of it.
life, you can experience pleasure and pain. But the fact that you can experience an extreme amount of pain relative to your pleasure or whatever, it really doesn't matter how high the stakes are. Like, to me personally, even a little bit amount of pain and suffering in life is not worth it. I'd rather just be dead.
Wait, actually, can you? Otherwise, I'm going to need you to concede. Can you mathematically calculate how much suffering you need before that's the case?
I believe they said any amount of suffering.
Yeah, I said any amount of suffering.
Stub your toe and
I
you'd rather be
didn't.
dead.
I didn't try to quantify it.
Do you not see any value in suffering though, or in pain and misery?
No, I mean, I feel like it's such a negative experience on the human condition that
No, it's I wouldn't say
why even
negative,
have
I
it
would
in the
say
first place?
necessary. I mean, I would
But you'd
argue.
rather
I mean,
stub your toe.
By Peter, you're interrupting, I think. So
Sorry.
let Duck
All right.
and Noxie speak.
This
I
kind of
got you.
goes back to the whole philosophy of like, if God had the ability to create an entirely perfect world without suffering or whatever, why didn't he just fucking do that instead of put us here and introduce suffering and all these kinds of negative things to our lives? I do think an existence without even being conscious or at least what we think of conscious or anything like that would have been a better existence than ever existing at all.
Gorgeous Noxie, I can answer your question. It's because you're not Jewish like me. That's just kind of the rules, you know.
How do you know she's
Gotcha.
not?
Come on,
That's like,
you just got to
that's
know
like,
the religion,
right? That's like anti-Semitism.
I have just one
Nick, you're
point
one of the
to
chosen.
you. Like, if you value happiness and solely happiness, what's stopping you from, artificially creating those happy chemicals? What's stopping you from becoming, full-on junkie where, you're just artificially simulating your happiness senses and just getting high off meth or something like that? Isn't that to you the most happiest you can be because there's quote unquote no suffering and you're fully maximizing your happiness and that's all that matters? And you see value in nothing else?
That's incorrect, because even like, so when you come to off of, let's say I'm a heroin junkie and I just do heroin for a bunch of times, when I come to, I experience a complete dystopian displeasure and a tremendous amount of pain, realizing that I'm a crack whore on the street, sucking some guy's dick in the alleyway to make, $20
So
so I
then
can
what
buy more
do you
heroin.
define as happiness? Because I feel as if we don't have the same understanding.
I define happiness as a spike in dopamine that can be maintained in the long term, I guess.
Okay, well, if you're going off the biochemical process, which is what I referred to in the case of, maximizing happiness by just artificially injecting or,
Sure.
fucking with your
Yeah.
neuroreceptors, then that's what being a junkie means. You're high of meth and you're as
No, but
biologically happy as you can
that
be.
cannot be maintained in the long term. Is my point. Is like your spikes when you have a dopamine spike when you do heroin is not maintained. It's literally
I'm
you
not saying if
crash
it's
out,
maintained. I'm saying
and then
the
you come back to misery and all that stuff.
You misunderstood my argument. I didn't say if it was maintained in the long run. I'm saying, in that instance where you're completely high of meth and, you're dopamine receptors are off the roof. Is that something, like, is that entire scenario something you would qualify or quantify as, the most happiness and the, most value you can place in life?
Well, no, it has
No, because
diminishing
like I
returns
said,
in itself.
exactly, like you cannot quantify that one moment compared to all moments. You're not taking in time to the equation is my whole point of view. Yeah, if we could literally be that way 24/7, 365, then sure, yeah. Well, I'd be fucking high off my
Okay.
ass all the time. But, we can't. That's not the reality
Okay,
of the
that's
situation.
what I
That's
wanted to
not
know.
pragmatic.
All right.
Okay.
Ew, pragmatism. Appeal to pragmatism.
Wait, but
Ew.
okay, Noxy, are you an anti-Semite?
No.
You
Why would I
can
be
be
an
for me, gorgeous.
anti-Semite?
Don't worry.
No, because Van said something. You said anti-Semite. I thought you were like an anti. Anyway,
No, because they joked around about something about not Jewish or something, and I
Right.
said, "Oh, okay, you're an anti-Semite. Is it? As in you're against people who are not Jewish?"
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the
it
joke.
was because I made a joke about Gorgeous saying the issue with religion and the problem of suffering. So I said it's because you're not Jewish like me. You can't understand it.
Okay, so
That was just the joke.
Gorgeous, do you hate Israel?
I don't hate Israel at all. I've actually had Jewish friends in real life. I've went to my friend's bat mitzvah. All right, like I have no hate towards Jews.
No, okay.
It's okay, Gorgeous. I'll give you the K pass. Don't worry.
Okay, here's
Right? Thank you so much. I've ate matzo balls in my life. Okay, like I'm
What
entitled.
about Rubens?
I've used kosher salt and stuff.
What about Romans?
Easy.
What
Okay,
about Rubens?
so the next question.
I haven't
Noxy.
had those.
Oh, they're so good.
Mhm.
Okay, Noxy, did Israel commit a genocide in Gaza?
Did Gaza commit a genocide in Israel?
Yeah, apparently
Wait,
no one cares,
sorry.
but yeah. What, Noxy?
Ask me again.
Did Israel commit a genocide in Gaza?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know anything about the story or whatever.
Wow.
I can't have an opinion on that because I don't know what it is.
Wow.
Are you like?
I'm blown away.
Do you not have like any social media besides Discord or something?
It's like Noxy, you do realize like everybody. I mean, basically, I would say most people say that there was a genocide. Like hardly anyone denies a genocide.
I mean, I'm going to deny it, but she's being silent because she's my little Mossad Zagi Nazi, you know?
No, I honestly,
You got to make sure
I
the
really
beepers don't go off.
I don't know the situation that happened there. I've never looked into it. It's never been an important point in my life. Just like if I try to talk to you about some kind of genocide that happened in Africa, which happens all the time, like you wouldn't know about that either. Like I don't know
I agree.
anything about the politics of
I'm
that.
just look. I'm very familiar with what's going on. As far as I care, there is no evidence of a genocide in Gaza. But apparently, I'm a minority opinion. It's like most people believe there was a genocide based on what I feel is zero evidence. But no, it's amazing that you say that you don't know because there's nothing to know. But fine, all right. I mean, let me think. Wait, do you want to go back to quantum mechanics? Do you or?
Sure,
Fuck.
we can go back there.
We can
I'm
also
sorry, guys.
What? It's beyond your pay grade? Wait, who said I'm sorry? Anyway, so quantum
I said I
mechanics.
died. I lost my points.
I'm
sorry, I
sorry.
didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just bad.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Later.
Yeah, don't keep yapping, buddy.
Bipedal, you gotta stop
Sorry.
saying that.
Saying what?
You gotta
What, that I
stop
love you?
saying. Yeah, that's like you can't. It becomes
fine.
like
It's brotherly love.
You know I don't like it. You know I find it repugnant.
Bipedal, don't worry. I love you like a brother.
Yeah, you
All right, I
two.
love you
You're
too.
both gay, so that's fine. I'm not.
Bipedal,
Wait,
I love you like I love a hamburger.
Ooh.
Yeah, gorgeous. I love you like I love me, kid. Mr. Slave, what would be a nice like heterosexual way of conveying my love to you?
Why do you
Don't
say it like that?
all you have to do is
I
just
want you to
say,
know I
just
appreciate
add
it, and I
no homo. Just say I love you, no
uh,
homo.
I love you, no homo, Mr. Slave.
Okay, yeah, but you can't say it in a sexual way.
That's too sexual.
I can't
And
stop myself,
maybe my
Jesus.
attraction is just coming out a little bit. I'm
Why is
sorry.
everybody on Discord gay? Why are you gay?
I know,
It's
Mr.
fun.
Slave. We can't get rid of him.
Like women are just so attractive, you know.
I know. How can people be gay? It's so weird. How can men be gay? Jesus.
Well,
Fun.
are you really gay if you're bi? Because like the
Yes, you're
community
really
hates you, so
gay
does
if
that
you're
lesbian
bi.
You're
community.
really, yeah, you're really a bit, yeah.
Like everybody hates you if you're bi. They just think you're a hoe.
Anyway,
Yeah, true.
Nox, if you want to check out my debate propositions, you can either look at the side chat or you can see my
Okay.
screen. I'm going through them. If you
I'm gonna
find,
check it out on the side chat.
yeah, there's 100 plus. Mm, boodoo boodoo. The education system is a scam. Wait, you love the education system. You're a leftist.
Can we go into number 14? Global warming is
Yeah,
unscientific.
I don't know if we feel the same way about the education system. I don't know. What are you
Wait.
talking about? I mean, we probably do. I mean, I think it is a scam, but intentionally a scam.
Okay. Wait, okay, global warming. You believe in global warming. You're a leftist.
Well, you're assuming a lot. I mean, global warming, yeah, no,
Yeah, you're
that's
definitely a big left
that's not a politics thing. That's a fact that global warming is happening.
Okay.
It's scientific.
Okay, so you
It's
think there's
proven by
global warming?
science.
Yeah, Carl
What's
Sagan said it one time, so like
he said it
must be
about
true.
Venus. Wait a minute. So what's your evidence for global warming?
What?
I don't talk on this topic a lot. Yeah, I will
The-
tell
Get
you.
up.
I will tell you the most
I'm-
ridiculous point I think about this is Bill Nye the Science Guy came to speak at my college and had some facts presented to my class and people at the university on stage about global warming, and he convinced me that global warming is a thing. But he also convinced me that it's not because of what humans are doing with any kind of chemicals that we're doing on the earth, but just because there are solar flares that are causing an influx in heat in our atmosphere, and there's nothing really in our control
There is no
in
way
our
he said
on
that.
our earth.
No,
I swear to God, that's what I remember from his
Actually, I think you're
presentation.
eating too many
Like I said,
hamburgers. They're
I
clogging up your
don't,
arteries. I don't.
I don't remember a lot about it, but that's kind of how I am about global warming. I
You know,
don't really have an opinion on it because honestly, I don't fucking care about it. Like
Man.
we are all going to die before global warming
gonna
ever
die
affects
soon.
any of us. So I don't really research into global warming all that much.
Wait
And
a
I don't really
minute.
have an opinion out of
Wait
it.
a minute, Noxy. So
I
you're
mean,
not a leftist.
I told you this at the beginning of the discussion. Like, I'm not quite a Republican. I'm not quite a
Make
leftist, but I will vote Democrat for the rest of my life based off of how the right is treating our fucking people right now
Who's our people?
in the country.
Who?
The trans?
Who's
Our people, as in, yeah, trans, non-binary, people, the Latinos that have been working in this country for literally as long as I've been alive and stuff like that, deporting them, even though they've been
Hey,
as much of an American citizen as any other American citizen in this country that doesn't know dick squat about any of our history anyway. Like, it's
Wait,
kind of
are you
ridiculous.
okay? So are you pro open borders?
I am not pro open borders, but I am of the mindset that if you have snuck under the radar this far and you have been living here for 30 years and you know are going to be deported because of that, like we got to have some lenience here.
Why?
Right? These are people that are grown up. Their kids are going to school here.
So
There
what?
is just because again, what privilege do I have as like a white American where okay, I was
Nothing.
just so happened to be born into the right family who
Wait.
was born, you
Nothing.
know, into Americanism and in the third generation or whatever. Who gives a crap?
Wait.
Why should these people that are born here as second generation Americans or first generation Americans that have like lived here for 30 years have any less privilege than I do? Like that makes no sense to me.
Okay.
Because they properly didn't immigrate into the society and then assimilate the same way that your ancestors and so did my ancestors have to. Especially unfairly during, well, for me specifically, unfairly during the early onsets of World War II.
Do you understand how your ancestors immigrated to this country? Like I actually have a long family history in my history. I can tell you everything about my family history on my father's side.
I'm learning about it right now, but it's actually, yeah, it's crazy. I'm learning that my family had connections with the New York Jewish mafia when they owned a window cleaning business because they had no assistance with the state because of their race, or forgive me, their, you know, Judaism,
the Jew guy?
Jewishness, but as well because of their immigration status.
Wait, Falstaff.
I am not hearing a sob story about a Jewish mob, like Jewish mob business, bro. That is prime fucking like rubbing
No,
your
he wasn't a
hands
part of
together
the mob.
business.
He was being controlled by the mob.
Okay, 1 second. So Noxie, I'm trying to understand. So you're not pro open borders, so you're just nilly-willy deciding what? If you've been here 30 years illegally, then you can stay, but 29
Yes.
years. Okay, what's the cut? Van, you're hot miking. Please mute yourself. So what's the cutoff? Like you're nilly-willy, right? You're nil instead of the law being the cutoff line, you're just making up a new cutoff line. Right? Like, what are you going to say? 10 years? 2 years? 29 years?
No, it's gonna be everybody everywhere. If you want to come, if you don't.
No, she's not. But Noxie's not pro open borders. I asked. That's the first question. So she doesn't want open borders. So if not open borders, then anything else you're going to say is nilly willy. You're just randomly, arbitrarily making up rules instead of the laws. We have laws. So why not just implement the laws?
They're already implemented.
The law is
I
up
would
until
say-
Trump birthright citizenship, though.
Okay, Noxie. Yeah, Noxie, go ahead.
Probably five or more years.
Okay,
I
but-
think I'd be comfortable with saying, fine, you're a citizen at this point, stay here.
Fine, but you see the problem. You're arbitrarily creating new rules instead of just following the laws. Why not? I mean, the law is arbitrary enough. I mean, we're a democracy, right? You appreciate democracy. We voted for legislature. They created laws. How can we just ignore the laws? You're nilly-willy creating new laws by yourself.
Well,
Like
again,
Mhm.
what makes you more an American than
I agree.
somebody who
I
has
agree.
lived here
I agree.
for 30 years?
I agree. I'm not. Look, there's nothing to do with better or worse. I mean, there's a given situation. You agree that we cannot have. Go ahead.
Well, that's where my hang up is. Is like I can't. Honestly, if you asked me to take the citizenship test for the United States tomorrow, and my patriotism and my citizenship depended on it, I would fail that fucking test. That's a hard test. I know
Sure.
people that have immigrated to this country, and I know how hard it is for
Yeah.
them to take that test and be an American citizen. And I get that privilege as an American citizen for free because I somehow have ancestors that were born into this country or whatever, right? And I don't necessarily see why people, especially those that have been born in America, like under their illegal immigrant parents or whatever, should be deported. Like,
I agree. I agree. I
that
agree.
makes no sense.
I agree. Look,
It's not logically consistent.
I agree.
That's the only thing I'm getting at. It really has nothing to do with any kind of like laws and arbitrariness of how long people have been here. I say 5 years because if you can be in a country for if you can be in any place for 5 years, that's a serious dedication of your time. That's not just like, oh, I went to college here and now I'm a citizen. That's like, I went to college and now I've lived
But
here
you
for a year
realize,
plus.
like
You know?
I was traveling. I'm still traveling. You realize any country you come to, and any time that they figure out that you're there illegally, you're on the plane the next minute, and you're written down. You're never coming back. Why is America this open border country? I mean, what? Either we follow the laws or not. What is this? Look, I feel sorry for the cow when I have to slit its throat and eat it. I feel sorry for having to deport a hardworking illegal immigrant. I feel sorry, but look, I don't know what to say. When I go to war, I feel sorry for the other guy that I have to shoot and kill because otherwise, what do you want me to do? Die? I'm not gonna die. So, look, you agree that we cannot have open borders. If we have open borders, obviously the whole planet is here the next day and America is gone and everybody suffers. So we can't have
You triggered me a little bit, your slave.
What?
You triggered my veganism a little bit there.
What do you mean? How?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Your cow slitting analogy.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, no, I said I'm sorry. I don't want to slit the throat of a cow. I don't want to do it. I'd rather not do it.
That's good.
Nobody wants.
You'd rather a Mexican immigrant do it?
No. I'd rather. I don't look. I want a beautiful. You let me run this planet. It's gonna be heaven to the power of heaven. It's gonna be something like even Donald Trump cannot imagine how amazing it's gonna be. That's if
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, but that's
and not because of you, but because of the lack of resources that are on our planet.
So I used to be communist, so I know all the arguments against.
Oh, we can definitely get into that. No offense. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if that's something you want to talk about, I would love to talk to you about
I
that.
love that about you, Mr. Slave. I didn't know you used to be communist. That's
Wait,
dope.
wait. So Noxy, you're still a communist? Which is it?
No, I'm a capitalist. What are
Okay,
you
so
talking about?
what are
I
we
told
gonna?
you I'm not left or right.
But what are we gonna debate? I'm an extreme capitalist. What can we debate? We agree.
I guess we do because I'm on the same wavelength as you.
Right, but I used to be a communist, so I'm familiar with the limitations and Anyway, Zhaw, what I wanted to say is that I don't run the world, so it's gonna be tough. I suffer. My life is far from perfect. But part of the reason that I suffer is because the immigrants are having a great time. So at the end of the day, I'm paying with my own blood and tears. I'm paying for their benefit. That doesn't make any sense. That's not capitalism. That's literally communism. I don't want that. I'm sorry.
Are they having a great time, like picking fruit and being,
Yes. Yes.
maids at hotels
we
and stuff
can-
like that,
yes.
working long, egregious hours
Yes.
under
Yes.
the fear that they're going to
Yes.
get deported at any time or whatever
Yes.
like that, and or ratted out to their employer, like to ICE or anything like that. Do you think they're really having that great a time? I don't think so.
I mean, obviously
I
they're
think
having
they're
having
glorious
a
time.
better. Wait, Falstaff, what did you want to say?
I think they're having a glorious time. Compared to like being, I don't know, like headhunted by some
Exactly.
Nacho
Exactly.
Escobar.
I mean,
Wow.
I
mean, that's sure. You're not being beaten and raped by the Mexican cartel, so therefore anything's better than that. I mean, it's like That's
Quite
kind of a
literally. I mean,
not
like,
great not a great stance, honestly.
No, but
why? Why
I
is it
mean,
not a great stance? What about it is like so fundamentally
but
flawed?
Noxy, look, they choose to be here and they're so terrified of being deported. What does that say? It says that they're having a great time here relative to the terrible life over there. So but that's I'm paying for this. I'm suffering because of that. Not just me. The average American, we can go through the calculation. The average American is paying dearly for this overpopulation that America is the population is
Are
growing.
we?
Yeah, the population is growing very fast, even though the Americans are not having many kids because of this influx of immigration. It's ridiculous. Americans cannot have kids because there's such an influx. The influx is overtaking the. I cannot have a child, right? An American does the calculation. Can I have a child? The economy needs to be able to absorb the child as a potential worker. But if you're feeding the system with extra workers, then the system doesn't need the average American to have kids, meaning it's not economical to have a kid. And that's why Americans cannot have kids. That's why there is a low birth rate, and it's going to go lower and lower as long as you keep up the immigration. It's this is literal replacement. I'm not saying there is a conspiracy to replace, but it's literally happening. That is what is happening. That's the simple math. Anyone who denies it simply is welcome to sit with me and do the simple math.
And what I'm expressing is that not offset by the price you pay for your groceries due to the offset of people that are willing to work for much lower wages, sometimes even below minimum
It's
wage,
not
because
offset.
they came into this country illegally.
It's
To build things in this country and
so what
whatnot,
ends up what
versus like the privileges that you are afforded
I didn't
as a citizen
ask.
of this
I
country.
didn't ask. I didn't ask them to come here, right? I want them to leave. And you're telling me that I am being afforded their presence, but I'm asking them to leave. I don't.
Just tell me what white person is going to go work a strawberry field
I'll
picking
do it.
strawberries
Yeah,
Everybody,
I'll do it.
I'll go for it.
everybody
for
will.
minimum
What
wages?
will? It's
Yeah,
not.
hell
That's not
yeah.
what's going to happen. When right?
No,
That's a
You.
cushy
exactly. It's
ass
not what's going
job.
to happen because
Wait.
nobody wants to work that job.
Hey,
Nobody
Knox.
does. Only
Wait.
people who are working those jobs into
Cushy
forced
ass
positions
job.
are going to work those jobs. And the only
Noxy.
reason why immigrants work those jobs is because they have no other choice but to work those
Noxy.
jobs.
Noxy. Look. Let me. So I would never accuse a lady of being evil, but I was I was mid sentence. So I said that's not what's going to happen. You said of course it's not because they're not going to do the job. I would say something else. It's not what's going to happen because of the law of supply and demand. So there you can use the law of supply and demand for manual labor, for the number of workers. You can view the worker or the hour labor as the product and do supply and demand curves and analysis. So as you're adding workers into the economy, so you have an over right the supply of work hours, supply of labor is rising. As the supply of labor is rising, the price of labor, all other things remaining the same, the price of labor must go down. That's the math. And that's the reason the average American says to the average Mexican, thank you, go home now. That's enough. And the American elites are like, we don't care. We don't care about the average American. And that's not fair. With all due respect. Look, if you let me run America, I'll tell you what I would do. So the average Mexican wants to
Hold on.
yes.
can I contest your point?
Of
Because
course.
like you automatically assumed that if there's more labor, then the price of goods stays low relatively, and I agree with that. But like you're saying that if we got rid of the labor, that the price of goods would somehow stay the same,
No, no, no.
even with
No, no.
a decreased labor pool, which makes no sense to me. So how are you? You can't have your cake and eat it too on this one, right? Either you want cheap strawberries picked by immigrants, or you don't, and you want them picked by Americans who will not work for the same kind of wages that immigrants will work for. Like that's how I see it.
Wait, so I didn't say anything about the price of the product. We can discuss, yeah, the price of the product will go up, but the salary of the American will also go up. Altogether, we
Yeah.
can yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Altogether, we can
Which will what? Increase the
altogether,
price of the strawberry.
but
Will it not?
hold on. It doesn't matter. The question at the end of the
It
day,
it real no, it does matter. This
one
matters
second.
greatly.
Yes. Hold on. What does matter? At the end of the day, the prices, these are called nominal prices. The number of dollars doesn't matter. The question is the real price. How much are you paying for the fruit in your labor? How much are you actually? And the answer is you're going to end up paying less for the fruit. You're going to end up raising the quality of life of the average American if you remove this population. And Americans are finally going to be able to afford to have children, which they're not. That's why you see the birth rate falling in the West in general. That's the problem of the West, because the West is being replaced. There's immigrants taking the jobs. I mean, there's other reasons. It's not just the immigrants, by the way. There's other reasons, but certainly it's exacerbated by the immigration. It's honestly first semester or second semester economic analysis. Uh,
No, it's not. Like you obviously failed economics class because you don't understand. No offense to you. Like I might sound like a bitch saying this, but the first thing I learned in economics class in college is in order for some people to be rich, a lot of people have to be poor. And what you are describing is you want a lot of people to be middle class, but some people to be rich. And that just doesn't work that way. Like when we have, this kind of labor that's cheap that comes in and we force these people to work into these positions because they are in such a shitty situation that they have no other way of
In what
earning
way
an
do we
income,
force that?
it makes the price of goods go down. And if we
Yeah.
were to get rid of these laborers, then the price of goods would skyrocket and nobody would benefit from it.
Okay, so we can do the actual analysis. But here, let me ask you first a question. Who are you looking for? Whose quality of life are you looking for? Right? You're saying you feel sorry to deport the Mexican, right? So you're looking for the Mexican, but what about the American? Are you also looking for the American? Are you looking out for the American?
Of course I am. I just told you the example that I gave you is like how cheap labor benefits Americans.
But you agree that by adding labor, you're adding right raising the supply of labor, you're reducing the price of labor, right? Which hurts the average American's salary. Let's ignore inequality. Let's assume perfect equality, so we simplify the discussion, right? So if you keep adding workers, if you keep raising the supply of labor, you are reducing the price of labor, right? You keep doing it, let's take it to infinity. Let's bring in all the workers from the planet into America. Obviously, the price of labor will be further reduced. Obviously, you agree that's not good for the average American. What, Falstaff?
That's right. You're right. So true.
Right. So, right, you're not looking for the American, you're looking out for the Mexican. And I don't have, I agree. I want to look out. I can give you a solution for the Mexican. I can give a solution.
I mean, on God though, like in your sample though, if you increase the price of the labor to infinity, and you increase the price or you increase the number of citizens to infinity, then the labor and the product have zero value, respectively.
Wait,
So you're
are you
making a
trans?
non-point. You're making a non-point.
Are you trans though?
I am not. I don't know who's asking that, but yeah, I'm not.
Are you a baddie?
Yeah, I am a baddie. Duh.
Can you just talk like about the political and economic state of the world right now? Because Johnny Walker, you know, the senator. I'm Singaporean.
Mr. Slave, are you
Yeah,
gonna
I know this.
entertain that?
I
don't want this clown show in this discussion, to be honest.
Yeah, I know this. I know this.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I thought you were entertaining it. Okay. So, look, I'm not saying take it to infinity. I said let's keep adding. We could go to infinity. Yeah, the price of labor. If you bring in an infinite influx of laborers, then the price of labor goes to zero, which is bad for the average American. Now, it's like all you're saying is the average American doesn't want to pick strawberries. Okay, then that's why the price of labor of picking strawberries will rise. That's all that's going to happen. There's plenty of Americans today that are not employed. As much as they keep saying we're at full employment, we're far from it. There's
So let's go back because I think you're failing to understand my point. So what did most people do in the late 1700s and 1800s when they came to this country?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Okay, let me educate you then.
Okay.
Most of them worked on either the railroad system or they worked mining minerals and all that stuff, right?
Okay.
They did not have a very pleasant life. They lived in like tent colonies and such, and they mined caves. They built railroads, et cetera, right? And even up until the late 1800s into the early 1900s, like you see these Irish communities, these Italian communities coming over, and they work the poorest of the poor jobs. These are not like anything we have today of rich industrial jobs where we're sitting on our cushy asses, typing on computer screens, et cetera, right? And my point is that the people back then, though, that were in charge of these people, that were in charge of the railroads, they were in charge of the mines that reaped the benefit of the profits and all that stuff. They were the rich, and the proletariat, like that worked for them, were the poor. And there's always been this kind of disparity in history between rich and poor, and there has been a middle class in America in the 20th century for quite a while, right? Where you get some people that are a doctor, lawyer, or physician, some kind of thing, dentist, etc. Right? Where they're not exactly rich, but they're not exactly poor. And they're a little bit above these kinds of menial labors and stuff. Now, my point is that you're trying to eliminate a whole facet of labor for these very menial jobs of like picking strawberries or stuff like that, or cleaning hotel rooms and stuff. Nobody who exists in the middle class today in America is going to do these jobs. And even if you eliminated all of the immigrants, it wouldn't change the price that employers were willing to hire for these jobs, right? And a lot of them would hire illegal immigrants anyway, illegally. That's the competition for the labor. It is just that like you cannot change the economic status of this. Like people's time is worth what it is worth, with their skill set.
But we're not at full. That's my claim. We're far from full employment. There's plenty of Americans who are not working. Millions and millions. And they're not even accounted for. The way that we count employment today is different. Anyway, there's plenty of Americans who would gladly start working if you pay them well. So yeah, I
Sure.
agree.
Well, no. Yeah, exactly. That's the fucking stipulation that you're putting on. If you pay them well, are you willing? Let me ask you this: are you willing to deregulate the entire United States
What do you mean deregulate?
say? Deregulate is in like take away union standards, take away breaks, take away time off, and all that stuff. Are you willing to go back to the early or late 1800s, early 20th century, early 1900s, where we didn't have labor regulations, where companies like Ford or whatever that could just be like, well, fuck you, you're gonna work 12 hours a day, and if you don't, fuck you, we're gonna fire you, and we're just gonna find somebody else. And you know what? There's no such thing as a minimum wage. If you don't want to work for the wage that we're paying you, then fuck off. We're going to go find somebody else that can replace you that's younger, better, stronger, and can work faster than you. Because that's the whole reality of a manufacturing society. And we lived it for many decades in America, right? But now we don't have that. Now everybody wants fucking rose-covered glasses. And now everybody wants, a job where, oh, there's fair and equal rights and all that stuff. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You can't have a society where people are all treated the same and they have all these privileges and stuff. And some people are getting completely fucked on labor and all that stuff and being treated like absolute dog shit garbage. Like that's not realistic.
But everything you said is you're arguing in the wrong direction. So I'm saying that if you add workers, you'll get the story that you just told us. That the worker becomes cheapened. You're cheapening the American laborer by adding more and more and more laborers. If you remove the laborers, you're making the laborer more valuable and he's going to get better conditions, better pay. So you're going in the wrong direction.
No, the thing is you're doing a false equivalency here because you are trying to equate a worker doing a lower level work to a worker doing higher level work. And that's a false equivalency.
I didn't say anything about the level. At every level.
No, but you're implying this, right? Like you're implying if we just stopped, people from picking strawberries, like that the value of that labor would go up or something. No, it's not. It's the value of the labor is going to stay the same. Picking strawberries is a low hanging fruit, literally and figuratively, right? Like it's not a job that needs a lot of technical experience or value in the labor, and so you can't afford to pay a premium to pick strawberries for a living. That's not how that works.
Look, if the farmers are not going to be able to pay an American, then the farming of picking strawberries will go out of business. But that's par for the course. At the end of the day, the American economy will give the average American a higher quality of life. I'm not saying that we must have strawberry farms in America. No one says that. If we need cheap labor for that, then that industry maybe needs to go away. We need to do the analysis. Probably my
The Marxian analysis.
No, we need to do and
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, we're talking about Marx theory, right?
No.
Marxian analysis
We're
of the
not
economic
Marx. We're
theory of
no.
value. What?
No, he doesn't have it. I don't think. Anyway, no, we're doing like scientific.
No, this guy is a walking contradiction. This guy
Me?
believes I know what this guy believes, but he doesn't even know what he believes. So
Only
it's
you
like,
know. Only you know what I believe.
yeah.
Anyway,
Right.
Noxy, do you want to talk about something
No,
else?
on it. No,
What?
I actually would honestly want like you to let them explain
Them?
what they think of your viewpoint.
Who's them?
Yeah, I think Falstaff was it that said that they
Yeah.
think they know what you mean.
He's joking. He has no idea. Falstaff,
Okay.
Falstaff is is a joker. Yeah,
Gotcha.
the mic is
The
open,
only thing I
Falstaff.
don't joke about is my 168 men's IQ.
There you go. He 168 men's. All right. Maybe he does. He might be. He's a.
My whole point in
Yeah.
all this is to say
Mhm.
the reason we don't have like jack shit worth of manufacturing jobs in America anymore
Mhm.
is because we allowed China and
Mhm.
other countries like Africa and stuff like that to take over these overwhelmingly low skill jobs. And then we ship the products like t-shirts and shoes and iPhones and whatnot to our country for people to buy them, right?
Mhm.
It's like it's a question of how much like shit do you want to treat your citizens, right? And at the end of the day, like you can argue, oh, we shouldn't treat our citizens like shit, but somebody's going to be treated like shit. It's basic economics. In order for some people to be rich, a lot of people have to be poor. We're on top in America right now. It might not always be that way, but there's certainly a lot of people in the rest of the world that are working for a lot less wages than we pay in America, and they're making widgets for us day in and day out. Some people in like Vietnam, for example, work 19 fucking hours a day making shoes and clothing and etc. accessories like that we wear or whatever. And is it like is it fair? No, it's not fair whatsoever. They're just that's their life.
Mhm. Okay, look, I'm not sure what your argument is, but
Yeah,
no one.
are you prepared to live without those things?
What do you mean?
I'm asking if you're prepared to live without those things, or do you just believe
It's
that there's no ethical
nothing
consumption?
to do with
No,
what
shut
I'm.
up, shut up, shut up. Okay,
Who are
the
you
other person,
asking?
that was your cue.
What?
I'm not asking you, obviously, Mr. Slave. I know what you believe.
What? You're asking
Holy
Noxy?
shit.
I don't know who you're
Yeah.
asking. Noxy just
I'm
asked
not.
me.
I don't ask you questions. I don't ask you questions. I know what you believe. Like I don't need to clarification from you.
Okay,
Thank you,
Noxy asked
Mr.
me a
Slave.
question. You're asking Noxy a question?
Yeah, I just don't care about what you're saying.
What? Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about. So, look,
Oh my
Noxy,
god.
I don't know. Falstaff, I'm not following you. Where are you
I'm not
going?
talking to you.
Who are you
I'm not
talking
asking
to?
you. I'm talking to you. The other person.
Noxy?
Like hello?
You're talking to gorgeous
Whoever
Noxy?
else is in the room. I don't know
There's
who's in the room.
Alex. I don't know. Who are
I'm
you
not even
talking
in the
to? Noxy? What do you want to ask Noxy?
Yeah, there's only two of us.
the like pseudo tranny one. Whichever one that
Oh,
is.
the pseudo tranny one. Okay. Cool. That'd be me.
Yeah, I mean at least self aware.
Okay, Noxy, do you want me to mute
It's to you though.
Falstaff?
No, you can't hear me.
Then Felstaff, you
Nah.
don't attack.
I'll allow him to get away with that,
Okay.
even though it's BS.
Yeah, but Felstaff, are you gonna talk? What's gonna happen?
Oh, do I get to ask my question now? I don't even remember. 'Cause I spent so much time fucking mentally.
You said, "Are you willing
wrestling
to
you.
forgo the products or something?"
Oh yeah, are you willing to forgo living without these things, or to go about living without these things?
Yeah, that's forgo. You're asking Noxie?
Yes.
Why?
Because that leads into the question of whether or not you believe that there's ethical consumption or not, and then now we're right into Marxism, right?
I know there. Honestly, let me just explain, Slave.
Yeah.
There is a fair and valid point that they're making, which is, does it matter which country that I'm allowing them to oppress? In the long run, like, am I willing to? So let me put it to you this way: like, are you willing to have high quality shirts if like people have to suffer like amazingly in another country to make them, kind of thing? As opposed to, oh, okay, what if they had to suffer in our own country to make them, kind of thing? Like, I think there is some validity to this question. And
I
mean, if it's in our own
the
country,
the answer is yes. Yes, I am willing for other people to I'm willing for a lot of people to suffer, for me to be rich and them to be poor. I'm a piece of shit. Yeah, no, I'm totally down with
Not a
that.
piece of
So
shit. That's individualism. You are now coming to the actual, like, the final form of somebody who is oppressed, the individual, and whether or not they should be able to do whatever they want. And I think they should.
Okay. So it's a
that's pretty
different.
fair.
It's a whole topic, but in general, I don't think anyone is oppressed in
No,
China.
individuals are definitely oppressed. You, in a
Like,
democracy,
there is
especially.
definitely levels of oppression throughout society. Let me ask you a question. If you had a choice, Slave, between being a 14-hour fucking iPhone factory worker or being a person in America with white privilege that's connected to politics and has, a global inheritance and just sits on their ass for the rest of your life or whatever, and you had no problems like with money or anything like that, which would you choose? I mean, I don't even know. Like, I'm not even gonna like actually ask you this question in good faith, because I know you and everybody else would pick, the fucking privileged American position. I mean, it's pretty easy, right?
Yeah. But that doesn't
Yeah,
mean
so
because there's different classes or different wealth levels, that doesn't mean anyone is oppressed. You could say that
it absolutely does.
You could
it absolutely necessarily does.
you could say that Vice President J.D. Vance is oppressed by President Trump because he makes less and he whatever, because he's the vice president. That's obviously ludicrous. Like, I could be the heir of some multi-billionaire, but I'm oppressed because I'm not the heir of a multi-trillionaire. That's a true statement. It's all relative. At the end of the day, it's just it's inequality. It's fine. I'm fine with inequality. Inequality is the reality that one guy works hard and has more, and the other guy works less, has less.
Well, no. I disagree with that. All right. The thing is, like, most people who believe in this philosophy have generational wealth inheritances. Okay.
I'm fine with
And
that.
I do believe in the fact that if you are born or raised in America, for example, that you should be afforded the opportunity to climb the economic ladder if you work hard enough and you try hard enough.
Yeah.
And you say yes, but you want to deport people who have been here for 30 years. So that makes no sense to me. Going back to the original argument.
I mean, okay. Look, you said you don't want to have open borders. So once there's no open borders, then what is the cutoff line? You came up with an arbitrary 5 year.
5 years.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm coming with an arbitrary legal system, whatever the law says. And but you're looking out for the Mexican or the illegal immigrant. I'm not.
Latino Americans.
Latino or okay, Latino or Indian, whoever they are, I'm not looking out for them. I'm looking out for the American worker, for the American citizen. And I can separately have a discussion how to look out for the illegal immigrant. We could take care of that too separately. That's a separate discussion. If you let me run the world, or even run America, I'll take care of it. But for now, if we only concentrate on the well-being, on the welfare of the Americans, of the actual legal Americans, then the answer is deport literally all illegal immigrants and stop bringing in legal immigrants. No more immigration. You want to move into America? You can't. The only exception is if you maybe pay. Maybe I need to look into that. You can buy citizenship or
That makes no sense.
look,
So, okay. So if somebody's been here for 30 years and they've been paying taxes for 30 years, they shouldn't be able to be an American citizen, even though they've been paying into our tax system
I've
forever.
thought that before. Like, if somebody's been here 30 years, like, and they haven't done any crimes, like why is there not like a, like a little track?
So the question is, why not have open borders? Why are you against open borders? Why are you saying 30 years? Let's just let everyone. Let's have the cutoff at once at 30 seconds or 30 milliseconds. Or
Right.
even if you're in Africa, let's consider you an American, bring you over as well. Why are you discriminating against an African who didn't come over? Let's allow everyone on the planet to come into America. Why are you discriminating against
Terrible idea.
non-Americans? Exactly. Why is it a terrible idea?
What, to just let anybody in unvetted?
Yeah. What do you mean unvetted?
To not have walls?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's bring
Well,
in.
I mean,
Let's
if you
bring in the whole planet into America. Why are you discriminating against non-Americans? Yeah. Why? Right? Why are you discriminating? Right? Because
discriminating.
yeah. Right. The answer is because it's not good for the Americans. Well, for the
Yeah,
exact.
it's not
Let me
good
just
to
let me just finish.
let anybody into your house.
No. Yeah. Let me just finish. For the
My
same.
whole point, you've been arguing anybody, and I'm saying it's good to let some people in that are skirting the law.
That's
I
100%.
think that is a healthy thing for our country.
So for the same reason that you're not gonna let in the whole planet move into America tomorrow morning, for the same reason,
no.
1 second, please, 1 second, sir. For that same reason, even a single immigrant moving into America does damage. It does very little
No,
damage. 1
entirely
second,
untrue.
Mister. Please, sir. Let me finish. I'll let you speak in a second, Mister Brunch. But if you let the whole planet move in, obviously it's going to be a disaster. If you move in half the planet, obviously it's a disaster, a little less. But as you move in less and less and less people, you're just doing less and less and less damage. But even a single immigrant is damage because of the law of supply and demand. Go ahead, Mr. Brunch.
So I'm just kind of confused as to what the argument is here. Like are you saying that there should be no immigration into the U.S.?
Correct. That's my position.
That's your argument?
Yeah.
I think you're doing a false equivalency here, and you're conflating idealism with pragmaticism, to be honest.
I mean, I'm telling you the math. I'm not. I told you, if you let me run the world or let me run America, it's going to be amazing. But
Is it not? No, I don't. I don't think it would
Well,
be as amazing as you think it would be
brother,
if we actually ran it according to your completely idealistic standards. That's my
look at
point. Is that I think that people coming in impragmatically, um, you know, thwarting the law and all that stuff is actually to our benefit. I don't think it's actually to a
detriment.
our disadvantage. Because like I
how
said, it's like these people have to work these long, hard jobs and stuff that get paid under the table or whatever. They have to do these shady lifestyle jobs where we couldn't pay Americans the same kind of salary without having a decrease in service or sacrifice of that, without them demanding union benefits and all kinds of bullshit that Americans demand for working these jobs.
bullshit.
And these immigrants work these jobs, and then we profit
They,
off
they
their
work
labor.
these jobs
We
for
we
next to
profit off their
nothing.
labor.
Brunch,
Exactly.
please.
Exactly.
Brunch, please let Noxie finish, and then you can speak.
So I don't think that it would be beneficial for us to close that off and say, okay, well, no more immigrants whatsoever, because we literally are profiting off of their labor.
So you're saying that this is a reason to keep a lax open border, is that people can come in and work for bullshit pay at the benefit of people stateside?
I'm saying yes. It's okay. Let's put it to you this way. It's kind of like porn regulations or anything like that, right? Like everybody's always gonna want porn.
Let people speak. Yes, Noxie.
Everybody's always going to want pornography.
Bro.
Pornography is always going to have the crowd that wants to enforce strict deregulation or not deregulation, strict regulation of pornography. They don't want it at all. They think it's vile. They don't want it in their communities, etc. And then you have the same kind of community on the flip side that's like, we want deregulation of pornography, where you can have whatever you want, do whatever you want, right? But then like there's never that case in real life pragmatically. There's always a middle ground where people are like, all right, well, we're going to ban porn, and we're going to say that you have to wear pasties when you're working a strip club and all that stuff, right? But then people always find ways to work around that or whatever. And there's
Okay.
strippers that wear pasties, and everybody like has a good time no matter what or whatever, right? Like the world is not black and white is what I'm getting at.
Right.
It's like you have to have a mix of things for things to be the most efficient.
What does
that is
the
where I'm getting
porn
at.
industry and people wearing pasties have to do with people coming over to this country and working super under minimum wage for these big ass corporations?
I'll tell you exactly what it has to do with is it's the exact same problem. It's literally enforcement of legal policy versus what goes on under the table. It's that simple.
Let's see the term enforcement of legal policy versus what goes on under the table. Yeah. And the only reason this is going on is because it makes money. But I don't see, like, it kind of sounded to me like the argument was like it needs to happen because these are the only people that are going to be working these jobs at such a low amount of money. But like, why do these jobs need to be worked at such a low amount of money? Like we got minimum wage for a reason.
I know that's the problem. Like as I said, these people aren't even working for minimum wage sometimes. Are you going
Yeah.
to pick strawberries for $5 an hour? No, you're not. Exactly. These people will. So
Which
we're
is
benefiting
terrible.
off of that because we have lower prices on our goods and services. when we go to the grocery market, we're seeing it reflected. But you're like, if we had it your way, you'd be like, oh well, I need to be picked like $15 an hour to pick strawberries or something, and then
Yeah.
strawberries would be like, way more than $2 a pound or something. It'd be
It
like
could be.
fucking
I
$10
see.
a
Yeah,
pound or
but
something.
here's the issue.
And
Here's the
entirely.
our economy would basically collapse in and on
Okay.
it and of itself.
Alex, before you cook, could I say this and then you?
No, Brunch, 1 second. Somebody else wanted to hop in. Please, Brunch, you're hogging the mic. Wait, who wanted to speak?
Oh, I was just I don't want to derail from your guys' conversation because I was really enjoying that, but I just wanted to say that I think that's a slippery slope because I think that anytime that you have like an influx of immigrants who are willing to work for cheap labor or cheap income, you have it's a slippery slope because then that can be introduced in pretty much every industry and every it could be introduced in every demographic in every industry. So like the H1B visas, like that's another issue, right? Because you can basically import these immigrants who are willing to basically undercut people. And so it's like there's really no end in sight. You have this population that's coming in and undercutting people for cheap labor. And now that's not just in agriculture, that's in tech as well. It's in administrative jobs, it's in engineering, it's everywhere. So it's a very slippery slope. And if you don't have standards, if you don't have some sort of like protection legislation for the general public, our quality of life and our standards will just continue to lessen. So I think there should be a balance, right? But I don't have all the answers, but that's just where my mind goes in this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah,
that sort of mentality where
I
it's
mean,
like,
honestly though, like I feel like you should just say I'm afraid of losing my privilege card. I don't know what you are, but like
it's not a
because
privilege.
it's like
It's
here's
not
here's the thing, like the workforce is going global, right? People are learning skills faster than ever, right? And there's going to be a lot of tech jobs in the future, right? Say like programming or algorithm design or otherwise, where it really doesn't matter whether you're from America or India or China or Russia, etc. It doesn't matter who does that job. Like everybody's gonna be competing in the same global workforce. Now,
here's the thing
what
though.
makes yeah. So my point is like, what makes you more special to participate in that labor than somebody from another country? Then
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that every country deserves to have their own standard of living, right? But what the issue here is, if you import immigrants, whether they're on visas or not, they come here and they're willing to undercut the income of, let's say, native people that are living in the country. It's just a slippery slope. You'll always be able to get someone that will do it for much cheaper, and then now you're competing with people who are accustomed to such a lower standard of living than you that you have to come down to their level, right? And we live in a free market capitalist environment, right? And that's completely against our ideology. The same thing with the H-1B visas. It's like, it's not just cheap labor it's not just like agriculture or like cheap labor jobs. It's going into tech, it's going into administrative positions, and everyone's going to be affected because there's always going to be a country that is willing to undercut the people who live there, and corporations are always going to take the people that are going to be that will do it for cheaper. So it's just like a slippery slope, it's going to be basically, yeah, it's just I don't know where to go from there.
So wait, explain to me how that undercuts capitalist society, because that's exactly what capitalism is. You can do it for cheaper or whatever, then fine, you get to have the more business. Like, where is that undercutting capitalism?
You're eroding social classes. You're eroding the middle class. You're eroding the upper middle class and everyone in between.
No. Capitalism doesn't have classes. What are you talking about?
Please tell me you're joking.
No, capitalism does not have classes. Explain to me how capitalism has classes.
Okay, one
Please.
You
second.
explain your
We're
point.
spilling. We're spilling over to a different discussion. One second, Noxy. I mean, so I gave you a simple model, like not even an analogy. I told you bring in the whole planet into America, right? You agree that if you do that, it's a disaster, right? You're gonna have you're flooding the country with workers. Obviously, the 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 price of labor will go down severely. Not just that, the the demand for homes will skyrocket, and you're gonna have very expensive, right? The price of rent, the price of housing will skyrocket, and the economy is not going to adjust fast enough. There's not going to be enough food. Food is going to be more right. You agree that it's going to be a complete
No,
disaster.
no, that's false because not
Mhm.
everybody's going to live in America. Therefore, the pricing of housing is not going to skyrocket.
No, let's
If
assume.
other people from other countries are taking
No, no,
our labor
no. Let's
value.
assume. Let's assume you bring in the planet into America. You take boats. You tell the planet, come to America. We're not going to discriminate anymore. Everybody move into America. Literally everyone on the planet moves into America tomorrow morning. Right? You agree that these things will happen. The price of labor will plummet, the price of housing will skyrocket, right? It's going to be a disaster for the Americans, or it's going to be great for the poor starving Africans. It's going to be a little bit better for them, not much, but it's going to be a disaster for the Americans. It's going to be probably a little bit better. I don't even know if it's going to be better for the Europeans, but right. But obviously, it's going to be a disaster. All I'm saying is that that just
A
proves
disaster for whom?
for the Americans, for you and me.
Yes,
Are you
but
being genuine, or are you
and
trolling right now?
no, no, seriously, because in the eyes of an African, it's going to be a blessing, right?
Yes, but
If you're
I'm
an
not.
Are
Ethiopian
you
starving to
employed?
death and you have this opportunity to now make money and have food, it's a great opportunity.
Okay, but
Okay, are you employed?
wait,
Of
Alex.
course, I am.
What do you mean on play? What does that mean?
No, I am
I said
employed.
employed.
Wait, Alex. Let me speak to Noxy. So Noxy, right? You understand, right? That's the extreme case. You agree that this extreme case is going to be a complete disaster for Americans. You're saying it's going to be
I
terrific.
didn't agree to that.
Wait, for the Americans, it's not going to be a disaster if you bring in. Wait, I asked you, are you for open borders? You said no. So I'll ask again. Are you for open borders?
No.
Okay, why not? I'm assuming you
She's
agree.
a troll. I'm out of here.
Okay, whatever. I am not for open borders because I do believe in controlling the rate of frequency of influx of immigrants coming into the country. But I don't necessarily agree that having some sort of influx of immigrants on our economy is a bad thing. That's the whole point I'm trying to get at in this
Okay.
entire conversation.
Okay.
It's like letting everybody come in is a disaster, but
Mhm.
letting some come in, even if it's illegal and under the radar,
Mhm.
I think is beneficial to our lives. That's my point.
But you agree that if we have open borders, let's go to the extreme case again, right? I'm gonna just demonstrate that you agree with the extreme case, and what happens with a single immigrant is in the same direction as the extreme case. It's just not extreme, but it's always negatively impacting the American. It never benefits an American to bring in an immigrant. Never, ever. It's a mathematical impossibility.
That's not true. That's
Fine.
not true.
Okay. But it's math. Like, right? You agree that if we
No,
have.
I don't. I
Wait,
don't agree.
wait, I didn't present the hypothetical. So
Sorry.
we agree that if we have open borders and let anyone in, you agree it's going to be a disaster tomorrow morning, right?
Absolutely.
Right. As you said, the economy is not going to adjust fast enough, but the economy has to adjust. Okay. So if you bring in half the planet, right, all the way until we go to one immigrant. So what happens when we bring in a single immigrant then that's different in the direction of the impact? Is it positive or negative? What's different about one immigrant versus the whole planet? What's the difference in the direction of the impact? The
Are they
economy.
vegan?
No, we're
I
discussing.
will answer this very simply because
Okay.
I think you're failing to understand my point. What's
Mhm.
the difference between a needle-sized leak in a dam
Mhm.
and a full-blown fucking hole that's fucking in the dam that's making the water rush out and flood the entire town?
Right, but it's the same
I mean,
direction.
this is not you're not making things analogous is my point.
But it's the same direction. It's the same direction of damage or benefit. Either way, right? If you think
No,
no,
it's not because we are controlling the amount of holes people are poking in the dam is my point.
but
We are slowly introducing chaos to the American economy, whereas you're trying to conflate that with like inducing complete chaos to the American economy,
but
which is a false
no,
equivalency.
but I'm assuming no chaos. I'm assuming everybody is a well-behaved citizen. I'm assuming everybody's nice. Let's bring in one.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about chaos in terms of what you were talking about in terms of labor.
Let's take in one.
Willing to work cheaper.
Okay, let's bring in one immigrant. If we bring in one immigrant from outside, we're increasing the labor pool. We're increasing the supply of labor by a tiny amount, meaning we're decreasing the price of labor by a tiny amount. That's what we're doing. We're hurting the salary of the average American by a tiny amount, but that is what's happening.
Wrong. It's the people doing the hiring that are willing to hire people that work for
I'm
less than minimum
I'm
wage. They're doing the
assuming
damage by
I'm
hiring
assuming
illegals.
I'm assuming
I don't agree with that either.
I'm assuming the American economy is this blob. There is an American economy and there are a number of jobs. You bring in one extra worker and the salary mathematically must go down. Anyway, Noxy, do you want to stay? Because I think maybe I'll go kill myself now.
No, I will stay. I have a counterpoint to add to that, actually, in a
Okay.
mathematical example, if you'd like.
Okay.
Right? So let's say the worker comes in and it costs them $1 worth of labor to pick an egg, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you buy eggs for, I don't know, say 25 cents a person, right?
Okay.
Now, 4 people can buy eggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be worth that $1 worth of picking eggs labor.
You don't have to
right?
go. You don't.
So that's what I'm getting
I
at is that
understand.
this person's working for so much cheaper
Yeah,
that
I
we value benefit from their labor cost of picking the egg.
I understand.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
I understand, but let's ignore the prices. Let's just look. You bring in one extra person, they must eat just like everybody else. They must have a house just like everybody else. You're bringing up the cost of housing by a tiny amount because you're bringing up demand by a tiny amount. You're bringing up the cost of food by a tiny amount. You're just harming the average American. Now you could say, but I'm producing a little bit more. Yes, that's a good argument. You could say, "Oh, I'm bringing in one extra worker. He's going to build a little bit extra house for himself. He's going to produce a little bit extra food for himself. So on average, he didn't impact the American economy." I agree. If this were true, then theoretically you can bring in the whole planet and not impact the American economy. Notice you're not helping the average American. Even if this is true, you're never going to help the average American. That's not going to happen. It's not for the benefit of the average American. It is for the benefit to the size of the economy, which maybe has a benefit because now the army can be bigger. All right, perhaps. But you're not directly helping the average American. But now you have a problem that is of diminishing returns. When you grow a system has diminishing returns in the rate of growth, in the size. So it's not linear. And then you're definitely hurting the average American because you cannot bring in an extra worker and expect a linear, a one-to-one, that he's going to build an extra house for himself and and get an extra food for himself, he's not going to be able to cover himself because of diminishing returns, especially in the short range. But there's I mean, we can further go. You could say, okay, but there's a certain rate. Yes, and that's the rate of the growth of the population. The population can grow at the same rate as the growth of the economy. If you're bringing in immigrants, then the average American cannot reproduce as fast. And that's why you're not. If everything else remains the same, at least you're giving up children. And that's why you're getting diminishing number of children for the Americans. America, and again, the average American is suffering. The average American is suffering because of everything I've said, not just because of that, because of diminishing returns. It's pure suffering everywhere. Now you could say I don't care about the average American, or I also care about the average illegal immigrant. Okay, then tell me, like, fine, if that's your consideration, but I can fix everything for you. If you really want to care for the illegal immigrant, I could offer you a solution. But that's for next time.
Okay. I mean, I don't feel like you want a rebuttal to anything, so I don't really know what to tell you.
Oh, you can rebuttal me. You can rebuke me and rebuke me. I'm I like, go ahead. I'm listening. If you want to rebuttal, or you can write it down. Whatever you want to do, I'm here.
Well, I was gonna ask you actually, like, all right, since you want to play hypotheticals here, if
No,
you
I
were
didn't.
going to design the perfect world, with our species in mind and our races in mind and all that stuff, how would you design it?
But I really, I don't want to take your time. Anyway, um, like, you sure you want to do this? That's like another 5 hours.
I mean, I'm cooking dinner right now. I'm gonna eat dinner soon. I'm just waiting. Yeah.
So you have another 5 hours of free?
I mean, I probably got another few hours in me, not 5, but probably maybe enough for you to explain your position.
Okay, I'll just give you I'll just give you the highlight, and then I personally, I think I should leave because my
Okay.
my clock.
Capacity is diminished.
It's not the capacity. It's I mean, I'm streaming. It's already a 5 hour stream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to kill anybody. It's a 6 hour stream almost. At the end, I always listen to these streams. I find them fascinating to listen to. Um, okay, so the solution is very similar to what Trump is doing, a little bit different. So the solution is to offer every country to become the 51st, 52nd, and so forth state. Tell all the immigrants, stay where you are, and we'll convert your country into a state. So we'll bring America to you. You want to come to America? That's nice. Now listen, America, it's not a place, it's not the people, it's not it's not anything. It is a system, and we can bring this system to you. And the system is the Constitution plus the legislature and the rest of it. Here it is. Create your state, elect your governor and your government, and write your constitution for your state. Congratulations, you're a state. That's if I were Trump, that's what I would do. So I would go to Colombia. I would tell like the state of the country of Colombia, listen, everybody from this country is they're all trying to immigrate to America. Let's run a referendum, and if 51%, 50+% of Colombians want to become American, done and done. Here's a copy of the Constitution, and so on. And we could have a path to statehood and a path to citizenship with milestones, and they have to fulfill obligations. We could do it. And we could do this literally with every country on the planet. That's what I would offer. We could do it with Gaza, with Syria, with every failed state, with Iraq, even with Iran. With every country on the planet we can do it. If we're having an influx like India, there's an influx of immigrants from India, we can stop it. We go to India, we tell them. It's very and we're not even taking the job of the president of India. We're telling him you're going to be the governor. So you're not even skipping a beat. It's
I
fun.
mean, no offense, but I feel like you're being disingenuous about this example.
Why?
Either that or you're basing it off of geography.
Why?
I'm asking you, if you have 8 billion people in the world, how you distribute wealth amongst those 8 billion people,
What do you-
basically. Because all I've heard is basically blah, blah, blah about geography right now. And I don't understand why anybody in one country should have favor over that of another country, maybe just because they pledge their allegiance to the United States or something. You're being very arbitrary about the values of who should be granted wealth and who should not be granted wealth.
I didn't say any. I didn't say like a lot of the words that you said, like geography and wealth and distribution. I never said these words. I mean, you want to ask me one question at a time? I'll answer each question because what I'm offering is very. It's very mild. I'm not saying anything. I'm giving them a copy of the constitution. You want to join the union? Here is a copy of the Constitution. That's it. You're not U.S. citizens tomorrow morning. There's a path to citizenship and a path to statehood. You're not becoming a state tomorrow morning. You're not becoming anything tomorrow morning. There's a path. You can get on this path. You can become America tomorrow morning, but not Americans. Right? I'm saying this. You want to come to America. What is America? Is it the genetics of the people? Is it me? Is it you? Is it the mountains? Is it the air? What is it? So the answer is America is the Constitution. It's and the system around the Constitution. That's all it is. You take this and you can add states to the union anywhere in the universe. On Mars, it doesn't matter. And it should work out. There's no reason why, right? We added California. It's it's much wealthier than New Jersey. There's no reason why we cannot add India and it will be just as wealthy as any other state. It's going to
I
be.
mean, no offense, I feel like you're talking out your ass and bullshitting a little bit right now. Like, obviously, the president has the discretion to designate what is American, what is not American. I mean, if we actually end up successfully buying out Greenland tomorrow, all of Greenland citizens will be United States citizens overnight. Will they not?
Look, it's up to us. It's up to me. I'm offering you, if you let me run America, this is what I would do. I've spoken to people enough that I know that they don't want people. When I offer them this plan, they're afraid that tomorrow, if I tell India, congratulations, you're the 51st state. Tomorrow morning, all the Indians are going to come to New Jersey, and people don't want that. So I'm telling the Indians, you're not getting to do that. You're not getting an American passport. You're going to be Indian citizens. India is going to be a state, and you're going to have 100-year path to statehood and path to citizenship. You're going to fulfill milestones because I want to reduce the anxiety of the Americans. I want this plan to
Why?
succeed.
Why? Again, I gave you privileges to decide about anybody in the world. I give you unlimited power. You're the best in charge. Why do the American citizens deserve more rights than the citizens of India that you just granted asylum to and said they're part of America?
I didn't grant asylum. This has nothing to do with asylum.
You did. This like I gave you full power and you automatically assumed anybody in current day America is automatically American.
I
Like
think
you had that power.
So I think you should admit that you're xenophobic.
I'm not. What do you mean? Why would I admit? I don't want to lie. But if you want me to admit,
No.
I'll admit anything. Is it going to be of benefit to you?
No, it's not that, but the examples you're giving are very xenophobic.
India?
Yeah, you have used that like multiple times.
I said Colombia. I said
Like
I said wait. I said Colombia, Gaza.
not just India,
Wait.
India, every single country that you have brought up. But
Okay,
what is your problem? What
What
is
do
your
you
problem
mean?
with Indians though? Do you know that the Asians have the highest median income in America? Do you know that they also contribute to the largest number of taxes in America? Do you also know they create the most jobs in America and also businesses? So I don't know where that hate is from.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. And I said we're discussing.
No, but you are. But honey, you are complaining though. Knowing the facts that they actually are creating jobs in this country.
I'm not complaining. I said like one solution, a solution that I'm offering to all the immigrants, whether legal or not, right? Everybody wants to move into America. Let's assume. So
That is not true.
fine.
Here's the thing: America offers H-1B visas, as I said before, to specialists mostly, right? Because there's a huge gap in the workforce that needs to be filled, and if people don't come, immigrants don't come into this country, you will not have those jobs, and you will have a brain drain, which causes major issues in the future. It's just like the way you are giving analogies, it doesn't even make sense. You just have to, why don't you just admit that you are xenophobic against, say, immigrants? And you have a problem with people coming into this country because you just don't like the idea that your identity is being, say, endangered. And honestly, that's a very dangerous way to think about it because there's a lot of very, very smart people who live in this country, and this country is built on the backs of immigrants. You have to admit that too.
I love dark chicks. How could you say I'm xenophobic?
That's a preference. I mean,
What? How can I prove to you that I'm not xenophobic? Tell me. I don't know how to prove it to you.
every single example you have used that, okay, so Indians coming into this country, we shouldn't grant them citizenship. There should be 100-year period. But let me ask you this question. An average Indian doctor has contributed more to this country than a person who is a who's like not Native American, more like a local American. And you and I can sit here and agree on that. How many lives does one single Indian doctor, Pakistani doctor, or Arab doctor save compared to an average local American? So, what makes you say that an Indian or another country or immigrant does not deserve to come to into this country and attain citizenship? Also, I'm a daughter of immigrants too. I'm also an immigrant. Let me tell you one thing. My parents have paid more in taxes than an average American. Also, to gain citizenship in this country, they have paid more money than any person might have paid to even be born in America. So I don't know why we have to sit here and listen to just like local Americans talk about how we do not deserve to be in this country when we have paid our due from the day we stepped on this soil.
I'm not.
And sure, and also one more thing, my parents are also doctors, so they have contributed a lot to the economy of America, and the amount of taxes that they pay are probably higher than you or any other local American. So tell me, why do I and people like me do not deserve to be in this country?
It's not about me. I'm doing an analysis.
No, hold on. No, I hate to interrupt you, but I gave you full like authority in this example. I said if you were the ruler of the world, how would you structure it, and why would you structure it that way? So it is about you. Like, and you clearly said that you would not structure it in the way that would be beneficial to people from India and all that stuff. So I'm calling you out on that. So your floor.
I'm looking out. Look, I'm looking out for everyone. I'm trying to improve everyone's situation. It's doable. I can improve the situation of the average American and I can improve the situation of the average Indian. And there's no contradiction. I can do it simultaneously. So we already proved mathematically. I'm sorry.
What
Phi.
mathematics?
Yeah, Phi MS1. So we proved mathematically. If you want, we could go through the proof again. Every immigrant coming to America diminishes the quality of life of the average American. It's a mathematical truth.
So, on average, most immigrants that come to America, so if we're talking about legal immigration, most of them that come to America contribute more to job development and also business growth, and per capita GDP. So we can sit here and do the maths. Sure, I can bring my stats too, but it's a pretty. You can just look it up right now. That it's a fact. I mean, say one immigrant comes to America through an H-1B visa, right? They make some money and they have an opportunity to start a business. A lot of people who are doctors, they also open private clinics, which in case they also pay taxes into the system. Not only that, they're providing healthcare to the locals, which also you and I both know that if you live in say if you live in the South, there are a lot of towns that don't have doctors. There's a huge dark say a dark town that doesn't even have a single clinic, and a lot of these immigrant doctors come to America and offer to open a clinic in these areas where there's a dire need of doctors for much cheaper, paying more taxes than an average American, and also giving you healthcare. That includes my family too. That includes like a lot of other people that I know. So how is it that it's detrimental to your safety, your health, your existence in America when people like us are coming into this country and also offering you that care, the level of care that we feel you deserve too? Not that also we're not feeding off the system, we're not feeding off the government, we're actually feeding the government. So why are you telling me that we are actually causing harm to you? When you need us, you need immigrants. That's why American government is not stupid. They don't just grant visas out of their ass. You have to admit that. They grant visas to people who they believe deserve it, and or they need they need an increase or influx of immigrants in that area, and H-1B visas are for that. If you want to talk about, say, I heard like Noxie was talking about other immigrants who take like low-paying jobs that an average American would not take. How can you deny that is not also beneficial to you? When she brought up the example of strawberries, right? So, say a pound of strawberries is on average $3, right? If you were working the same job, do you think you would be able to purchase strawberries for $3 right now, knowing that say an average minimum wage in this country is $15? When say an illegal immigrant is earning like $8 on top of that. Also, illegal immigrants do pay taxes. You have to realize that.
Okay, so you said a lot. So look, I'm not talking about statistics. Statistics, it's too difficult to prove through statistics. So I'll just go. I can do the basic economic.
Stats and economics is a portion of maths, by the way.
Yeah.
So you brought up maths, right? You have done the maths, so let's have it.
But the math, sure, I'll do the math. The simple economics, the basic economic analysis, right? There's no stats. So if we just let's it's a thought experiment. So let's take America, and let's bring in our imagination a single immigrant into America. And right, this immigrant is going to provide a little bit of extra labor to the labor market. So this immigrant is going to increase the supply of labor. When you increase the supply of a good, we can view labor as a good. When you increase the supply of a good, you necessarily decrease the price of the good per unit. All other things, if you assume all other things remaining the same. Meaning, when you bring in one extra laborer, then the average salary of all the Americans necessarily, mathematically, inevitably, inexorably must go down a little bit. So that's the first analysis. That's the salary. Also, when you bring in an immigrant, he needs a house. So the demand of housing goes up a little bit. Therefore, when you increase the demand, all other things remaining the same, the price must mathematically, inevitably, inexorably must increase. Therefore, you get the rise in the price of housing. The same goes for, cost of living must go up. You cannot avoid it. Now, you could argue, so that's if you assume the economy doesn't grow, but you could say, wait a minute, this immigrant comes to America, he also builds.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt you on that point because migrants often live with their families in houses with crowded people and all that stuff. They don't rent the typical kind of apartment or home that people would rent. So, like, you trying to say that they're taking up housing space is kind of bullshit. I have to throw that out there.
I'm doing a pure economic analysis. I'm not.
So you're using basically.
And what I'm saying, you're saying apples to oranges. That's
I
my
know.
point.
You're using freshman level economics, so that's not how it actually works. So if I want to talk about, okay, your point or your side of the argument is okay. So they're taking a job away. They're also one immigrant somehow is increasing like housing prices, which is honestly funny to me. So what about an immigrant coming here, taking a job and paying taxes on it? What about that? Are they not contributing to your economy? I can say that this actually balances out. Don't you think so? An immigrant coming here, say they start a business. Do you think they're not creating jobs? Do you think so? For every immigrant, let's say for every business immigrant, there's like 5 jobs created. How does that how do you think that affects anybody but make it better for whoever's living in that state or city or whatever?
Let's ignore taxes. I don't
So,
want to.
all right. So let me. I think you say that. Have you studied economics? Like actually studied it?
It doesn't matter. I don't discuss.
It does matter because again, you're using mathematics, right? You're using logic as per your description. So if have you studied economics?
I don't discuss my personal life, unfortunately. So I cannot
Okay, so
disclose.
you actually do not know the formula for supply and demand, right?
You know, what do you mean what do you mean the formula? What?
You brought up, okay, there's that's what I'm saying. Economics is maths. It's formulas, right? So the formula is D equals X minus YP, which is you're basically subtracting quantity of units from the price of a unit to get the number of demanded units. But when you look for an equilibrium in that, you also find out at that equilibrium, everything balances out. And how it balances out, an immigrant comes here, takes a job, creates a job, contributes to the GDP, contributes to the taxes, and it all balances out. Not only that, most of the time they actually contribute, and that equilibrium increases, which means that it's beneficial for the economy and the society that they live in. What you have to admit is that you're just scared and xenophobic, and you don't like people coming into this country and providing value to you. Or maybe you have some insecurity against immigrants. You can just admit that to yourself. Again, I'm just here to tell you that your whole argument is very baseless and very self-serving, and also pretty much moot. It does not make sense if you actually look into the stats and mathematics of things. As you said, you are talking from an economics point of view, and I'm just giving you straight facts.
I mean, again, if we could go through my porn history and you'll see that I love dark skinned chicks. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I like Asian chicks, African chicks. I love Indian chicks. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's too bad none of those people like you, dirty, disgusting dog.
Oh,
Are you racist?
All I'm gonna say is,
oh my god.
That's very racist of you, Robin.
Anyway,
What did I say that was racist?
How do you know he doesn't identify as a furrykin? You called him the disgusting dog.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah, okay, you nigger.
But I hope you consider that point before demonizing all immigrants. All I'm saying is just deep down, and you will figure out that it's actually been much beneficial. It's just fear mongering at this point, and you don't have to be scared of us. I promise you, when I become a doctor, I'm not gonna eat anybody alive. I just want to serve. I just want to be a good doctor, just like my parents have. And
Yeah, but I really don't want you implanting bombs in people and then blowing them up, you know.
I can also say that American military has done that to other countries too, but we're not even going to have that argument. What I'm
So
trying
why
to say
didn't you mute him when he said the N-word?
No. Oh, I. Good question. No, but I couldn't have him
Yeah,
speak
hard
to.
R too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know he's a meanie. Yeah, I muted.
Whoa, the bomb comment got you, but not the hard R?
If I didn't know what to do. Like a lot of people say the hard R.
You're
No,
crazy.
it's okay. It's the double standards, but
What?
anyway,
What double standard? Wait, Phi MS1. How can I prove to you that I find you extremely attractive?
look, it's not that finding somebody attractive doesn't make you less
Then
xenophobic.
Then how am I? If that doesn't make me less xenophobic, then how am I ever gonna prove I'm not xenophobic? This is not fair. It's like, what am I supposed to do?
But you're talking about all Indians like shouldn't be given citizenship or like all of that. Like it's kind of sad because like I have worked very hard and sitting here and listening to somebody say that makes me kind of sad. But it's okay. Anyway, I have to go. I really hope that you search deep down and try to fix that mentality. I promise you, we're not here to destroy y'all's lives. I promise. All right, good night.
Good night.
Girly. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Damn.
Look, let me see if I can message her.
She's amazing. Honestly, love her. I was gonna say that, but she left.
Yeah. I sent her a friend request, but I don't know if she'll see it because your message cannot be delivered. But I think she sees the friend request. Anyway, she's so cute and she's such a beautiful butterfly, and she thinks I hate her. That's so painful.
Well, you did just kind of shit on her entire family. Like, what? What do you want? Like, what?
No, no, I would never do that. No. No, I'm doing the mathematical analysis, and I was gonna tell her about the
Which,
diminished. No, I mean
which you showed no math for, by the way. By the way, just saying.
you don't need to do math. I mean you.
You don't need to do math to do a mathematical analysis. Come on, my guy.
All you need.
You're being funny at this point.
No, you just need to know the shape of the curves of the supply and demand and how they.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
I'm saying there is a direction to the motion of the curve. When you bring in one extra immigrant,
You don't know that though. You don't know anything about it. You've not
Ugh.
plotted any of the statistics.
I know,
Right?
I know.
I know. Therefore, you can't say it.
I
So
know.
she's right in calling you out
I.
on being xenophobic.
What?
Yeah.
I'm. Okay, how am I supposed to disprove that I'm a xenophobe? What's going on?
Listen, just because you find some Indian women hot doesn't make you not xenophobic, right? Do not understand the correlation here.
Then tell me how I'm supposed to prove I'm not xenophobic. What's the proof?
By when presented with evidence like she gave you, that the numbers show that Indian people coming into the country are helping the country, not hurting it. That you're just like, nah, but the math doesn't say so. Yet you can't even provide any math yourself that doesn't prove the opposite point.
I know.
Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
I know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I know. Anyway, so do you want me to complete my thesis or you want me to go kill myself? What's your preference?
I don't want to kill yourself. I just want you to concede to your point. You might be wrong, okay? That's all.
Look, I'll tell you the truth. The first day Elon Musk, when they talked about the H1B, I said, of course H1B is good. And then I slept on it. And when I woke up, I said, wait a minute. I didn't think it through. And it took me a couple of more days and debates. Then I started debating this issue. And as I was debating, I flush out one of the reasons I like debating is because I flush out the math while I debate people. So I was able to flush it out, and I think she responded to my request. No. Oh, you responded. Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
so I was able to flush it out, and I realized that anyway, Elon Musk is wrong, and H1B is bad for the average American. And I can prove it today even better than yesterday. So that's it. Anyway, I think I'm. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's you.
Toasted.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's me. Mm-hmm.
What are you eating?
beef jerky,
Awesome.
grass fed. You know?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm a barbecue lover. Mm. Feels even more better to eat it in a vegan room, to be honest. Just saying.
We're not a vegan room. This is an anti-vegan room.
Well, then, perfect. I'm supporting this room by eating meat right now.
Yeah. So I am assuming you're like in Washington State?
No,
California?
I'm in New Hampshire. New Hampshire. East
How?
Coast, actually.
It's one.
Opposite side of the country.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
You
And?
and you have 5 hours available? You wanna talk until the morning?
I go to bed at like 3 a.m. every day. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. So,
Hmm. How's New Hampshire? Wait,
beautiful.
how do you pronounce it?
Love it here.
New Hampshire?
Yeah, New Hampshire.
New Hampshire? So is it
Mhm.
like cold and green?
Yeah, basically. Like most of the year, I would say it's cold and green. But in the winter, from November to March, it's pretty much brown and white with snow and dead trees.
Are you like I have no idea how old you are. Are you like in your 20s?
Oh, yeah, you'd love to know that, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't love to know it. I'm just mildly
Oh, you
curious.
would?
Wow.
No, you're very curious. Don't lie. Don't lie. You're very curious.
Okay,
Mhm.
look. So whatever you want, I'll be. You want me to be very curious, I'll be very curious. You don't have to say. It's like it's up to you. I'm like I'm
Okay.
because you're very
No, I'll just
wide.
leave you in the dark on this one.
It's okay.
You know? Why not?
Sure.
Mhm. Easy.
Easy peasy.
Mhm.
That girl was so smart. Almost as smart as you.
Maybe even smarter, to be honest. Like she would nailed you, to be honest. Like you had no leg to stand on. She destroyed you.
Yeah. All women destroy me all the time. I'm always being destroyed by women.
Mhm. You deserve it though, right? You know?
I pay for it usually. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna do you want to stay and talk, or because I think I'm gonna go.
You gotta sleep, go sleep. No problem. I'll find something to do. No problem.
Okay. Anyway, we're friends now. I'm like, are you usually on the server?
Uh-huh.
What?
This server or on politics. Yep.
Politics is a problem because it doesn't let you create a room unless you're like you have
Yeah.
unless you have like privileges. You have privileges?
I don't. I'm working on it.
Yeah, I mean this server I think is it's terrific. I love it. I also have my own server.
Okay.
You have your own server?
No.
Okay. Anyway, I usually create a room and hang around here. Do you know Python programming?
Yes, I do.
Are you good at it?
Yeah, pretty much. Decent amount.
What about AI? Do you know AI?
I don't know a lot of AI algorithms, to be honest.
Like,
I have explored some surface level stuff from genetic algorithms and stuff like that in Q learning, but I'm not like way deep into like, oh, I'm gonna make this whole neural network and make my whole fucking algorithm learn from this training data kind of thing.
I need help understanding a piece of code that DeepSeek wrote for me, like Introduction to Neural Networks. I need somebody to go through the code with me to nail it down.
Yeah, I'm definitely not at that level.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good night.
Nighty night. Bye bye.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, you too.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so we have some oh my god. Yo, what up, chat? What up, Mr. Mr. Slave? 12. Oh, just 3 minutes ago. Tapioca Weasel. So an interesting thing has happened. Tapioca Weasel. Talk about Star Trek. So I was watching there's a physics professor. His name is Inductica. Inductica has made a video. Inductica. He has made a video. What is space? This is 2 of 3. What is gravity? You can see he thinks it's ether. It's the ether flow. Very similar to my theory. So let me find you again. This is the link. Why is there a timestamp? That doesn't make any sense. Because I started watching it already? Yeah. So let me open it without a timestamp.
Philosophical reasons.
Oh, but I need to remember where I stopped. Anyway, let me just remove the time. Yeah, anyway, you can bring the timestamp to the beginning. Why did you block me, Mandible? Block you where? Where did I block you? Block you? Block you where? You're blocked? Where? Where am I I'm blocking you in the Discord in my Discord? Well, the room is gone now. I'm not gonna re-enter now. Let me know. I don't know how to contact you, Mandible. Let me see. Let me try and contact. I don't know. Maybe you were rude to me last time. Mandible. How can I find Mandible in this endless list? Find. Let me try. I don't know if I'll be able to find you. I don't know how to find you. Sorry. Wave? Yeah, but you can't see me. Oh, we're friends. Okay, I'll come back to that. Insecure. Why didn't you answer him? All your arguments are disingenuous. No wonder you have one viewer that isn't me. Oh yeah, I know. I'm terrible. I'm just so terrible. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. You've been very, very nice people. I'll see you next time. Bye bye.